What could he do? What had he done? Why? Where could he run and hide? He was hungry, bleeding, and exhausted, and those bastards had been chasing him for hours. It was his birthday. He saw an alley out of the corner of his eye and ran toward it. A dead end. Now what? People crowded around the 5-year-old boy, blond and blue-eyed, calling him a demon, a bastard, a murderer, and so on. It was October 10th, the anniversary of the Kyuubi's attack, and they would take revenge on the brat responsible for their losses 5 years ago. Little Naruto turned around, facing his fate. It had never been this bad. Usually, they only use their fists and feet, not guns. Who were these people in green jackets with guns in their hands? The crowd approached the boy. 2 figures watched from the rooftop. Did you get the names of those Chunin for Ibiki? Yeah. Should we continue? Well, normally if there were no weapons I wouldn't intervene. But with those kunai, I think we should. But those Chunin could make excuses like defending themselves or the villagers from the boy. Then we will act as soon as they attack. Understood. To the crowd, it seemed something had changed in the boy. He almost always just begged for mercy, but this time he showed no emotion whatsoever. He stood there with his eyes closed. Was he planning to use his demonic powers against the village again? One Chunin began to attack, quickly followed by the other. The boy remained standing there, his eyes closed, smiling. When Naruto heard the footsteps, he knew it was the end and that he was going to die. He only hoped it would be quick and painless. Suddenly, there was a sound of disintegration and people protesting vehemently, followed by several footsteps running back into the street. He felt a hand on his shoulder and then warmth on his skin. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing before Oji-san, also known as the Hokage, the leader of the village. Oji-san, are you okay, Naruto? Yeah. Good work, Anbu. Dismissal. Yes, said the 2 masked shinobi and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Grandpa, why do the villagers hate me? Why do they call me a monster? Why do they beat me every day? Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha, the master of the shinobi world, stood there staring at the poor boy. Should he tell him? He knew it was only a matter of time. Sooner or later, someone would tell him the story, and Naruto was probably old enough to communicate with it by now. So, it was better to tell him now, rather than him finding out from someone else. Naruto, please sit down. I have some things to tell you. After a while, Naruto banged his head against the desk. Hearing the true story of Kyuubi and how he had been sealed inside was too much for him. Does that make me a demon? No. Have you ever heard of storage scrolls? Yes, the parchments that use seals to keep things on them. Yes, for example, if we have a scroll with a kunai sealed inside, does that change the nature of the scroll from paper to metal? No. I know it's made of paper because I burned one of those as a joke on a Jinan girl with dark purple hair and bright purple eyes who walks with the snake team. Now, if it were made of metal, it wouldn't burn, right? No, it wouldn't be like that. As you can see, you are like the parchment and Kyuubi is like the metal. In other words, you are and will be human throughout your entire life. Grandpa, can I ask you something? Can I go to the academy? I want to be a ninja. Oh. And why is that? I want to protect myself, I want to be powerful, and if I find friends later on, I want to protect them. That's a very good goal. I'll make it official tomorrow. I have one more request, Oji-san. I want to learn to read and write so I can start using the library. Okay, let me write a letter first. As Sarutobi began writing the letter, Naruto was lost in thought. When he finished the letter, Naruto asked, Grandpa, is there any way I can talk to the Kyuubi? Sarutobi was now in a state of shock, staring intently into Naruto's eyes and searching for the reason behind such a question, considering any possible future danger stemming from his answer. Why not? He'll learn to contact him sooner or later, the old man said to himself. Naruto, you'll be able to communicate with the Nine Tails if you train, but keep in mind that he might try to manipulate you and play with your mind, so stay alert. To begin, you must learn to read and write so you can attend the academy. I'll ask one of the Chunin to teach you and help you meditate, that way you can contact and speak with him. Then we'll figure out what to do. Take this scroll and give it to the librarian, she'll teach you to read and write after she looks at it. Now let's have dinner, and afterward, I'll show you your new apartment. It was the first time Naruto had ever been to a public place and hadn't been kicked out. He didn't know if it was because of Grandpa or not. But when a kind girl, a few years older than him, came in and told him he was cute. He blushed and Grandpa chuckled. After the delicious ramen dinner, the stall owner spoke with the Hokage and called Naruto over. "Alright, young man, as the Hokage told me, you'll have appetizers for lunch and dinner every day, and you're welcome to eat ramen whenever you like. And don't worry, I'm not paying any attention to what those fools say. For now, go to sleep." After thanking the old man, Naruto walked with the Hokage to his new home. It was dark when they stopped in front of the building. It was old, but in good condition. Sarutobi opened the door and let Naruto in. "Here we are. I have a little surprise for you tomorrow. Stop by my office at 8 o'clock sharp. Good night and sweet dreams." After saying goodnight to Oji-san, Naruto went to his room and fell asleep instantly. The next morning, Naruto ran straight to the Hokage's office. Right at 8 o'clock, he burst into the office and stood before the old man. "Hey Naruto, are you ready for your surprise?" "Yes," said the hyperactive child. They stopped in front of a shinobi shop. "Grandpa, maybe I should do the shopping while I wait out here. Every time I go to a store, they either kick me out or overcharge me." "Naruto, the owner of this shop, is an old friend of mine, and I think he'd welcome you. If you're going to be a shinobi, you need to dress appropriately. I know you like orange, but honestly, it's not a good color for a shinobi. You'd be spotted right away in those bright colors, so remember to wear natural colors like gray, navy blue, black, or worst of all, green. It'll help you blend in with your surroundings and go unnoticed. I still have nightmares about the monkey I gave Guy for his birthday. I just hope he managed to destroy it with his intense training methods." After the brief conversation, they entered the shop. The owner was an elderly man with a scar across the left side of his face. After seeing the Hokage and greeting him, he gave the boy a kind and warm smile. "Hello young man, how can I help you?" Surprised by his kindness, Naruto didn't know how to react, so he did the only thing he could think of, ask the Hokage for help. "We need some shinobi outfits for him, and some kunai and shuriken." "Sure. Come with me. What color do you prefer?" After thinking for a moment, Naruto chose black. They went to the back of the store, where the clothes were. After a few minutes, they returned. Now Naruto was wearing black wooden sandals, black pants with many pockets, a black mesh shirt, and, on top of that, a black jacket with several pockets for scrolls. "Would you do me a favor, Grandpa?" Naruto asked, referring to the shopkeeper. "What do you need, boy?" "I need metal plates placed under my sandals so that when I kick, I have more power." "Okay, go and choose your weapons, and I'll have them when you get back." Naruto and Sarutobi continued looking around the shop. Sarutobi bought 50 kunai and 100 shuriken for Naruto and watched the boy's reaction to all the weapons surrounding them. Years of experience had taught him that if the boy were to ever use any kind of kenjutsu, he would now show a preference for the appropriate weapon. Imagine his surprise when Naruto started looking for storage scrolls, senbon needles, and a standard katana with a simple scabbard. He looks like a professional ninja hunter." He noticed Naruto's inquisitive gaze and let out a chuckle. "Do you prefer the katana and the senbon needles?" Naruto scratched the back of his neck shyly and nodded. "Well, after seeing the color of your outfit, how about I give you another gift? Take that black katana and some storage scrolls, and I'll take care of the rest of your equipment." Naruto's face lit up at that, and he grabbed the katana. Now, the only problem he could think of was, how am I going to get all this stuff home? After thinking for a moment, he asked the owner if they could store their new belongings in one of the storage scrolls. After packing everything into a scroll, Sarutobi approached the owner wearing 4 black straps, a black mask, and sunglasses. They paid the owner and headed to the academy. "What were those straps, the mask, and the glasses for, Oji-san?" "Well, the straps are actually training weights. Use them on your arms and legs every time you train to help you build muscle mass, and when you take them off after several years, you'll be incredibly fast. Once you get used to the weight, you just need to channel a little chakra into the weights, and they'll become heavier." "The mask is to hide your whisker marks, and the glasses are to hide your eyes. Remember, by hiding your facial features and your eyes, your enemy won't know what you're thinking or where you're looking, which will be useful to you." "How do they work?" "I mean, seals. You know, I've heard they call you a seal master, and I want to learn from you." "You surprise me every time you speak, Naruto. Well, First you need to learn to read and write, then to use chakra. After that, I'll start teaching you the art of sealing. But it takes years to master, and it requires very beautiful handwriting, so if you want to learn it, try to have good penmanship. 2. Their conversation was interrupted upon arriving at the academy. Sarutobi informed a Chunin with a scar on his nose named Iruka, who began the enrollment process for Naruto. Meanwhile, Sarutobi finished fitting Naruto with the weight straps. Naruto felt his muscles burning with every attempt to move. Determined to begin his training, he ran to the library after saying goodbye to the old man. By the time he arrived, he was exhausted. By the god of ramen, it's hard to walk with all this weight, said the blonde, speaking generally without addressing anyone in particular. Hello. Can I help you? Asked a girl behind the counter. When Naruto looked at her, he blushed intensely. She was the personification of beauty, long, dark hair and blood-red eyes. Hello, Tenshi-chan. Oji-san told me you should help me after reading this, he said, handing the scroll the Hokage had given him to the girl, who was now blushing. Tenshi-chan? Well, let's see. The girl opened the scroll and began to read it. Naruto watched her, his reactions shifting from time to time. When she finished, the girl looked at him with a warm smile. Naruto, you can't read or write, and you'll be starting the academy soon, so you need to learn very quickly. My name is Kurenai, and I'd be happy to teach you. Remember that the Hokage has given you permission to access all sections of the library. This includes the areas for academy students, Junin, Chunin, and Hunin. Who knows why, but he's even given you permission for the secret section. Of course, you'll have to ask him for the technique to release the seal on that section. Don't tell anyone, because they'll get jealous and might hurt you. Hey, by the way, can I ask your rank? I'm a rookie Chunin and I started this job 2 months ago. Shall we start the class now? Hi Kurenai-sensei. It was the last few days of his first year at the academy. Naruto had made a few friends, a big boy who didn't like being called fat, named Shoji, a lazy boy who liked to lie around and watch the clouds, known as Shikamaru, a boy with insects for companions, who was usually quiet but very observant and methodical, named Shino, and finally, a blonde girl who loved to argue with a certain pink-haired girl about the emo boy, named Ino. In fact, his first encounter with Ino was quite amusing. Flashback Dojutsu. It was a normal day at the academy, lunchtime. Naruto was sitting with his friends Shika, Choji, and Shino. Shino was releasing his insects for them to eat. Suddenly, a high-pitched screech echoed throughout Konoha, and Naruto fell to the ground with a huge weight on his chest. The person on top of him was trembling and clutching his shirt. Looking up, he saw a very kind, pale-skinned blonde girl. Are you okay, Blondie?" "What?" said the blonde girl, blinking once or twice as she tried to organize her thoughts. "Well, you know you screamed a moment ago and attacked me, and now your face is pale and you're shaking. Are you okay?" "Oh, sorry. I'm just scared of insects," she said, suddenly remembering she was on top of the blonde boy. She jumped and looked around to make sure the girl with the prominent forehead hadn't seen her. Then she turned, expecting the boy she jumped on to be Sasuke, but instead found herself staring into the deep blue eyes of a blonde boy. "He's cute." "Wait, what am I saying? Sasuke is cuter, yes. But still, look at those eyes, are they real? They're so beautiful, like mine, but a more intense color." "Are you alright, miss? Your face is red and you're drooling," said Naruto, hoping the girl didn't have any health problems. "Oh, that's none of your business. This never happened, okay? Whatever you say. By the way, my name is Naruto." When they were now in the library, he headed to the storage room, hoping to find scrolls on chakra control. Iruka-sensei had told him he had a large amount of chakra, so he needed to do more advanced exercises to control it better. Looking at the receptionist, he recognized her as Tenshi-chan from a few months ago. He wasn't sure, but she seemed to be having trouble with a friend. This friend had run away with some kind of snake and was found 2 months later with amnesia. She remembered nothing from before, and Tenshi-chan had quit her job at the academy to help her. "Maybe I should go to the hospital to visit them later today." "Yes, I'll definitely go." Remembering the task at hand, he pressed on and found some interesting scrolls on chakra control. He returned to his desk and began reading and copying some of the more advanced ones for later use. Damn! Why can you go to any section and choose whatever you want? Most of these are advanced, for Hunin level shinobi, you can't even use them. Mendukes, Shikamaru said. Shika, I think he knows what he's doing, right, Shino? Choji said while eating his fries. In fact, judging by the way you systematically search, take notes, and copy the most advanced ones, I'd say you're developing your own personal library, Naruto. You know, I'm not sure how long I'll have permission to access all the sections, so I thought I'd learn or copy as much as I can, said the blonde man, scratching the back of his neck with a sly smile hidden beneath his mask. It was almost sunset when Naruto arrived at the hospital and finally found the receptionist. Hello, can you help me? I'm looking for my sensei's friend's room. She's been in the hospital for about a month. She has a severe case of amnesia. Ah, Busca Mitarashi Anko, amiga to Yuhi Kurenai? Yes, I think so. Well, she's in room 305. Be careful. She can get very aggressive if you try to force her to remember things from her past. Thank you. Don't worry, I just wanted to say hello to my sensei. Naruto headed to the door. When he opened it, he saw Kurenai sitting by the bed, feeding her friend. Hello, Tenchi-chan, said Naruto. Kurenai turned around and met a pair of deep blue eyes, but unfortunately, this triggered a chain reaction. Anko looked at the newcomer emotionlessly at first, but suddenly her face filled with fury and she began to radiate a murderous glare. She grabbed an apple and threw it at the blonde boy, shouting things like, "You sly little brat!" and "Give me back my scrolls." This caused Naruto to run away in terror, yelling, "Damn it, damn it, damn it! I'm dead. Now she knows where to find me." Kurenai was in shock. One moment before, Anko had been as still as a stone, and the next minute she was red as a tomato screaming about scrolls and the fox brat. I didn't even remember her name, her career as a shinobi, and now she... Anko, are you okay? That damned, cunning brat stole my scrolls, I'll kill him. Oh my god. Now Anko was crying like she hadn't cried in years. Kurenai, I remembered him from my past. In Naruto's words, Holy Ramen God. Kurenai said, smiling from ear to ear with tears in her eyes. Thanks, Naruto, I owe you one. Now relax, Anko, and don't strain yourself too much to remember anything, but I think that mischievous little fox, as you call him, is a good starting point. Tomorrow morning you'll meditate and try to recall things about the scroll incident, okay? Yes, I'm tired Kyo-chan, so I'm going to sleep, okay? Anko said, yawning. Safe. A month later, Naruto was in the academy courtyard having lunch with his friends when, suddenly, he saw something and started yelling damn it. As he ran at full speed. Shino turned around to see what was happening. He saw two Chunin approaching. What have you done now, Naruto? He thought to himself. Hello, can I help you? Okay, we're looking for the kid who ran away. Tell him he has nothing to fear from me and that I want to thank him. Tell him to go to Kurenai's house so I can give him my message, okay? Safe. After they left, Naruto returned to the courtyard. Thank God they didn't find me, I was about to die, the blonde man told his friends. Mandukes. Yum. Well, she had a message for you. She said you don't have to be afraid of her, that she just wanted to thank you, and that she's waiting for you at Kurenai's house. Who is this idiot Kurenai? Ino asked. Do you remember Tenchi-chan from the library? The girl with the red eyes? Yeah. Well, she's Kurenai-chan, and she's the one who taught me to read and write. Mandukes. After the academy, Naruto ran to Ikaruka Ramen. Upon entering, he offered his services. Hey, old man, can you bring me the usual? Hi Naruto, your father isn't here. Sit down while I make you some ramen and tell me how your day went, said a young woman with brown hair. Well, do you remember the Konoiki whose scroll I jokingly burned? She was a friend of Tenchi-chan's and her name was Anko. She was OK Snake Team's apprentice who got lost. And our blonde continued telling the story while eating ramen. Now you see, I'm in a bind. I don't know what she's planning for me, but I'm scared. If I don't go, she and Tenchi-chan will definitely be furious, and if I do go, she'll kill me even if I say otherwise. What should I do? You don't know anything about girls, do you? Ayama asked. Seeing the boy shake his head, she continued. Well, first of all, Girls like flowers, so if you're going to visit one, don't forget to bring her some. Second, they like to hear nice stories, but nothing like those about ninjas, death, and blood. I mean stories that make them laugh. Finally, they like to be told nice things. Remember to appreciate them just as they are and try not to bother them. If you keep this in mind and put it into practice, you're sure to win any woman's heart. After hearing and analyzing all of this, Naruto knew exactly what he had to do. He thanked the girl and ran off. "You're such a nice, charming, and adorable girl, Ayame-chan. Thank you." Now the girl's face was as red as a tomato. "Wow, he really knows how to win women's hearts," said a newcomer to the stall who had his face covered with a mask and was holding an orange book. It was dusk when Naruto stopped in front of Kurenai's house. After visiting Yamanaka's flower shop and enduring several minutes of teasing from Mino, she had prepared 2 bouquets of flowers for her older sister and her friend. He had rehearsed every word he would say to Anko, but he was still nervous. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door and waited, hoping that Kurenai would answer. But he froze when the door opened and he saw his fate. Standing by the door was the terrifying Anko, a chilling smile on her face. Hello too, Anko Chan, the blonde stammered. "Hello. Anko-chan, huh?" Tilting his head to the side, he looked at the purple-haired Kanoiki. "Yeah, you know. I'm sorry about what I did earlier. Here, this is for you," Naruto said, handing her the flowers and closing his eyes. "I hope it works. By the ramen god, let it work." He opened his eyes suddenly when he felt soft lips on his cheek. After blinking a few times, he realized Anko had kissed him. He brought his hand to his cheek and blushed intensely. "What was that about? Aren't you angry with me? Aren't you going to kill me?" "How could I kill such a cute and adorable fox if it buys me flowers and apologizes?" "Wow," was all he could say. "Come in. Kurenai's preparing dinner, and I think it would be fun to eat with you. Who knows, maybe you can help me remember something from my past," Anko said, smiling at the blonde boy's reaction. Stepping aside from the door, she let Naruto in and led him to the room, calling for Kurenai. "Kure-chan, come, look who our guest is." "Hello, Naruto. Welcome. You didn't hurt her, Anko, did you?" Kurenai said, entering the room and taking her own flowers from Naruto's hands, a slight blush on her cheeks. "Of course not. He's such a cute little fox." Anko pouted and replied to her friend, "And I was the one who wanted to say nice things to you too, beauty queens," Naruto said, smiling and shyly scratching the back of his neck, which made both girls blush and laugh nervously. It was night, and Naruto, lying in bed, was thinking about what had happened at Kurenai's house. Dinner had gone smoothly. He'd told some funny stories about his pranks, which had made many shinobi laugh and caused some to chase him. He hoped that remembering those happy moments would help Anko recall something. The only time it worked was when he told his biggest prank, painting the Hokage monument. As he told the story, Anko listened intently. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind, and she started yelling at him about the stupid brat who had been chasing him, firing kunai, and about the long chase she'd had that day, and how that defeat had been the only failed mission of her life. It was funny because right in the middle of the chase she suddenly stopped, lost in thought, and in the blink of an eye she was chasing him around the table again with tears running down her face, struggling this time to catch him and hug him to kiss him as a reward for the help Kurenai had willingly given her this time. After laughing for a few minutes, after relaxing he became lost in deep thought. "It seems she needs a lot of time to remember her past. I don't know what that despicable man did to her, but when I see him, he'll pay dearly. I saw people looking at her the way they look at me, insulting her, not calling her a demon or cursed, so I'm sure she doesn't have problems like mine, but she's in a real mess." It takes a lot of willpower not to lose your humanity when people treat you like that. I'll definitely help her. She needs me. She needs someone who understands the burden she carries, and God knows no one can understand it better than I can. But how can I help her? I'm not that powerful, and I don't have the power to change things in the village. But, again, Tenshi-chan told me I'm a great help when I said goodbye to her. I think she meant that I should be around her, be kind, and make her happy. Yes. This is the only thing I can do for her. By the way, Why do I feel weird every time I get kissed on the cheek, or why do they blush every time I say nice things about them? This continued for a while until his train of thought continued until he was thinking about the night the Hokage told him about the Kyuubi. I wonder why that damned fox attacked Konoha. Now that I think about it, it's a demon, but even a demon needs a reason to attack. Now I remember Grandpa told me I'd find someone to help me with meditation. I don't know what it is, but no matter how tough the training is, I'll manage until I can contact the fox. By the way, now I remember that old man is supposed to help me and teach me sealing techniques. I'll visit him tomorrow right after the academy, no matter what. And thinking this, the hyperactive blonde closed his eyes and soon the Anbu who was watching his window in case he was attacked could hear him calling in his sleep for Tenshi-chan and the crazy and beautiful queen. About 6 months had passed since his first visit to Anko at Kurenai's house. Naruto had begun learning the basics of sealing from the Hokage, and Kurenai agreed to help him with meditation. The first few days of meditation weren't easy, as Naruto struggled to sit still and talk. But after a month he had made considerable progress and could now meditate for hours. 3 hours after the academy's dismissal time, Naruto was deep in meditation. Following Kurenai's instructions, he searched his memories and mind for any additional chakra flow that might be coming from the fox. However, he made no progress. 3 months had passed, and he still hadn't been able to contact the damned fox. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. After all, maybe it's not in my brain. If the seal is in my stomach, is that where I should look? Naruto began to focus on the flow of chakra from his tenketsu and the flow throughout his body, until he reached the core around his stomach. Suddenly, he found something strange, a wild chakra, brimming with anger and hatred. Concentrating on it, he followed its flow and, after an hour, located the core. It was slightly separated from his own chakra core. He then thought about how he should contact it. He tried sending it mental messages, but without success. Now that I think about it, it seems to be just about the flow of chakras, so maybe I should send it chakra instead of mental thoughts. As he molded chakra and sent it to his newly discovered core of strange chakra, something broke in his brain and he lost consciousness. He opened his eyes and found himself in a dark place filled with rooms with locked doors. Where am I? Is this my brain? Or is this my chakra system? I can feel this warm chakra. And what's that sound? It's like someone snorting. Maybe I've found it. Let's go. Heading towards the sound, he soon found himself in front of a cage in the middle of a large room. He was standing in the water. On the cage doors was a piece of paper with the word seal on it. I found you, you damned fox. Now it's time for you to show me your face and answer some of my questions. Looks like my little host is already here. Hee. I've been waiting for you for a long time, kid. Okay. First of all, I want to ask you a few questions. I don't want to judge you unfairly, so will you tell me the truth? Demons never lie. Okay, first of all, why did you attack Konoha? It's been a long time, kid, but in short, I had a chakra problem, something every woman experiences once a month that weakens me. I was sleeping, trying to rest, when I suddenly heard noises. When I opened my eyes, I found myself facing some humans. I was stunned, because no one had a summoning contract for me or any Kitsune clan. I panicked, and those damned humans tried to attack and kill me before even asking what was wrong. To this day, I don't know how it was possible for me to be summoned in this realm without a contract. And I don't know who summoned me. They say that those who have the Sharingan in its final stage can summon demons without a contract, but this takes away their body and makes them wander their realm. So, as you can see, I had no desire to attack or kill anyone in your country. This answers some of my questions, but I need to find out who performed this summoning and I need to talk to Grandpa. You said you had a problem with your chakra system, which is why you were weak, but what's normal about that for any woman? Does it mean you're a fox? Yeah, and I can actually shapeshift if you want to see me in human form. It's not a true transformation, but remember, demons are pure chakra without a physical body. They're just compressed chakra. So I can easily shapeshift into anything. Do you want to see me in human form? 2. Be careful with the nosebleeds. Don't worry, it's not real bleeding, but if you think your nose is bleeding, your brain will make it real and you'll actually have a nosebleed. But if you control yourself, Nothing will happen in real life. What do you mean? Why should I be careful? But before Naruto could react, there she was in front of him, a very attractive female figure, with intense red eyes and hair. Poor Naruto, looking at her, saw for the first time in his life the body of a completely naked adult woman. "Wow, you're great." "Well, thank you. I think," said the astute woman with a slight blush on her cheeks. She carefully observed Naruto's physique, thinking about her host's weaknesses in terms of muscle mass and behavior. "Kid, you need to work your body a lot. If you want to get strong, you need to do more than just lift weights and not add more weight. You also need to do more exercises every day when you wake up." "Well, I'm doing it, but most of the villagers hated me, and because of that, I was malnourished for about 6 years of my first year of life. So I think that no matter how hard I try, I'm going to have problems with my body." Perhaps I can help you. I can give you a chakra boost, and that will help, but if we need more than that, we'll consider a growth spurt in a few years." "Thank you, Q-chan." "No problem, darling. Now I want something very special from you. But first, let me tell you a little about the shinobi life. It's a very harsh life, full of death, corpses, and blood. When you're on the battlefield fighting your enemies, most of the time you try to kill the strongest one first. When you face your opponent, you analyze them, look for their weaknesses, and almost always plan your fight based on them. So now I want you to try changing your behavior and act recklessly and carelessly. Most people won't consider you a powerful opponent and will almost always underestimate you. This strategy will give you an element of surprise that will help you gain the upper hand in combat. Remember, with the element of surprise, even the worst shinobi can win a battle against a powerful one. "So, I should act like a jerk and come in last in the class? I don't like that," Naruto said, frowning at the fox. "Coming in last has nothing to do with what I'm asking of you. I want you to change your outward personality, but to be powerful within. You must do your shinobi duties to the best of your ability, train daily, and prove to others that you are a good shinobi. But keep your most powerful jutsu to yourself and don't tell anyone about them. Starting tomorrow morning, I want you to begin copying any Hunin and Chunin level jutsu you find in the library. I also want you to begin Junon level chakra control exercises. Ask your sensei about chakra control exercises, and we'll choose the ones you need. For tonight, that's all I had to say. Starting tomorrow, whenever you want to contact me, remember this mentally and simultaneously send chakra to my seal. That way, we can talk without you being here. Of course, if you want to come and see me and spy on me, I'd be happy to." The QB said, and after saying these last words, it blinked and turned blonde, laughing at the sight of the poor girl. The boy got a good punch to the nose when he vanished and returned to the real world. Nearly 2 years had passed. Naruto, sitting on the swing, watched the recent graduates and their families, thinking about his own graduation a year later. He reflected on the shinobi life and what it meant to be a leaf shinobi, a shinobi for a village that wouldn't value him. He considered the possibility of becoming Hokage and transforming the village for the better through politics and the ninja arts. "Kid, they won't let you become Hokage easily and will try to make it difficult for you to rise through the ranks. They'll use all their resources to keep you a Jonin for life, restrict you to this village, and prevent you from becoming a Chunin or Jonin." "Why is that?" "They frighten me. That's why they'll try to confine you to the village so they can keep an eye on you. And at the same time, by preventing you from growing up, they'll prevent you from becoming as powerful as you should be." "Is there a solution for this?" "You must forget your dream of becoming the Kage of this poor, developed village, and find a new place to create your own country and develop your own shinobi village." "I'm not that powerful, and I don't think I can trust so many foreigners to use a shinobi in the new village." "How will this happen then?" "For the first problem, you must develop a good plan and stick to it. Secret. You must begin gathering all the information you can about jutsus and other shinobi techniques in this village. For the second problem, you must start looking for friends, people who appreciate you for who you are and who are powerful. I'm sure you'll find them eventually. For now, just start gathering information." "Have you copied everything valuable from the library?" "Not yet. There are too many, and copying them with everyone around is difficult. It takes time." "I think I have a solution. But you need to find the secret scroll that the Hokage keeps it in his office. It must contain a jutsu that allows you to create clones with free will that obey your commands. This will give you better assistance in copying multiple scrolls at once. To keep others occupied while you do this, you can use pranks. You just need to plan well-executed pranks that will shake the entire village like a massive explosion and keep everyone distracted. While they're busy with your pranks, and perhaps chasing you for them, your clones will have time to copy more jutsus, and I think this will work. And how can I find out where the hidden scroll is, and how can I get it? I think one of your teachers would be happy to help you with this. Iruka-sensei? No, you silly boy. He's very loyal to the Hokage. I'm talking about that brat Mizuki. He seems to have a thirst for power. And I think he's planning to get the scroll. I'm not sure, but I think you can talk to him carefully and try to do it when no one else can hear you. 2. The next day, Naruto found Mizuki in the courtyard, having lunch away from the other teachers and students. Thinking it was the right time and place, he sat down next to her. "Hello, Professor Mizuki. How's everything going?" "Hello Naruto. Everything is fine. I like sunny days." "Mizuki-sensei, I have a question, although I'm not sure if you'll be able to help me." "What's wrong, kid?" "Are there any powerful jutsu that aren't mentioned in the library scrolls? I'm looking for a good jutsu to make me stronger. I'm looking for something really powerful, something no one else can do. That way I can become Hokage, right?" "Perhaps you're right if you can perform a jutsu that no one else knows, one that might make you the most powerful shinobi." "Do you know any similar jutsu?" "No, not me, but I'm sure the Hokage is keeping some secrets. After all, he's a master who knows a great many jutsu, and I think he has some secrets. You know, a good shinobi never reveals their secrets, and that helps them on their path, so I think there must be a hidden scroll belonging to the Hokage." "Wow. If only I had that." It seems this demon will make my dream come true. Now that I think about it, no one will blame me. I just have to tell them where he is and how they can find him and approach him. Then they'll find him, kill him, and keep the scroll. I'll say the demon destroyed the scroll in one of his stupid pranks and that I killed him." I'll be a hero and have the scroll at the same time, Mizuki thought, looking into Naruto's eyes. "Okay, let me do some research and I'll find where that scroll is. I'll help you find it, but don't tell anyone, okay?" 2. Start now, Mizuki thought. That was easy. I think Q-chan was right about his thirst for power, and the bastard thinks I'm a demon. I know those eyes, those cold, hateful eyes. Well, he'll see when the time comes. 6 months later, Naruto had a solid plan to infiltrate the Hokage Tower. He knew the floor plan and the location of all the security alarms and how to activate them. Today was his class's final exam. He went to his room, and as everyone knows, the exam was a failure because of that darn clone. The events unfolded as we all know, that is, Mizuki showed Naruto the location of the scroll that same day after the exam and told him it was the opportune moment to act. He warned him that if Iruka or anyone else found it later, it might reveal that he was going to learn a jutsu from the scroll and show Iruka that he should pass. Mizuki showed Naruto a place where no one would look and told him that he would go there later that night with Iruka to test his skills as part of the exam. "Bastard, do you expect to find me there and kill me? Well, you won't find anything," Naruto thought. Later that night, when the Hokage left his office for his usual evening stroll through the village, Naruto began to infiltrate the tower. 30 minutes later, he replaced the scroll with a fake one and headed into the jungle. "And now, where should I hide?" "Go to the Hokage monument. I think I saw people going there when I was in the village fighting the shinobi. I think they have a safe haven around there." "Nice plane, Q-chan. Do you think the fingertips I left in the Hokage's office with the rest of Mizuki's things will do the trick?" "They should be more than enough." Naruto ran at full speed toward the monument. When he arrived, he found the hiding place and opened the scroll. "And what is the name of the jutsu?" "Look for anyone who has the name Bunshine in it." Shadow clone jutsu, let's see. It says the clones won't be normal, but beings with real bodies. They'll obey the jutsu's master's orders and send back all the information gathered or anything they've learned upon dissipation. Okay. I think this will work. Huh? Yes, it will work. And it's more useful than you think. You can use them when practicing new jutsu. They'll significantly reduce your learning time. Furthermore, they'll be incredibly useful in the field for infiltration or intelligence gathering, Because if someone finds them and tries to kill them, they'll dissipate and reveal everything they've discovered or learned. Keep in mind that if you need a week to learn a jutsu on your own, using 7 shadow clones will help you learn it in just one day. In other words, if a jutsu requires a year to learn, with 365 shadow clones you'll learn it in a single day. Wow! Now let's start learning it. No. Just start and copy everything on the parchment. You need to replace it with the fake one very soon. 2. Naruto began copying everything on the scroll. He didn't think about what it said about the different jutsu, their power, difficulty, or any other information. He simply read and wrote with utmost care to avoid making mistakes while copying. After about 3 hours, the job was finished. What now? I have a good plan. Go to the place Mizuki told you about. Hide somewhere that bastard can't find you. I'm sure others will look for you. When someone's there to protect you, just show up and tell them that Mizuki told you that if you manage to infiltrate the Hokage's office and deliver this scroll, you can pass yourself off as a shinobi and join a Jonin team. And here I am. I thought I was the one with good plans for pranks. After all, I'm a fox. It's in my nature to make clever schemes and deceive others for my own gain. Of course, I won't do that to you. After all, I like you. Thank you. Now let's get to work. And with that, Naruto sealed the copy scroll in one of his storage scrolls, slung the original over his shoulder, and ran towards the hiding place Mizuki had shown him. An hour had passed. Naruto was hiding, and Mizuki was waiting for him on a tree branch, searching for him. Suddenly, Iruka appeared, and Naruto ran toward him. "Sensei Iruka. Will you pass me now?" "What do you mean, Naruto? Do you know the trouble you've got yourself into now?" "What do you mean?" "Professor Mizuki told me that if I manage to infiltrate the Hokage's office, find that scroll, and hand it over, I'll pass. He said it's an alternative exam for those who fail the main one. He was there, watching me and giving me advice as I went along." "Wasn't that Professor Mizuki?" Naruto asked, staring at the tree branch Mizuki was holding. Before Mizuki could do or say anything, 4 Anbu appeared and took him away. "Naruto, this wasn't an exam. Damn it, isn't there any other way to conduct an exam?" "You mean that bastard told me things to get the parchment?" "Exactly. Now let's go see the Hokage. You must give him your report." 2. So they went to see the Hokage, and Naruto told him exactly the same thing. He even told him where Mizuki had been in the office while he was working. Upon checking the places he mentioned, the Hokage found evidence that Mizuki had been there, so naturally, he believed Naruto. "Now, I must say that infiltrating my office is no easy task, and you've done it excellently, quickly, and precisely. I believe that, regardless of the outcome of your exam, you should pass. From now on, you are an official shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village." The team is now talking about team organization. Oji-san, may I ask how you will organize the teams? "Why are you asking that?" "Well, one day I'll be Hokage and I want to know how you do your job." "Well, it's not a difficult task. We'll start with the last student to take the exam, which will be you, and we'll put you on the team with the class rookie, who will be Uchiha Sasuke. Then we'll look for someone good to balance the team. Each team will be organized like this until everyone is complete." "Wow, otherwise there won't be any superpower teams in any field, huh?" "Everyone will be balanced only by qualifications, not by profession, as you think." "What do you mean, Naruto?" "Okay, let's talk about Team and me. Putting him and me on the same team will balance the power, but what will this team's role be going forward? Intelligence gathering? Infiltration? Assassination? First strike? What? I think none of those, because putting Team and me in the same place will create internal conflicts, and I don't see any role we'd share." "Are you saying we should order them according to their profession and not according to their grades?" Iruka asked, surprised. "Well, it's not just about basing the team on people's professions, but about thinking about them and assembling 3 shinobi with the same profession into a team. For example, think of Hinata and Shino on a team. This team would be good at gathering information or infiltrating, thanks to Hinata's Byakugan and Shino's insects. The primary profession depends on the third team member. You can choose the third member by considering how powerful the team will be in one-on-one combat. In our example, Hinata would be a close-range fighter, while Shino would be a long-range fighter. Now, What happens if this team is forced into close combat? Shino would be in trouble, and I think Hinata isn't yet strong enough to defend the team on her own, so we need a powerful figure on the team, someone like Choji. At the same time, the sensei should be chosen based on the profession you have in mind for the team. For our example, you should choose someone who is skilled in information gathering and infiltration. This way, I think you'll have better shinobi teams in the future, Oji-san, and they'll be useful when you need to carry out special missions. You'll know exactly what equipment you need, the blonde boy said, looking at the old Hokage with green eyes. Wow! I didn't know Naruto had such a talent for strategy. It makes sense now that I think about it, after what he told me. And I clearly see the shortcomings we made in the previous shinobi team for years, Iruka thought. Naruto, you've surprised me again, thought the old Hokage. Iruka, we'll form the teams as Naruto explained. Let's test this theory this year and analyze the results. In 1 week, summon all the Jonin who passed, including Naruto, and ask them to tell us about their profession, strengths, weaknesses, family specialties, and so on. We'll use this information to organize the teams for this class. Hi Hokage-sama. Kit, you have 1 week to master that shadow clone thing. I know, Q-chan, I know. 2 weeks later, Naruto sat in class, waiting for Iruka-sensei to arrive and assign teams. He had mastered the shadow clone technique the previous week, so he informed his sensei and the Hokage, indirectly, of course, about his profession as an infiltrator shinobi and information gatherer. He looked around, wondering who would be on his team. Any team I join will be for infiltration or intelligence gathering, so let's see who can handle the job. Choji? Out. Sasuke? No way. Sakura? Definitely not. Ino? Mind reading is a family specialty, maybe she's a candidate. Hinata? With the Byakugan, maybe another candidate. Kiba? With his dog, he can be a tracker. I'm not sure if he'd fit in with this team's profession or any other. Shino? With insects, he'd be a powerful candidate. Shikamaru? Too lazy. So the candidates are Shino, Ino, Hinata, and maybe Kiba. Good. While he was thinking, Iruka entered the room. Hello everyone. As you know, whenever we receive new Jonin, we organize the teams according to their academic performance. However, this time the Hokage-sama has something new, and we've organized you differently. You will report on your team members and the roles you will play as shinobi on missions. Let's begin. Team 1. Iruka began reading names and roles. Naruto wasn't paying attention to those who weren't on his list of important people. Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, Specialty, Initial Attack. Team 8. Aburame Shino, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino, Specialty, Intelligence Gathering and Infiltration Support. Team 9, Team Operations. Team 10. Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru, Specialty, Infiltration and Intelligence Gathering Support. Team 11. It's not fair. I have to be on Professor Iruka's team, shouted Sakura, a pink-haired girl. Everyone knew she was a huge fan of Sasuke, the last surviving member of his clan. Hey, Iruka. Why should I be on any team? I'm an Uchiha, and I should train only with my personal sensei. Why should I be limited by a dog-like boy and a fatso? Said the black-haired boy named Uchiha. Hee, here you are, emo team. Calling Choji was a big mistake, Naruto thought. I'm not fat, I just had big bones. You damn. Sasuke team was the only thing Sasuke remembered before dying from the blow to the head he received from the fat boy named Choji. Everyone stood up instinctively. Now, as I said, these teams were organized by the Hokage himself. So now let's complete the list. Iruka continued reading about unimportant people while Naruto thought about his sensei, hoping to find a good one. After completing the list, Iruka gave them a lecture about shinobi life and how harsh it was. He spoke about the first murder and asked his students to speak to their sensei if it happened, so they would know what to do. At the end of the lecture, Iruka asked them to meet in the classroom after lunch so their sensei could collect them. It was 2 in the afternoon and all the students in the class were waiting for their sensei. The door opened and, to Naruto's surprise, his teacher and his older sister walked in. Team 10 with me, Kurenai called. And Team 8 with me, quick on the rooftops, Anko said with a malevolent smile on his face. Jumping from their seats, they went out onto the rooftops. There they found both sensei waiting for them together, so both teams met and sat down in front of the two Kanoiki. Well, as I've been informed, you'll have a profession as a team and will support each other, so we thought it would be best to have an introductory session so each team can get to know the other. Start by introducing yourselves, your name, what you like, what you don't like, your strengths and weaknesses, and your dreams for the future, Kurenai told both teams. I think the kind ladies should go first, Tenchi-chan, Naruto said, pointing at both sensei. Okay, from now on, when we're in team formation, please call me Kurenai-sensei and you, your teachers, respectfully. Okay, little fox? Of course, Kurenai-sensei. Now, as I said, ladies first, Naruto said with a frown. Okay. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I enjoy studying the human mind and psychology. I hate perverts, especially Cyclops perverts. My strength is Genjutsu, and my weakness is Taijutsu. I dream of proving to everyone that a Genjutsu user can be a truly powerful shinobi and that Kanoiki aren't weak like many believe. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I like Dango and I hate stupid people who don't look beyond appearances and judge others with little knowledge. My power is ninjutsu and my weakness. Well, I don't know. I don't remember my past, I had an accident and forgot everything. My dream is to remember everything and have a wonderful family and people who appreciate me. Now it's your turn, Pinky. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like people and I hate Naruto. My power lies in my knowledge of books, and my weakness. Well, I don't think I have one. My dream is to marry. All those gaps in the sentences will be Sasuke-kun, sensei, Ino reported. Riddled pig. Okay, come on, Ino, it's your turn, said Kurenai to stop the catfight. My name is Yamanaka Ino. I like Naruto and training to become a good kunoichi. I hate that girl with the prominent forehead named Sakura, and I've long hated Sasuke for being so emo and tedious. My power lies in my family's mental jutsus, and my weakness is taijutsu and physical strength. Ino, you pig. You shouldn't call Sasuke-kun that. And since when did you stop loving him? And what about me liking Naruto? That idiot is the last one. What do you see in him? Sakura squealed. Hyuga, right? Your turn, Anko said, completely ignoring Sakura. My name is Hyuga, Hinata. I like Naruto-kun. He gives me power and self-esteem. I hate fangirls. My power is the family jutsu and my weakness is stuttering. My dream is to solve my family's problems, Hinata said, stuttering, her face flushed, and fidgeting with her fingers. Come on, you lazy bum, wake up and tell us about yourself, Anko shouted. Medukes. My name is Narashikamaru. I like watching the clouds, and I don't much care for trouble. My power is the family jutsu, which allows me to link with people's shadows and move their bodies as I please. My weakness? Well, it's too complicated to think about. And my dream? Well. Mendukes, Shikamaru said listlessly. Anko felt a vein throb on her forehead, suppressing the urge to kill the boy, telling herself that he didn't belong on her team. And you? Anko asked. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, Ino-chan, Kurenai-sensei, and you, Anko-sensei. I hate people who mistreat others because of their appearance or anything they can control. My power lies in ninjutsu and taijutsu. My weakness is genjutsu. Dreams for the future? For now, I'll keep them to myself. Alright, Team 10, be at training camp 10 tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. Remember, I hate being late, so I want to be able to hand in your final exam. The same applies to Team 8 at training camp 44. Having said that, Kanoiki disappeared in a puff of smoke. What is this exam? We're Jinan and we already had the graduation exam, why do we have to have another one? Sakura asked. Naruto went there to inform them about the meaning of the academy exam and this particular exam, explaining that its purpose was to test their teamwork. If they didn't show up as a team, they would be sent back to the academy. So, no matter what task you're assigned, no matter the situation, no matter what anyone says, remember that you must work as a team. I'm sure they'll try to make you believe you have to take the exams separately and that they'll set rules to force you to do so. Just ignore them and work together, Naruto said as he walked away from everyone. How does she know? Sakura wondered to herself. Naruto woke up early, remembering he had an exam that day. He ate a quick breakfast and did some stretches to warm up. Then he headed to Training Area 44 to scout the area and plan a possible strategy. Upon arriving in front of a huge fence with a sign indicating Training Area 44, he became lost in thought. This area is weird. Let's see. I don't think he'll ask us to come in, or maybe he will. Well, if he doesn't, they'll give us a test in this open area, so it'll be some simple taijutsu or maybe even showing off our most powerful jutsu. But considering our team's profession, I don't think that'll be the test. So he'll ask us to come in. God, I hate this area. It's scary. Well, I guess I don't have a choice. If he asks us to come in, it'll be safe. After all, he won't risk his team's safety. Now then, what will the test consist of? I've heard about that blasted ball test, but I don't think he'll ask us to do it. It's more appropriate for frontline attack teams. Gathering information and infiltrating? Will there be traps? Well, that sounds like the real test for us. Anyway, Ino's here. Hi Ino. How are you? Hello. I'm ready to rock. Where's Shino? Didn't you see him coming this way? No. Do you know what the exam will be like? I'm not sure. I've been thinking about it, but I can't figure it out. I hope I don't fail. It's best if you don't fail. After all, I'm not going to work on a team with just a weirdo and a creepy, crazy woman. Who is that creepy crazy woman? Anko asked, jumping down from a tree branch. Who? Creepy? Crazy? Who said that? Ino asked, worried. Let's see. I thought it was you, replied the sensei with a devilish smile on her face, twirling a kunai in her hand. No, I didn't say things like that. Maybe I was wrong. Thank God, Ino thought, sweating profusely. Mental note, never speak ill of her, you never know when she's around. Ino. After about 5 minutes, Shino was already with a team, ready for the exam. Okay, as you know, your profession is intelligence gathering and infiltration. I have a very special test for you. There's a perverted cyclops who's the sensei of a new Junon team. You must find him. Locate his apartment and infiltrate it. Find all his orange books, burn them, and replace them with fake gay porn magazines. Then, you must place a video camera in the room, somewhere that will record any movement. If you return tomorrow with the video, you'll have passed the test. You have a time limit. The deadline for the test is tomorrow at 2 p.m., lunchtime. You must be here with the recording and proof that the orange books were burned. Ready? Your test begins now. It is said that Anko vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the poor Junon to their fate. What was that? Ino asked. A well-planned exam. I think he has some kind of problem with that guy in books, Shino replied. Well, how are we going to know who that guy is? Naruto asked. First of all, she mentioned that he was a man. Second, he's a shinobi, the sensei of a rookie Junon team. He reads orange books. Now we know that Team 10 sensei isn't a man. We need to find 3 more teams and see if their sensei is a man and reads orange books. Then we'll follow him until we find his house, and from there we'll continue with our plan, Shino replied. How can we search for multiple teams at the same time? Should I use my shadow clones? The sensei might detect them, Naruto asked. I'll use my hidden microphones. They'll be able to locate and track the guy. Then they'll report back to me where he lives. Wow. With the plan in place, Shino began sending his insects out in all directions. After about an hour, one of the insects informed him that the sensei had been found at training ground number 7. Okay, we found him. He's at training ground 7. His name is Kakashi. He wears an eye patch over his left eye. He's the instructor of Team 7, which includes Kiba, Sasuke, and Choji. He's evaluating the team with a ball test, Shino said, sharing all the information the insect had gathered. Okay, we'll go there and keep a safe distance, then you can use your microphones to track him back, okay? Ino said. Let's go, Naruto continued. It was afternoon. They found the place where the victim lived. The man in question had gone out and Shino informed them that he was heading to the Hokage Tower. We'll have at least 30 minutes. Get up, Harry. He told Naruto. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, Naruto used his chakra and his feet to wall walk, leaving Shino and Ino wide-eyed. He opened the window and climbed inside, beginning his search for the hiding place. After 20 minutes, he found them under a table, in a sort of hidden shelter in the woods. He gathered all the books, wrapped them in a scroll, and replaced them with identical gay porn magazines. Searching around, he found a good hiding place for the camera. He set it up, turned it on, and left. The poor victim could never have imagined how his books had been replaced. "Okay, let's go," Naruto said to the others. And they left the place as quickly as they could. Later that night, all of Konoha heard the shrieks of the gods and their hatred for the poor man. No one knew why he was screaming like that. The next morning, other shinobi found Hatake Kakashi in the streets, staring blankly at the sky, wandering aimlessly. Some thought he had gone mad, but 2 or 3 hours later they saw him before the Hokage, requesting his team's first D-rank mission. That's when our team infiltrated again, grabbed the camera and tapes, and rushed to the 44th floor, knowing full well the reason for the screams the night before. Upon arriving at Area 44, they saw Anko sitting on a tree branch eating dango. They briefed her on the mission and gave her details of the project. Then, as proof, they handed her the scroll containing all the orange books and burned them in front of her. After giving her the videotape, they waited for the test results. You all did very well. With those shouts last night, I knew the infiltration was a success. But I was expecting more details. Good. You all passed. Now we'll meet up with Team 10 and go with the Hokage-sama for our first D-rank mission. By the way, I don't want to hear a single negative word about so many D-rank missions, okay? If you think logically, you'll find good ways to turn those missions into team training, Anko said. After that, they set off and soon found Team 10 waiting for them. Before long, they were standing before the elderly Hokage, awaiting their first mission. "Hello. Seeing you all here for your missions, I believe you passed your sensei's exams. By the way, I hope the disappearance of Kakashi's books has nothing to do with your missions. Now, for your first mission, I want Team 8 to help the old man mentioned in this document with his garden. And Team 10, you will find Tora, the daimyo's cat. By the way, you'll have to chase after her many times. She's the bane of most shinobi," said the Hokage. "Yes." Both teams said at the same time, leaving the room to go and carry out their missions. A month later, Naruto, carrying a white cat, entered the room with his team after delivering the cat for the 100th time that month. Thinking they had already completed enough D-rank missions, he asked the Hokage, "Grandpa, do you think we're ready for any C-rank missions?" "Let's see, you completed 120 D-rank missions in 1 month, which means at least 4 missions a day. Yes, I think you're ready for a proper C-rank patrol mission after this new record," said the Hokage as he handed Anko a scroll with the details of her patrol mission. Upon leaving the room, Anko informed the team that the patrol was near the border of the Land of Fire, in a place called the Valley of the End, close to the Land of Rice. He asked them to gather supplies for a month's mission and then departed. As the team left the room, they heard Sakura's voice saying it wasn't fair and that Sasuke's team should be the ones assigned the patrol. Looking around, they found Team 7 in the waiting room and realized Sakura had yelled to let Sasuke know she cared about him, even though they weren't on the same team. You should have seen Sasuke's face when he heard that pink harpies shouting. In his apartment, Naruto had been gathering supplies, mostly cups of ramen, for a month. He placed an empty storage scroll on the floor and stored his food in one seal, his clothes in another, and his weapons in yet another. He still had one empty seal left on the scroll, so he decided to store his copies of scrolls there. These were sealed inside another storage scroll, which in turn contained more storage scrolls. In fact, Naruto had an entire library, organized into storage scrolls, sealed inside a final scroll with 5 seals. Above each seal were written ninjutsu, kenjutsu, genjutsu, fuinjutsu, and the last seal was blank. Naruto knew it belonged to a secret scroll he had copied from the Hokage's office and to other S-rank scrolls he had found in different parts of the library. As he sealed this library scroll, he heard the voice of the Nine Tails. "Kit, do you think it's a good idea to keep it sealed and carry it with you when other people are around? They could see you reading something in one of them, and while you're sleeping, they could find it and steal it. You can't repeat the whole process, And you can't risk losing your cover. I know, Q-chan. But it's safe to take it with me. And it's better to take it. I can't leave it behind. You know how people wreck everything in the apartment when I'm not here. Don't worry, I'll make sure no one sees me when I take a scroll out of the storage room. That way, when I'm reading one, no one will think twice and won't pay attention. Besides, it'll be a month-long mission, and I'll have plenty of free time to practice some of those great jutsu. As you wish. But be careful, my kit fox. I'll be Q-chan, said the blonde boy, blushing at the nickname the fox had called him. Naruto woke to a noise outside his tent. Looking around, he saw it was almost midnight. Since he was on the first watch, he knew he could ignore the noise and go back to sleep. After all, Anko-sensei was on the second watch, and if anything went wrong, he was sure she'd alert them in time. But instinctively, he left the tent to find the source of the noise. Anko was nowhere to be seen. Worried about his sensei, he started looking for her. A few minutes later, a little way from the camp, he found her sitting on the ground, one hand around her neck, panting heavily. "Are you alright, Anko-chan?" "Oh, Naruto, don't worry, it'll pass, just help me walk to the camp." Helping Anko put her arm around his neck and support his weight, they headed towards the camp. Sitting near the fire, Naruto asked, "Anko-sensei, I've never seen you suffer so much. What's wrong? Is there anything I can do to help?" "Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do, Naruto. It's the cursed mark that bastard put on me before he erased my memory. He told me this mark would give me power and make me powerful, but God knows it hurts like hell. I never feel any power when it throbs like this, just pain and more pain. I don't know how to control it. The Hokage helped me put a restraint seal around it. The seal reduces the pain, but it's still too much. But don't worry, most of the time it's over in minutes." "Why did he give you this? Didn't he know the outcome? Weren't you important to him?" "Well, I thought I was important to him, but in the end, I was just another test subject in his eyes. He was developing this brand when he gave it to me. He said the research was over and the brand was ready to be used. He told me he would give it to those who were important to him. Damn it. I didn't understand what it meant to be important to him." "Is there any way to remove it?" "No. The Hokage tried countless times and failed every time. We asked a Hyuga to examine and analyze the system. He informed us that the seal contains a strange chakra that's penetrating my chakra circulatory system. He warned us that if we're not careful removing the seal, it could kill me. God knows how much I want to remove it, but no one knows how." "If I remember correctly, that snake bastard told me that not even he can remove the seal." "Well, I'll soon begin studying the chakra seals and see if I can find a way to suppress the energy leak from that chakra into your system. This should at least reduce the pain." "Do you honestly think you can do something like that even when the Hokage-sama couldn't do much?" "So you forget that I carry within me a cunning queen with thousands of years of experience in everything a human being can imagine?" "Well, maybe this will bring new hope, but I can't risk too much, okay?" "Of course. I won't do anything without being completely sure of the outcome. After all, I'm not the silly kid everyone thinks I am. It's just a role-playing game, so please keep it a secret, okay?" "Thank you for trusting me with your secrets, Naruto. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "Kit, why did you say that to her? After all, we don't really know her, and considering her mental state, I'm not sure she can be trusted." "Q-chan, someday we'll have to start trusting each other, and we have to start with someone. Who better than the sensei, who shares the same problems as the village? A woman most of the villagers hate for a reason that has nothing to do with her? If I can't trust her, who should I trust?" "Well, I don't think I have anything to say about that. You're growing up so fast." "Thank you." "No, Anko-sensei, if you'd like, I can continue keeping watch, so go ahead and rest a little. After all, I'm already awake and I don't think I could sleep." "Are you sure, Naruto?" "Too." "Okay. Let me know if any problems arise, alright?" "Too." With that, Anko retired to her tent to sleep. It was the perfect moment for Naruto to open his library scroll and take one out. "And what kind of training should I start?" "I think you can start looking for another jutsu in the secret scroll. After all, you managed to bring the shadow clone technique to its full potential, so you can move on to another powerful jutsu." Good idea. Let's see what we have. Kage Shuriken Ninjutsu, it might be interesting to learn. It says a shinobi can fire a shuriken and perform the necessary hand seals to transform it into as many shurikens as their chakra allows. From the name, I suppose the basic knowledge must be similar to Kage Bunshin, and considering my chakra reserves, this could mean creating thousands of shurikens from a single one. What do you think, Q? That's a good jutsu. You definitely need an attack ninjutsu. And if you could combine this jutsu with your shadow clone jutsu, can you guess what would happen to your opponent? After that, he'll be nothing but mincemeat. Nobody should be able to survive that. Exactly, and this is what I call a shrewd boy. Hee hee. Now, if I remember our conversation, I can start learning it with the help of the shadow clone technique, right? Yes. And using them, I think you'll master this jutsu by tomorrow morning. Now, let the show begin. 2. Naruto, moving a short distance from the camp, created 300 shadow clones and began training the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. At first, the process was slow, but after an hour, he dissolved all his clones and, knowing his technique, began practicing. He discovered that he had almost completely mastered it. In fact, he could create more than 500 shuriken from a single one. The problem was that they destroyed themselves upon impact with the target. Now he was certain that by the next morning he would master the jutsu, for he knew exactly what he needed to make it work. He simply had to infuse more chakra into each shadow shuriken. About 2 weeks had passed, and Naruto was studying seals that could store chakra. Resources were scarce, and the material was too complex for him, but he promised himself he would finish learning them and help Anko-chan. It's too complicated. How am I supposed to know where to start to make a simple seal to store a little chakra? Well, I know of a seal that can store chakra, but it's not like the seals you're looking for, and it's not very powerful. It only seals chakra that's suspended in the air. Like I said, it's not very powerful, and I'm not sure if it can help you. Well, anything can help. How can you teach me? We need to be in your mind so that I can show you the form, the knowledge that supports it, and the mechanism. Okay, there's nobody around and it's not my turn to stand guard at the camp, so let's get started. Concentrating his chakra in his center, Naruto closed his eyes and, after about a minute, he found himself in front of the beautiful red-haired girl. Good, sit down and pay attention. This seal should be circular, like storage seals. After all, it is a type of storage seal. Now, come closer and observe. As you can see, it has 5 lines leading to the center, and you should know that each line serves to seal a chakra element, one for wind, one for earth, and so on. In the center of the circle, you must place another seal symbol, also circular. This new seal will block the chakra, preventing it from escaping. You must activate each circle in a specific order, depending on the process you want the seal to perform. For example, if you are sealing the chakra, you must activate the outer circle, then the lines leading to the center, and when all the chakra is sealed, you must activate the central circle. When you want to release the chakra, you must first deactivate the central circle and then the outer circles. The chakra will automatically be released into the environment through the channels of the lines. Keep in mind that you cannot use this system to store your chakra for later use because, as I said, when you release it, it will disappear into the environment. Interesting. I still don't understand what this seal is for, but I'm sure I'll find a use for it later when I think about it more. Thanks, Q. I'm going to try it now. Can you check if I'm doing it right and give me your feedback when I leave here? Yes, no problem. With that, Naruto returned to the real world and began shaping the seal. After half an hour of trying, he managed to create it and stored some of his chakra within it. Then he released it. He discovered that no matter how much chakra he put into the seal, it would remain stable and perform its function perfectly. He found a blank scroll and wrote down the principles, mechanism, forms, and uses of this seal to record it in his library, which he named the Chakra Storage Seal. The mission ended without further incident. A month later, they were reassigned to a new Genin team and returned to the Hokage to report on the mission. After the report was finished, Naruto stood apart from the others. Do you want to say something, Naruto? Is everything alright? There's nothing wrong with it, Oji-san, but I want you to look at this seal. And tell me what you think. I have a theory, but I'll tell you after you give me your opinion about the seal. Then Naruto created a perfect seal to store chakra and stored some chakra in it. Showing the Hokage the entire sealing and unsealing process, he waited for his comment. Well, the seal isn't that complicated, and it's quick and easy to make. However, I can see that it's well balanced and stable no matter how much chakra is put into it. But what's the point of something like this? Why would anyone want to seal chakra in a seal if they wouldn't get it back when they released it? The Hokage asked, intrigued by how Naruto had managed to create such a good seal. Well, I'm sure you know about Anko-sensei's situation with that damned mark. I think this will help her. I just need to find a way to link this seal to the chakra that's concentrated in that mark. That way, I could seal that chakra completely, and when I release it, it will vanish into the surroundings, meaning it won't return to Anko-sensei. I just don't know how to connect it to that damn chakra yet. Wow. You surprise me, Naruto. There's a way to connect any seal with any type of chakra in any person or object. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. With that, the Hokage went to another room and, after several minutes, returned with 3 books. Here are all the books we have on seals in Konoha. I want you to start reading them in order. In the first book, there's a complex that will allow you to connect things to any chakra it's in contact with. I want you to learn it. But you mustn't test your theory on anyone before we've tested it enough times to be sure it won't harm anyone, okay? Hi, thank you, Oji-san, shouted Naruto, grabbing the books and running out of the room, leaving a smiling and surprised Hokage deep in thought. Anko stood before the elderly Hokage, waiting for him to let her speak. After a while, the old man finished some papers and looked at the Kanoiki. What can I do for you, Anko? Well, Hokage-sama, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. I don't know if it's important or not, but I feel that saying this might have potential for future information. Follow. Remember my curse mark? Well, during the patrol mission near the Valley of the End, it was bothering me. As you know, the seal is connected to Orochimaru, so I think that when it pulses with such force and power, it could lead us to Orochimaru or something related to him. It's like an amplifier of the seal. So I think you should send someone to investigate the area around the valley. Interesting. So you think there's a source of Orochimaru's chakra in the valley? Maybe. Well, I hope so. I'll send 2 Anbu to the valley to see if they find anything that will lead us to a deeper investigation. Thanks for the information. Naruto was sitting at Ikaruka's ramen stand eating his last ramen when he heard a girl's voice behind him. Naruto-kun. Hello Hinata-san. How are you? It's been so long. How are the missions going for you and your teammates? Good. We didn't do important missions like yours, but we did some nice things in town. I heard you had a C rank. How's that? The girl asked, without stuttering for the first time. Well, it was just a simple border patrol mission. Nothing happened, but you can't let your guard down because every minute there's the potential to be attacked by rogue ninjas trying to enter the country. That's right. What part of the country were you patrolling? Hinata asked, struggling to keep from fainting and trying to make conversation. Northern border, near the rice-growing area, around a valley called the Valley of the End. I don't know why they named it that. It's actually a pretty place, with 2 interesting statues on either side of a beautiful waterfall. Those statues looked like shinobi. I wonder who they were. Yes, they teach history about that status at the academy. Well, I was asleep most of the time in history class, Naruto said, scratching the back of his neck. Good. These are the statues of 2 famous shinobi in Konoha's history. One was Senju Arashi, a former member of the Senju clan in the Hidden Leaf Village. His statue stands on the east side of the valley, marked with a ram's paw seal. The other is Uchiha Madara, a former member of the Uchiha clan and an ancient warrior who appears to have died in battle against Arashi at the Valley of the End. His statue stands on the west side of the valley, marked with a tiger's paw seal. This valley is a place to remember the nobility and bravery of Senju Arashi, in contrast to the power-hungry, cowardly, and vengeful life of Uchiha Madara. Wow. You sound like Iruka-sensei. But honestly, with that status, it seemed like those 2 were the most powerful shinobi in history. They were Naruto. Madara was known for his Dojutsu, the Sharingan. And Arashi for his Dojutsu, the Byakugan. He wasn't a Hyuga, of course, but he was the first to possess the Byakugan. So you could say their fight was a battle of Dojutsu, a fight between light and darkness. Just like in the life of any human being. We all have a dark side, and throughout life, each person needs to struggle with themselves to forge their personality. Sometimes the dark side wins, and other times the light side, but when one of them wins, it's very difficult to change the person's personality. Yes. Oh, I almost forgot. Kurenai-sensei asked me to tell you that your team will be at training ground number 10 tomorrow for an information exchange. Alright. I'll let them know. Now I have to go train. By the way, could you tell me what Dojutsu is and how it makes people powerful tomorrow? Hi. Okay. For now. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Naruto sat in a meadow near training ground 44, meditating and trying to contact Kyubi. He was having trouble understanding the principles of some of the seals he had read about a few hours earlier and wanted to talk to Kyubi about the chakra contact seal, as he had named it after the type of seal he had discussed with the Hokage earlier that day. After about a minute, he found himself in his trance state, as he called it, in front of a naked redhead girl. Q-chan, do you think you could put on some kind of dress or cover your body in some way? Why don't you like what you see? That's not it. It's just that I don't feel relaxed when you show me everything. So I can finally show you something, and you like seeing something of me, huh? Please, Q-chan, could you stop bothering me? No, never. After all, it's part of my kitsune nature. Whatever. I just ask that you cover those special areas that make you different from me. Yeah, right. I have the most perfect body in the human world. And you want to cover it up? Wow, you're so boring. In the blink of an eye, Kyubi put on a little fabric, just enough to cover her femininity, but nothing on her chest. She only used her long red hair to cover her attributes. Inverted question mark. Is this okay now? Just a little show for me? I don't think you'll get any further, so let's start the business. Continue, Gaki. I'm sure you already know about my conversation with Oji-san. Do you think chakra connection seals might work? They should. Don't forget you can ask that beautiful and attractive girl named Hinata for help. She has the Byakugan, and with those eyes, she can see all the tenketsu and the chakra circulatory system. So she can tell you if those seals will work correctly or not. By the way, why are those eyes so important? Do they have so much power? Yes. You know that bloodlines are passed down from generation to generation and that each bloodline grants a person a power that no one else, except the clan, can possess. That's why each clan is unique in some way. I wonder what would happen if I had some kind of lineage. Inverted question mark. What do you want to have? I can modify your genetic map to create a kind of bloodline. I believe that, in the first change, I can alter your genes so that your children inherit your rapid healing ability. Currently, you heal so quickly thanks to my chakra, but if you wish, I can make it a genetic ability to be passed down through inheritance. Great. How long does it take to happen? And are there any side effects? I mean, I don't want to merge with your chakra and turn into a half-demon. Don't worry, it won't involve genetic fusion and there are no side effects, but the procedure will be slow, taking about 6 months for the complete change of your entire body's genetic map. Good. By the way, I want to tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone until I tell you who can know, okay? You can be sure I know how to keep secrets. Well, Uchiha Madara is not dead, as many believe. He lost his body, but not his soul. I don't know how it happened, but he wanders the shinobi world without a body. You could call him a ghost, but he isn't even a ghost, because ordinary people can see him. He can't harm people with jutsu or sharp objects, but he can play with your mind and manipulate you if you don't know him well. Shouldn't the grandfather be informed? Not for now. As I said, it's not a danger until you're mentally weak, okay? Now, the last thing I want to tell you. I need help with some seals I'm learning. I don't understand the principles, and Oji-san is very busy, so he can't help me. Okay. Come closer and let's begin the Fox training class. The next day, teams 8 and 10 met in training area 10. Their sensei arrived about 10 minutes later. Alright, I asked both teams to meet and exchange information. Now, let's begin by reporting on Team 7's latest mission. After Team 8 completed their patrol, the Uchiha clan requested a C-rank mission from the Hokage. It started as a simple mission, with the team expecting to encounter only bandits and no shinobi, but they then stumbled upon 2 missing chunin from the Land of Mist and a missing S-rank chunin from the same country. They successfully completed the mission, but with several members injured. They now report that a man named Gato was responsible for the economic crisis in the Land of Wind and that he died during the mission. Thanks to the bridge in the Land of Waves, the economy will improve, and that country will soon prosper. Meanwhile, my team carried out several D-rank missions and one C-rank mission, which involved delivering a scroll with a message to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The mission was a success without any problems. Now, Team 10 leader, please report on your patrol mission, Kurenai said. Hey, Anko-sensei, who's the team leader? You've never mentioned who the team leader should be before, Naruto asked shyly, scratching the back of his neck. Actually, I was observing your progress during the mission to assign leadership to one of you, but I couldn't decide, so I'll continue with the report. Our mission was to patrol the area around the northern border of the Land of Fire, near the Valley of the End. Anko began, reporting on the mission. After discussing the people who had crossed the border and the information they had gathered about other countries, they ended the meeting and began chatting about personal matters. But before leaving, both sensei asked them to stay until their return from the meeting with the Hokage. At that moment, Naruto asked Hinata to speak with him privately. Stepping away from the rest of the team, Naruto informed Hinata about Anko's condition, the mark on her neck, and her behavior when the mark was active and throbbing. Now, I found a really good seal that can seal chakra, and when you release it, it will dissipate into the environment. As you can see, I need someone to help me with the circulation of chakra in their nervous and circulatory systems. Could you help me with your dojutsu and tell me what that seal does to their chakra? Do you know how to do something like that? Naruto asked, hoping she could help. Well, I can try. Good. Now we wait for them to return, and then I'll ask them to let you keep an eye on Anko with your Byakugan, okay? 2. With that, Naruto began reading another part of the sealing book. It was the first book the Hokage had given him, and it covered the basics, but he was reading the chapter on chakra connecting seals. Thanks to the 9 tails, he now understood the mechanism of the seals up to that point. Of course, they weren't anything special, seals for storing things of different shapes and capacities, seals for simple smoke traps that activated when stepped on and revealed a person's location, and even a curious seal that functioned as an alarm clock. The later chapters were a bit more difficult, as they contained seals used by some medical ninja. These seals were used to manipulate chakra, and Naruto didn't fully understand them due to his lack of knowledge of medical jutsu. But he grasped how they transferred chakra and how they worked. Now, the only problem was finding a seal that would connect a person's chakra circulatory system according to the chosen chakra type. Most of the seals he had studied so far allowed him to connect to a person's chakra circulatory system, but none specified a particular chakra type. With Anko's problem, he needed to find a seal that would allow him to differentiate Anko's normal chakra from Orochimaru's. If he found it, the rest would be simple. He would use a chakra transfer seal and connect it with a chakra storage seal, and everything would work correctly. He began searching for a way to differentiate Anko's chakra from others. He started consulting books to see if he could find anything useful. He came across a small chapter on seals for medical ninjas that were used to determine a person's genetic map. The introduction explained that by combining one seal with another, one could define a person's chakra system and affinity. Perhaps this can help. Let's see if I can define Anko's chakra, then I should find a way to block the transfer of that chakra in the baths between seals, and by doing so, the only chakra that would be transferred would be Snake Team's. Now, how should I block the type of chakra that this seal detects and sends out? Then he began searching for the chapter on blocking seals. There were several seals to block different things, such as the flow of water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning. But there wasn't a specific seal to block the flow of the chakras. Perhaps I should look for the other books. Perhaps I don't need them. After all, if the mark doesn't continuously mix its chakra with Anko's, I could connect the mark and its chakra directly to the storage seal without needing to block anything. Well, I should wait for Anko-chan to return. An hour later, both Kanoiki returned with some papers in their hands. We have news. These are the documents to participate in the Chunin exams. We're not forcing you to participate. In fact, I think you should wait another year to be prepared. It's dangerous and you could die, so think carefully before agreeing to participate, Anko informed them. I'm not waiting. I'm definitely going to participate. After all, we train every day and had so many missions. So I think I'll be there, Ino said. Me too. I think, considering the amount of training I've had with both the clan and the team, I'm ready, Shino said. I should talk to you, Sensei, then I'll think about whether or not to participate, Naruto informed him. What do you mean? You'll tell us. Don't you want to become a Chunin faster? Ino asked. No. I want to be one of them, but as I told Konohamaru a long time ago, there are no shortcuts, so if I'm not prepared, I won't participate. Before anyone could say anything else, Naruto asked Anko, Kurenai, and Hinata to accompany him. Stepping aside slightly, Naruto informed Anko and Kurenai about Hinata's help in obtaining the seal. It's very kind of you to help others, Hinata, Kurenai said with a warm smile on her face. Yes, can you really see my chakra system? 2. Then start right now and say what you see. Hinata, activating her Dojutsu, began scanning Anko's Tenketsu and chakra system. After approximately 1 minute, she began reporting. No, I see 2 distinct types of chakra in your system. One resembles your normal chakra, emanating from your core chakra, and the other seeps in from a center in your neck, on the left side. The problem is that this second chakra doesn't mix with yours, but circulates through your system in pulses. In other words, it's like a heart that, with each beat, releases chakra into your system, thus blocking your normal chakra at each tenketsu it reaches before fading away. And it pulses continuously. Damn! Now I have problems to solve, Naruto said, thinking aloud. What do you mean, little fox? Anko asked. Well, I was hoping the mark wouldn't pulse continuously and that the chakra wouldn't circulate permanently through your system. Now I need to find a way to block your normal chakra along the sealing path to prevent it from sealing into the storage seal, Naruto reported. And how will you differentiate my normal chakra from that bastard's? Anko asked. There's a special seal used to define a person's genetic map, along with their chakra signature and affinity type. I can use it, but it will be blocked, so the only possible chakra transfer will be the snake's. However, I haven't found any seals that block the flow of chakra yet. I need to investigate further, and perhaps I should ask Koji-san about it. And after that, will you be able to heal the mark from Anko's course? Kurenai asked, amused by Naruto's progress in the art of sealing. Yes, if I find a tamper-evident seal, it will be guaranteed and safe to use. Well done, kid. I'm looking forward to it and I'm counting on you. Hey, Anko-sensei, do you think I'm ready for the Chunin exam? Please answer honestly. Well, Foxy, for a rookie you're very powerful and have progressed a lot, but that doesn't mean you're strong enough for the Chunin exams. I think if you participate, you'll pass, but I'm not sure about the outcome. It's up to you. If you ask me, I'd tell you to be patient and wait until next year. That way, you'll surely pass. Thank you, Anko-chan. Then I won't participate. Well, I think you should inform your teammates too. With that, Naruto returned to his team and told them his decision about the exam. Ino, surprised, took it calmly, simply saying she would find someone else to replace him, but Shino was a different story. He was furious, and his insects buzzed around him with a terrifying sound. You're betraying us, you idiot. What did you call me? Idiot? Why? Traitor? Do you know what that means? You leave us alone just when we need you. What does this mean if not betrayal? Shino, I simply don't think I'm ready for the exam, and that's all. Do you think I should continue just because my team wants me to? What if I die? Will you think I was killed because of you? No. You'll just say I was weak and start denying everything, saying I shouldn't participate no matter what you said. That's not right. And WHO said you're going to die? Well, I don't want to argue about this, Shino. That's my decision, and it's final. Go to hell. And after shouting the last phrase several times, Shino left the place, leaving behind a stunned Naruto. It was the weekend, and today was the day of the Chunin exams. Ino worked hard to find another available member and finally discovered that Shikamaru wouldn't participate because he thought the exams would be too difficult, and Sakura thought she was too weak and didn't want to die before marrying Sasuke, so she wouldn't participate either. So now the new team consisted of Ino, Shino, and Hinata. They were in classroom 301 of the academy waiting for the exams to begin. No one knew that Naruto also had some plans for the exams. Flashback no Jutsu. 2 days before the Chunin exam, Naruto was meditating and talking to Kyuubi about the exam. So clever, do you think being free from exams will help you? But how? Well, Q-chan, my plan was to gather information about the exams, the participants, and everything I could find during the exam. And how will you do it? I will create several shadow clones, perhaps around 100, and transform them into insects to place them wherever the participants are. One clone per participant, which will constantly follow them to gather as much information as possible. One clone for each part of the exam will be in charge of gathering information about its operation and mechanics. One clone for each team sensei will gather information about each one, who they are, what they know, and what they are capable of. And what do you plan to do with all this information, darling? Remember when we talked about trusting people and finding powerful shinobi around us for future plans? Well, I think this exam is a good place to start. First, I'll find the strongest ones, and with the information I gather, I'll be able to find a way to befriend them and learn who I can trust and who I can't. Good plan. I think you should do the same with the council members. After all, I don't have a very high opinion of them. You could even do it with the Hokage. It's not that I don't trust him, but you can learn a lot just by observing him and seeing how he does his job and makes decisions. Good idea, Q-chan. When there were now so many clones in the room, all resembling different types of insects, from ants to mosquitoes, that Naruto ordered them to stay away from Shino, knowing that the insect boy might consider contact with the insects surrounding him and thus discover his plan. As you know, the Konoharukis caused a commotion with their shouting. Kabuto appeared to give Sasuke information about the countries, and Gaara and Lee were attacked by members of the village hidden in the sound. Afterward, the first part began, a written exam under Ibiki's direction. So I'll summarize the process up to the moment Orochimaru attacked Sasuke. In the middle of the attack, Orochimaru sensed a new chakra signature behind him. He leapt back and faced Gaara, who attacked him with sand. Poor Gaara soon found himself trapped in Orochimaru's mouth. Orochimaru tested the seal's instability. He knew that if they didn't stop this person, he could unleash his fury every minute before his attack, so he decided to apply the 5 elements seal. He would remove it the night before the attack. While performing the seal, Naruto's shadow clone was very close. It was on the snake sage's shoulder, so he could observe the details and the elements contained in each finger. When Gaara fell unconscious, Sasuke received the mark, and Orochimaru left the team. The shadow clone that had seen the seal dissipated, convinced that he had seen enough of the team and what they were capable of. Naruto, sitting in his lotus-shaped apartment with scrolls at hand, ready to jot down any information received from the shadow clones, remembered the snake bastard. He quickly wrote about the seal and how it had been performed. He also gleaned information about the attack, recalling Orochimaru whispering in Gaara's ear that he would inform him he would remove the seal the night before the attack. I must inform Oji-san. That bastard is plotting something big. So he created another shadow clone and ordered it to go to the Hokage and inform him about the possibility of Orochimaru attacking the village during the exam. A few minutes later, he regained the memory of the shadow clone and smiled as he recalled the old man's expression when he asked how he had learned that Sasuke was marked and how he knew Orochimaru and that information. The strange thing was that, when the old man asked those questions, the shadow clone dissolved with a wide smile, surprising the Hokage and somehow getting his answer. 5 days later, Naruto had gathered all the information about who had made it to the tower and how the preliminaries had unfolded. He frowned, recalling Hinata's fight with Neji. But then he remembered Kakashi's work with Sasuke's mark and his conversation with Orochimaru. Later that night, he obtained information from the shadow clone tracking Tamari, the Genin from Suna and Gaara's sister, about the details of the attack and the involvement of the Kazekage, Sasuke's ally. So, creating another shadow clone, he informed the Hokage of the details. Having completed his task, he decided that the information gathering was finished and reviewed all the scrolls he had written during those 5 days. When he finished, he went to sleep. After all, it had been 5 days without sleep, and he was exhausted. The next day, Naruto stood before the Hokage. He wanted answers regarding his theory about the seals blocking. "Grandpa, I need your help with the sealing process." I spoke to you earlier about Anko. So, how can I help you? What's the process like? You know, I found the chakra transfer seal. The problem is, after Hinata examined Anko-chan, I learned that the chakra emanating from the seal functions as continuous pulses in her circulatory system, so I need a way to separate her chakra from the snake's. I found a seal that detects Anko's chakra, so the only problem is how to block its transfer within the seals. I know Orochimaru performed an elemental block on Gaara. Do you think something similar can be done to block Anko's chakra transfer within the seal complex? The 5-element seal can also be written on paper. In this case, it will be transferred to the final seal complex, which will be your storage seal. So there won't be any problem when it's finished. And as for your second question, it depends on the complex you're developing. Can you explain the complex? Yes, here you go, take a look. Naruto began drawing hand seals on paper, working from the center outward. In the center was the storage seal, with its 2 circles, but the 5 lines between them extended beyond the seal, connecting it to another circular seal, the chakra transfer seal. There was a line connecting to the outer circle in opposite directions, with one more step before connecting to another chakra drain seal. This step was blank. Outside the chakra drain seal was another seal that would differentiate Anko's chakra from the genetic map. This seal was connected to yet another type of chakra drain, but this last one was only used to drain a small amount of chakra as an experiment. As you can see, I'm missing a step. This step will be the core. We need that seal of the 5 elements with an additional complex that allows the chakra to flow if it's not like the sample we get when sampling the seal. I can't seem to figure this out. Let me see. There's an ancient seal for this kind of work. It's a bit complex, but I think you can decipher it because you have it on your QB seal. You won't find it in books because it's S-class. But wait a moment. I'll go find the seal scroll. After a few minutes, the Hokage returned from his personal library, indicating to Naruto where he was. Here it is. Now let me explain it to you. After an hour, Naruto had completely mastered the complex seals and successfully imported them into the system he had developed. Upon reviewing the system with the old man, they both agreed that it was finalized and safe to use, with no side effects. Sarutobi summoned his secretary and asked her to call Anko. Upon her arrival, they left the tower and headed to the same spot where Kakashi had sealed Sasuke's seal. At the tower, Naruto explained all the parts of the seal to Anko and asked if she wanted to try it. "I'll die if necessary to get rid of this damn thing, so don't ask me twice." "Okay, I need you to take off all your clothes and let me get started." Without a word, Anko undressed and lay down on the ground, letting Naruto begin. Struggling to control his hormones, Naruto started tracing hand seals around her beautiful body. He found it particularly difficult to work on her curves and between her legs. But knowing that altering the seals could kill Anko helped him control himself. The process of tracing the seals took an hour, and throughout that time the Hokage observed him attentively and professionally, giving Naruto instructions and notes. When the seals were finished, Naruto looked at Anko, asking if she wanted to stop. "Listen, before you start, I want to tell you something. I just want you to know that I'd trust you, and if you were only 3 or 4 years older, I'd be in love with you, and you wouldn't be able to escape my love. Now don't hesitate and get to work." Naruto, blushing, began channeling chakra into all the complex activation seals. After a few seconds, the seals began to glow, and the task was underway. The removal process took 2 hours to complete, and after that the mark on Anko's neck disappeared and the seal on the final paper, which was the storage seal, had the inscription "Snake Venom" in the center. "Grandpa, do you think we should deactivate the seal or should we keep it to continue experimenting?" "Naruto, this chakra is dangerous. I can't risk keeping it. Deactivate it and let it dissolve into nature." 2. With that, Naruto performed the ram hand seal and deactivated the paper seal. The paper exploded, releasing a massive amount of chakra, and after a minute, the purple chakra vanished into thin air, leaving Anko and Naruto exhausted and asleep. Orochimaru, sitting in his room, daydreamed about his imminent attack on Konoha. Suddenly, he felt the chakra signature on Anko's neck fade. He could no longer track her. "What the hell?" Snake Sunin yelled. People within a kilometer radius could hear a guy screaming and cursing, wondering who he was and what had happened to him. Orochimaru was lost in thought. What had happened to Anko? All he knew was that Anko was dead. But he had seen her 3 days before. So what? I think something interesting has happened. I should send Kabuto to investigate further. 10 minutes later, a bird sent to the spy asked him to investigate and gather information on possible ways to remove the curse mark. Naruto didn't understand why the Hokage had asked him for an S-class mission. He was sitting in the office waiting for the client to arrive when someone asked to come in. Forward. Naruto looked in surprise at the person who entered. Oji-san, don't tell me I have to go on the mission with team. Naruto, Sasuke is your client for this mission. Pretty HN. Well, Orochimaru placed the cursed mark on him, and I want you to remove it. This is an S-class case because I don't want the villagers to know. Keep in mind that we must keep this information secret if we don't want Orochimaru to find the solution. And who told you I would agree, Hokage-sama? Asked the arrogant black-haired boy. It's not up to you to choose, kid. I am an Uchiha, and I will do as I please. This mark gives me power. I saw that power in the forest when I fought the Sound Ninja. Why would I want it taken away? Sasuke, this mark will kill you. Do you think Orochimaru gave it to you out of kindness? No. He gave it to you because he wants to control your mind and body. This mark will act as Orochimaru wishes. We cannot allow you to fall into the hands of a traitor. HN. Grandpa, why should I take it off team? He didn't want me to take it off, and I don't see why you want him to be clean if he wants to be dirty. Naruto. This is an order. It's not fair, Oji-san. That's final. Uchiha Sasuke, I want you to prepare. We will remove the mark tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Leave. Sasuke walked through the streets towards his home, thinking about the Hokage's orders. I'm an Uchiha, how can that old bastard give me orders? I need power, I'm going to kill him. I must keep this mark. I can't let this happen. I need it. I must keep this mark. Now, how can I do that? Should I consult the council? No. Those old men will say the same thing. Or they'll say they can't allow the Sharingan to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Will this mark kill me? No, it will make me powerful. Is it under Orochimaru's control? What does it matter? If it makes me powerful, I'll do whatever it takes. Orochimaru said I should go to him for power. Should I do that? But if I go, I'll be a rogue ninja and soon I'll have many hunters on my heels. Well, there's no other choice. As he walked, he came face to face with Kabuto. The boy with the crystal was checking his equipment to see if the mark was in place and what he would do. Oh, hello Sasuke-kun. Get lost. Come on. I have a secret I need to share with you, but not in public. Can we come over to your house? HN. 10 minutes later, Sasuke was sitting in his room looking into his eyes through the glass. Say what you want and get out. Hey! Where's the spirit of youth? I'm outraged. I need to think about my problem. I need to be alone. Does this problem have to do with the brand? How do you know about the brand? Sasuke asked, his eyes wide. Let's just say I work for the person who gave it to you. The Hokage wants him to retire. As far as I know, there's no way anyone can eliminate him until he dies. It seems that guy has found a way to remove it. I can't believe that a loser like him, a last place rookie, could remove the mark Orochimaru gave me, but I can't risk it with steel. I need it to be powerful, and I want it. What should I do? I have a plan if you want to hear it. Follow. It was night and Sakura was frustrated. She had been looking for Sasuke since morning and couldn't find him. Where is he? She asked the air, sitting on the park bench. She heard footsteps and looked in the direction she saw Sasuke walking with the backpack. Sasuke-kun, I've been looking for you since this morning. Where were you? HN. Do you have a backpack? Do we have a mission? How long do I have to go and get my things ready? There's no mission, Sakura, I'm leaving this pathetic town. Pretty. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared behind her and knocked her down. Naruto looked at the Hokage, something wasn't right. He didn't know what it was, but something was bothering him. Oji-san, where is team? Naruto, I have bad news. He left the village last night without permission, and no one knows where he's gone. I have a good feeling. Do you want me to tell you what it is? I think the same as you. If our assumption is correct, he's in serious trouble. Do you mean this town has problems? Both. Now that I know Orochimaru wants to attack us, I can't send shinobi after Sasuke. I think Orochimaru planned this to force us to withdraw our ninjas from the village so he could attack us. Maybe. Or maybe he thought we wouldn't send them and that he could easily keep the team for himself. He wins either way. What should we do, Naruto? And what does he gain by having Sasuke? I'm not sure. Come on, you know you can trust me. He was working on a kinjutsu when he was in the village. This kinjutsu would allow him to use another person's body as a host so he could transfer his soul into the new person. He would have all of his abilities and also gain those of the new host. In other words, he's searching for the Sharingan. And why does he want it? He had an obsession. He thought that if a shinobi learned all the jutsu in the world, he would be powerful. That's why I think he needs the Sharingan to start copying all the jutsu he sees. He might start a war with all the villages over this. Damn! This sounds interesting. Does the Sharingan copy all jutsu? Not all. But most. Especially jutsu that use hand seals. But techniques like the Rasengan, the fourth Hokage's ultimate technique, are something the Sharingan can't copy because it only manipulates chakra, and those eyes can't see chakra as well as the Byakugan. That sounds like trouble. If he gets all those jutsu, then no force will be able to stop him, right? No. Jutsus are just techniques, Naruto. There are many things beyond jutsus that are needed to win a battle. Great willpower is one of them. I'm going to tell you a true secret of the shinobi world: if you have someone to protect, you will be strong, even if you don't know many jutsus. And there's something else. You know they call me professor because I know more than 1,000 jutsus, but do you think I copied them? Or that I learned them in just 2 or 3 years? No. It took me more than 20 years to learn them all. Let me tell you something, if you know 10 jutsus and master them, you are more powerful than someone who knows 200 jutsus but hasn't fully mastered more than 1 or 2. That makes sense. Now then, what should we do about the problem we have at hand, Oji-san? I think we can't risk going after that guy, but we should work on the attack plan we have prepared for that snake bastard. Well, I have a secret mission for you. Have you heard of Jiraiya? He's another Sannin, the Toad Sannin. He has long white hair and wears a Hittite with the kanji for oil. I want you to find him and bring him to me. He's the head of our intelligence and has an extensive spy network. By the way, he was Fourth's teacher. The most likely place to find him is near the hot springs, specifically in the women's area. And why the women's section? You'll know when you see it. Can I ask you to teach me? I think he'll reject you, but if you can convince him, why not? In fact, I think you're the ideal person to be his apprentice too. Naruto stared in disbelief at an old man. The man was blatantly spying on the women's section of the spa. Naruto wondered how to convince this pervert to teach him. Is he really the Toad Sannin? He's a total pervert. Should I trust him? Can he really be the fourth Hokage's master? Believe me, kid. I saw him when he was attacking me. He was riding a huge toad while he was fighting me. And he's very strong. Don't be fooled by appearances. Q-chan, how can I convince him? Tell him he should get revenge for what they did to you years ago. He'll ask you about it, and then just say one word, my name. Good plan, Q-chan. Thank you. No problem. By the way, do you like to have fun? A little joke? Safe. As QB gave him instructions, Naruto smirked beneath his black mask. Approaching the Sannin, he delivered a kick to his rear that sent him flying into the bamboo wall. The poor man found himself caught between 2 furious women. After a few minutes of leaving him breathless, the white-haired man approached the boy. What's your problem, brat? Let's see. Consider this as compensation for what you did to me years ago. And what is that? Just one word. QB. Now Jiraiya was in a state of shock, standing with his legs spread, pointing at Naruto with trembling hands. Do you know who I am? Yes, a perverted old Sannin. I am the student of the third Hokage and the master of the fourth Hokage, the great Sannin of Toad Mountain and the great author of Icha Paradise. And I'm not just some perverted brat, I'm a super pervert. Yes, I see it clearly. Now I have 2 things to discuss with you. First, I want you to teach me and take me on as your apprentice. Second, Oji-san asked me to bring you with him. Oji-san? Jiraiya couldn't believe it. That brat had led him straight to his sensei, the man he'd been running from because of those damned missions he kept assigning him. After all, he was a genius at gathering information and didn't want any extra missions, especially not when he wanted to talk to his sensei. They'd never really gotten along, but what had happened didn't matter. He was standing right in front of his sensei. He was glad the brat had left them alone and made them wait outside the room. "Well, Sensei, what is this so important that you sent a brat to interrupt my research? Have you heard about Orochimaru lately?" "Yes, he's gathering shinobi to found a new village. But it's not that big of a deal." "What's so important about it?" "It seems that brat has more information than you do. Orochimaru is planning to attack Konoha during the Chunin exams, but we don't have any details about it. Have you heard anything suspicious about it?" Now I recall hearing a rumor about his visit to the Kazekage recently. Do you think he plans to use them in an attack? "I don't think so, I'm not sure." Naruto overheard the Tsunade sensei talking about the attack plan and saw Orochimaru speaking with the Tsunade Jinchuriki about the attack. "This changes things, sensei. Then we're really in trouble. And this is not all. What else do you have to surprise me with, sensei?" Uchiha Sasuke left the village, and we're certain he went with Orochimaru. That bastard placed the cursed seal on the Uchiha clan. By the way, let me tell you, that kid you call a brat found a clever way to remove Orochimaru's cursed seal. Pretty? And you know about his heritage, right? "Yes, I know. But does he know I'm his godfather?" "Not yet." Outside the Hokage's office, Naruto was talking to Kyubi. "Q-chan, do you think I can help Oji-san defend the village?" "You did it cleverly. That information is much more than that." "Yes, but I want to help him fight the snake monster, and do you know that Orochimaru?" "I know him better than anyone, that fox. When I was fighting against the village, he was always around, taking advantage of the situation to kidnap boys and girls. I didn't have time to stop him, but I saw him do it more than once. In fact, I think he's behind some of the things that happened in the village, like the Uchiha massacre and even my summoning." "I'm not sure about the summoning, but knowing that bastard, it's very likely he's involved in all of this." Getting back to the topic, do you think I can learn any jutsu that will help Oji-san? "Well, let me see. You know how to use the shadow clone technique, but it's not much of a weapon against him." "I'm not sure, but considering that Toad Sanin was the fourth Hokage's teacher, maybe he can teach you the Rasengan. And I think you can now learn more jutsu from the hidden scrolls with your improved chakra control after your recent training." "And what jutsu should I learn?" "I'm not sure. You should choose something that will help you against him. Something that will corner him and give you an element of surprise. Let's see. I think I've found something useful, but it's very difficult to learn." "You know me, nothing can stop me from learning difficult jutsus." "Okay, here's the plan." The Hokage was fed up with the planning sessions with Jiraiya. He wanted to convince him to take Naruto on as an apprentice, but that pervert refused, saying he had research to do and that the brat would be trouble. So he decided to take a chance and let Naruto do the work. With that idea in mind, he asked Naruto to come into the room. "Finally, grandfather. Has Uro-sennin agreed to teach me?" "Stop calling me that, please, Kami, not him, not like his father." "Alright, Uro-sennin, want to bet? If you win, I won't call you that or ask you to teach me for the rest of my life, but if I win, I'll call you that until I die and you'll take me as your apprentice." "Agreed?" "Deal, brat." "You don't stand a chance of winning," Jiraiya said arrogantly, thinking Naruto would ask for an extra fight. "Okay, look, I propose that you stop spying on women for at least 3 months. Okay?" "Hey, that's not fair." "But you said you agreed, and there's no way I can win," said the blonde boy with a smile beneath his mask. "You won't be able to do anything if I reject the bet." "Okay. No problem. I'll go to the village and tell everyone that the Sani Neurotoad refused to stop spying on the women's hot springs." "Damn. You won, brat. I hate you." "Thank you. By the way, Oji-san, may I ask what you will do when Orochimaru attacks?" "We had already made plans with Jiraiya, so don't worry, Naruto." "I'm not worried, Oji-san, but I have a surprise for that bastard, and I need to be near you when he attacks. And nobody can stop me. Dadabayo." "Oh my god, he learned that phrase from his mother. God help me, please. Can you guess who it was?" "Naruto, Orochimaru is far above your level. You'll die in a minute," the Hokage said with certainty. "Looks like you've forgotten about my company, old man," Naruto said, pointing his index finger at his stomach. "I haven't forgotten, but do you remember Gaara? What happened to him during the fight with Orochimaru?" "I was in trouble because I trusted that bastard. And he was far inferior to me. After all, He has a one-tailed demon and I have the ninth. What's your plan, brat? Jiraiya asked, finally finding his voice to speak. Well, let's just say I know a kinjutsu that can corner the team by giving him unpleasant surprises. We can't risk your life without knowing your plan, Naruto. OG-san, I'm telling you only once, I'll be by your side fighting that bastard and no one will stop me. Dadabayo. No. And that's final. Now I want you to go see Jiraiya and start your lessons right away. Hi, we'll see, old man, we'll see. An hour later, Naruto and Jiraiya were standing in a field in the jungle. Alright, Naruto. I need to know about you. What jutsus do you know? What is your most powerful jutsu and what is your weakness? Well, I know many jutsu, but I haven't mastered them yet, so I won't name them. Besides the academy's basics, I know the shadow clone technique, and my weakness is genjutsu. I can't cast it or dispel it. Shadow clone, huh? Not bad. Don't worry about the genjutsu now. Tell me, can you summon Kyuubi's chakra? I haven't tried it yet, but I can contact her. So it's not a big deal. Are they? Yes, Kyuubi is a woman. Well, that was a surprise. Now I'll teach you two things. One will be summoning creatures, and the other the Rasengan. But both are difficult, and just so you know, it took the 4th Hokage 3 years to perfect the Rasengan, while it took me 3 months to learn it. Wow. Can you show me the jutsu? Well, Naruto, it's not a jutsu. It's just chakra manipulation. But for now, we'll do summoning. Hello. What should I do? Tell me, do you like toads? Or do you want some other kind of contract? What contracts exist? I have toads. Anko and Orochimaru have snakes, the Hokage has monkeys, Tsunade has slugs, and Kakashi has dogs. What are the benefits for each one? Toads can teach you the sage arts, which involve connecting with nature and using natural chakra instead of your own, granting you unlimited chakra and power. They can also give you oil that you can burn with a fire jutsu, and believe me, it will be a devastating attack. I'm not sure about snakes. Slugs can help you with medical jutsu and spit acid. You can ask the Hokage about monkeys, but I think they specialize in taijutsu. And finally, dogs are useful for tracking people. I think I'll choose the toads then. I'm satisfied with your choice. Now you must sign the contract, and then I'll teach you how to summon. 15 minutes later, Naruto signed the contract right after Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and learned the necessary hand seals. He then asked Kyuubi for a chakra boost, and the fox granted him a small amount. Naruto summoned Gamabunta, who tested him. He had to stand on it. After hours of jumping and trembling in the jungle, Naruto passed the test. Upon finishing, he died from chakra exhaustion. The next morning, Naruto was in his apartment reading hidden scrolls and learning the kinjutsu he needed to fight Orochimaru. I need 3 corpses. How can I get them, Q-chan? Inverted question mark. Remember those sound Janon? You can easily defeat them, kill them, and use them for this. Yes, I can do it, but won't someone suspect your absence? Now that we know Orochimaru was behind the sound in their attack, I think people will be thrilled to see them defeated. Of course, I'm not so sure about the snake. Yes, you're right. And that's when Naruto began planning his night attack. 2 weeks flew by, and today was the Chunin exam finals, but for Naruto, it was the day of the great battle against the Hokage. He created a shadow clone and ordered it to stay away from Ino, Shino, and Sakura. Any of them could tell it was a shadow clone. Ino and Sakura could strike it on the head and disintegrate it, and Shino, thanks to his renowned observation, would easily find it, as well as its eyes. Once that was settled, he used transformation, transforming into an insect and heading straight for the cage pavilion. It was a double-edged plan. From there, he could better observe the fights, listen to the conversations between the cage, and he was certain that if Orochimaru attacked the Hokage, he would be close enough to fight alongside the old man. He was fully armed with senbon needles, kunai, and shuriken. He was a master of the shadow shuriken and could create thousands of shuriken or kunai. He also had welding pills, but not for himself. He was certain that if the Hokage was forced to fight the snake monster, his chakra would naturally be depleted after a while. After all, he was much stronger than the snake monster, even without considering Orochimaru's death technique. The battles were fantastic. Every shinobi gave their all to demonstrate their skill in strategy and combat. The Uchiha wasn't there to fight Gaara, and Naruto was furious again, remembering his betrayal. Would I fight alongside that snake guy again? No, he's weaker than most Chunin and Hunin, and he knows it. Even if his arrogance prevents him from believing it, that snake guy is too smart to let him risk his life by coming to the village so soon. And I don't think he mastered the course seal that quickly, Naruto thought. The first round ended quickly, and the supervisor informed those in the stadium that there would be a short break before the second match. But Naruto was observing the Kazekage's strange behavior. It was as if he were sending invisible signals to someone. As soon as the second round began, the people in the stadium fell asleep under the Genjutsu's effect. Thank goodness that Wretch abandoned the cage's booth out of sheer laziness to dispel the Genjutsu. Or perhaps he was certain the Hokage would do it, so why bother trying? And suddenly a smoke bomb appeared in the cage's cockpit, and when the smoke cleared, the Kazekage was behind the third Hokage with a kunai in his hand, pressing against the Hokage's neck. "You're losing your sharpness, sensei. And you're still as foolish as ever, Orochimaru." With that, they both leapt onto the rooftop, with Naruto perched on the Hokage's shoulder like a tiny insect. Soon, a battle cry echoed across the arena, and the sound and sand ninjas attacked the Konoha ninjas. But it seemed the Hokage had informed his shinobi of the attack, and they were already in strategic positions. This made Orochimaru wonder how his plan had been discovered. But regardless of whether they knew or not, Orochimaru was certain this was the end of Konoha. "Listen, sensei, I have a gift for you. Let me help you reconnect with some old friends." Having said that, Orochimaru began to make hand gestures that Naruto knew well. "Kuchiyo's no jutsu, Edo Tensei." Orochimaru said that 3 coffins emerged from the roof and that 4 sound shinobi formed a kind of barrier around them. The coffins opened and the first Hokage and the second Hokage emerged. "It's been a long time, Sarutobi." "You've grown old, my friend." "What the hell? Why is it empty?" I think we should call it a day for this family gathering, shall we?" And suddenly, poof, Naruto was standing next to the Hokage. "I told you that no one can stop me, Oji-san." "Naruto, it's a cage-level fight, you don't stand a chance." "Well, then let it be a cage-level fight," and with that, Naruto began making hand seals and shouted, "Kuchiyo's new jutsu, Edo Tensei." Now 5 coffins appeared as before and the doors opened and out came the Shadaime, the Nidaime Kazekage and the Tsuchikage with the Sundaime Tsuchikage. They said nothing, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto stabbed them all with the kunai bearing the seals, preventing Orochimaru from destroying them before the jutsu was complete. Poor Orochimaru was so shocked that he forgot he hadn't stabbed them in the sides. As soon as Naruto finished his jutsu, 5 cage-level shinobi attacked the other 2, who were watching with blank stares. "What the hell? How can that brat do this? This requires a ton of chakra. He shouldn't even be able to pull it off, let alone make them fight. I shouldn't be able to maintain this for that long, and then I'll be able to fight Sensei one-on-one. This wasn't what I planned, but after all, I'm more powerful than him with my jutsu." "Kukiku. This brat is interesting, Sensei, but I think the show will be over soon and I shouldn't be able to keep him alive, so let's play." With that, he began attacking the 6 cage-level shinobi. How wrong he was about Naruto. After 30 minutes of fighting, or should I say a ping-pong match for the shinobi cage on Naruto's side, using the Team Snake as a ball, Orochimaru was on all fours, injured and bleeding, unable to even stand upright. "Damn brat. If I die, I'll take your old man with me." With that thought in mind, Orochimaru gathered his last bit of strength and leapt toward the third Hokage, Kasunagi's sword in hand, plunging it deep into the old man's chest. This was the only chance the other cage had to finish off Orochimaru, and each of them unleashed their elite jutsu to attack him. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's head rolled across the ground, and the third Hokage gasped for breath. Naruto, come here, I have something to say." "Oji-san." "Listen. I don't have much time. When the time comes for my funeral, use the shadow clone technique like you used to do in my library. Tell your clone to go to my office and look behind the 4th Hokage's picture. There's a seal. Infuse it with chakra, and you'll get another scroll. You'll find about your heritage and your parents, and you'll have your parents' scroll. I'm sorry, kid. I was asked to tell you this when you were ready to overcome yourself. I just want you to know that I loved you like my grandson, Naruto. And T-R-Y-O-R-B-S. The old man couldn't finish his last sentence, closed his eyes, and with his last breath, died in Naruto's arms. Kid, you don't have time to be angry. You used all your chakra, even some of mine, on that jutsu. You must use the fire release jutsu and reduce that bastard's body to ashes so no one can use his remains later and cause trouble. Then, seal that sword. It's a legendary sword, you'll need it when you learn to use swords. Hurry and burn that body. Naruto left the third Hokage on the ground and used a fire-style jutsu to reduce Orochimaru's body to ashes and seal the Kusanagi sword into a storage scroll. Putting the scroll in his pocket, he approached the third Hokage's body and collapsed beside him, unconscious from exhaustion. The third Hokage's funeral was being held. Naruto sent a shadow clone to the funeral. He couldn't attend himself. He knew that some shinobi believed he had killed the old man. Only the Anbu outside the barrier, observing the battle, knew the truth, and it was their report that saved Naruto from the council members. Naruto was in the Hokage's office thinking about the last words the Hokage had said to him. He knew all along that I was sneaking into his office and library, so why did he let me? She found the answer when she went to the Hokage's personal office. All the scrolls were missing. What the heck? Thank goodness I finished copying them a few days ago. Otherwise I would have lost a lot of useful stuff. But now I don't have time to think. I need to hurry. The last thing I need is for someone to see me here. With that thought, he went to the portrait of the fourth Hokage. Looking up and peering behind the image, he found the seal. He infused chakra into it, and a scroll appeared. There was another seal. This one was new. He infused chakra into it, and an envelope appeared. His work there was finished. 2 hours later, Naruto was sitting in his apartment opening the letter. Naruto, I always knew you were copying the contents of my library. I'm glad you did. A few days ago, I realized you stopped sending your clones, so I think you finished copying the scrolls. I know I won't survive the attack, and I hope I can take my student with me to the afterlife. I should have done this years ago, and now I'm paying the price. Today, I burned all the scrolls. I can't trust anyone but you to possess all those jutsu, so use them with honor. I might not have time to tell you about your parents, so I'll write it here. But first, you should know that your father asked me to keep this information secret until you turned 16 or became a chunin, so you could defend yourself. Your father had many enemies, and he was certain that if they discovered who you were, they would hunt you down for revenge. Now you might be wondering who your father was. Well, you know him as the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and your mother was Uzumaki Kushina. You were named after your mother to protect you from your father's enemies. If you're reading this letter, it means I've died and you found the other scroll with the seal from your father's scroll. I don't know what it contains. You know, your father was the true master of seals, and that seal on the scroll needs your blood to open. Remember that your father, your mother, I, and your godfather Jiraiya loved you more than anyone. I even loved you more than my own son, more than Konohamaru. Thank you, Naruto, for brightening my days with your light. Your grandfather, the third Hokage Sarutobi Oji-san. Naruto wept uncontrollably. He had reread the letter over and over, thinking about how kind and fatherly the old man had been in his life. Oji-san. Jiraiya was not happy. He was in the council chamber only 3 days after Sarutobi's death. Well, Jiraiya. You know we lost our Hokage, and the shinobi village can't be without one for long. We've discussed it amongst ourselves, and we believe you're the best choice to be the next Hokage, said Hyuga Hiyashi, head of the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya, before you say anything, I want you to think about other things besides yourself, said the head of the Inuzuka clan, whose name Jiraiya had long forgotten. And please, even if it's just once in your life, take things seriously, said the Aburame clan chief. Mendukes, Jiraiya, I don't want to think about the problems of being Hokage and having the job, but, after all, we are the most powerful village in the world and we need someone who fits this perspective of power in the shinobi world, and I think you're the only one, said the head of the Nara clan. What the hell? Don't they know about Tsunade, the other Sannin? Then why are they choosing me? I can't get the job. If I accept, who will run the spy network? It's a good job for my research, but only if I can get rid of all this paperwork. And I won't have time to write my books either. Besides, there's Naruto. If I become Hokage, I won't have much time to train him, and I promised Minato I'd train his son. Well, I'm sorry to have saddened you, but I refuse. I have an extensive spy network, and I believe no one else can manage it as well as I can. And I'm certain that this spy network is as important as the Hokage position itself. But I have a suggestion. And what is that? Hiyashi asked. Tsunade. We don't know where he is, Inuzuka replied. And you know how he felt about the people after his loss, Aburame said. Mendukes, can you find her? And if you find her, what are the chances of convincing her to come to the village, and what are the chances of her accepting the job? Nara asked. Well, I can find her. I know about her loss and how she's feeling. And I'm the right person to talk to her because I was her teammate and I know her better than anyone. I don't think it'll be easy to convince her to come to town, let alone take the job. But at least we can try. And if you can't convince her, then you should take the job yourself, Inuzuka said. I won't do it, and you should find someone else. Maybe you, Danzo. We'll discuss this if she refuses, replied the old man, half his face and body bandaged. Now I have other matters to discuss with you, council members, Jiraiya said, knowing he was opening the gates of hell. And what is that? Asked the pink-haired woman, speaking for the first time. She was the head of the Haruno clan. Naruto. What's this about the demon brat? Said the pink-haired girl. First, you're breaking the third Hokage's law. Even though he's dead, the law still stands. If you call him a demon one more time, I'll kill you myself. Second, it seems the third Hokage told you about your heritage. His inheritance? What do you mean? Hiyashi asked. Isn't he an orphan? Then how will Sandaime know about his parents? Inuzuka asked. Well, the truth is that Tsunade, the third Hokage, and I knew about his heritage. In fact, I'm his godfather, and if you're wondering why we kept it a secret, it's because his father insisted. And when I finish telling you about his heritage, you'll understand how wrong we were about him in this village. What do you mean? Seriously, it's a surprise that you're the godfather, but I want to hear about the inheritance, Chief Aburame said. Well, brace yourselves for the worst. He's the son of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. As you know, he had many enemies, so he asked us to keep his son's family information a secret to protect him from the fourth Hokage's enemies until he reached the Chunin level or turned 16. Everyone here knows about Naruto's fight against Orochimaru, and I believe it was much more than just a Chunin level fight. So, at the fourth Hokage's request, the third Hokage revealed his heritage to him as his final mission before he died. But we didn't know that Yondaime had a wife, Chief Aburame replied. Actually, yes. As everyone knows, I was his closest friend. He had a wife named Uzumaki Kushina. She was from Wonderland and the head of the Uzumaki clan, who died in a war there and fled to Konoha. I knew she was pregnant when the Ninetales attacked, but the third Hokage told me that she and her child had died from a complication of the pregnancy. I think he did it because the third Hokage didn't want to show favoritism toward Naruto, Hiyashi said, lost in thought. Well, I'm happy for Hinata or Hanabi. I can keep my promise to Minato. And one of my girls will marry him. I need to talk to him. But I think I should give him some time to relax. He has a lot on his mind and needs to process right now. Now that we know he's the last member of two great clans, should we grant him his hereditary position and his seat on the council as head of both clans? Along with the Manson clan of the fourth Hokage? And all his bank accounts? Nara asked, interest evident in her voice. Shikamaru told me a lot about him. Having him on the council could change the damn balance we have in favor of the shinobi side, thought the main Nara member, and continued talking about the strategic benefits of having Naruto as a council member with 2 votes for his 2 heritages. What are you talking about? We must not let that demon brat have so much power, and as you know, we can't allow him to have the chance to use the clan resurrection law. We can't allow the demon to have demon children. That will fall by Konoha, Haruno exclaimed. You damn bitch. I'll kill you. With that, Jiraiya ran towards the woman with a mini Rasengan in his hand, but Hiyashi stopped him halfway. It's not worth it, Jiraiya-sama. But I believe that, since you violated the third Hokage's law by mentioning it, we should ask Ibiki to handle this matter, Hiyashi replied. What are you talking about, Hiyashi? I'm the principal of Harunokan and a member of the board. And all this will prevent you from breaking the law of one of your kages. I agree, Inuzuka said. I agree, Aburame said. Manduke's woman, agreed, Nara. Anbu, take her to Ibiki. Tell him she's violated the third Hokage's law and he'll know what the problem is, Hiyashi said. With that, 4 Anbu members escorted the Banshee from the room. Now let's get back to the topic. I think we should agree with all of Nara-sama's questions, Hiyashi replied. I think the boy deserves it, Aburame replied. I think his fight with Orochimaru showed us that he can be the most loyal shinobi to this village, so I agree with all of that, Akimichi said, speaking for the first time. I agree as well. And I think we should inform her that she must also use the clan's law of resurrection, Inuzuka replied, thinking of his daughter. I agree with all of that. Now we vote, Jiraiya said. After 10 minutes they voted and all the shinobi members voted in favor of allowing Naruto to use his father's name and belongings, as well as Manson's bank account, and agreed that it should be included in the clan's resurrection law. Now, Jiraiya-sama, we'll talk to Naruto after your mission with Tsunade. And I think you should take Naruto as your apprentice and bring him on this mission as well, Hiyashi said. As an apprentice, well, he's been my apprentice for a long time. And he will continue to be. And I'll take him with me. Now I think I should go and brief him on the mission, and I'll talk to him about everything else during it. With that, Jiraiya left the room. A few minutes later, he found the blonde boy at his favorite spot, the Ikaruka ramen stand, accompanied by a young woman. Hello Naruto, who is that beautiful young woman? Hello Uro-sennin. She is a relative and a friend. Stop calling me that, whatever. We have a mission, so go and get ready, we're leaving town. I will not abandon Naruto-sama. Naruto-sama? Looks like that boy has found a loyal servant. But why is he calling her that? Oh well, never mind. What should I do? Should I let her in? I guess I have no other choice, judging by the look on her face. And look at these beauties. I could gaze at them for the entire mission. Well, I think you can come with us. And I think you should stop staring at his chest, sensei, or I'll do something to your eyes, Naruto said, rolling a senbon needle in his hand. Well, go and pack your bags for a month-long mission, Jiraiya said, sweating and looking at Naruto's senbon needles, trying not to look at the girl. Hi. They both said and disappeared running towards their apartments to pack. 2 days had passed, and Naruto was fed up. He'd asked Jiraiya several times if he was going to teach him the Rasengan, but Jiraiya had dodged the question, saying he'd do it during the trip, but not that day. That wasn't his only problem, though. It seemed that having such a pretty girl with such a perverted Sannin had been a bad idea, because Jiraiya took every opportunity to ask her for indecent things. After 2 days, Naruto couldn't take it anymore and was about to explode. What should I do, Q-chan? I have no idea. But why not move forward with our plans for the future? That sounds good. Now, regarding the first matter at hand, how is the lineage progressing towards rapid healing? Well, I managed to find the correct genotype, and genetic map. And so I began modifying your cells by infusing the appropriate genetics, and now all your bones possess them. In other words, you have bones that nothing can destroy, or if they are destroyed, they will regenerate in less than 10 seconds. I am working on your internal organs, starting with the circulatory system, so that if you are injured you won't bleed excessively. Next, I will work on your muscles, skin, and nervous system. And finally, on the remaining parts. It will take 2 to 3 months, so you will have it sooner than expected. There are no side effects, and it will be passed on to your children. Great. Now you remember Orochimaru's tricks to obtain a dojutsu? Yes, so what? Is having a dojutsu really that important? Can it truly make its owner so powerful? Well, each dojutsu has its advantages and disadvantages. The Byakugan, for example, allows the user to see all tenketsu and the flow of chakra in 360 degrees, as well as long-range vision, but nothing more. At the other extreme is the Sharingan. It allows the user to see chakra, although not with the precision of the Byakugan, but it grants the ability to perceive slow-motion movements, which provides ample time to plan defense or attack, and allows the user to copy jutsu. It also possesses other powers with disadvantages, such as Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo. Tsukuyomi is a powerful genjutsu-based attack that no one has yet been able to counter. Susanoo is a good attack and defense, but it consumes so much chakra that even using it for more than 4 minutes results in unconsciousness. But the main problem is Amaterasu. It is a black flame that burns eternally and damages the user's eyes, potentially causing blindness if used repeatedly. As you can see, each dojutsu has its strengths and weaknesses. You know, I was thinking that if you can change my genetics to give me a new bloodline, why not change them too to give me a new dojutsu? It's a possibility, but what kind of dojutsu do you prefer? Well, I think seeing the tenketsu, having 360-degree vision, and seeing long distances are very useful, but like you said, they're not enough. I think having something like the Sharingan, but without the fire or the ultimate defense attack, would complete the dojutsu, but I'm not sure. What else could I have? I remember you struggle with textbooks and written exams. We can develop a photographic memory. It's easy to enhance the genetic aspect. Another possibility is the ability to see in complete darkness. And I think we can work on your weakness, genjutsu. Having an eye capable of casting and resisting any genjutsu is something most shinobi would wish for. Have even resistance to Tsukuyomi? Well, I'm not sure. Remember, for now we're just exploring possibilities. If you really want something like this, I need a blood sample from Sharingan and Byakugan users to see what I can add to your genetic map and if there are any issues combining both genes. And how on earth can I get both of them? We have many members of the Hyuga clan, but if you recall, the last Uchiha left the village and I don't know where he is. How can I get his blood sample? I'm not sure, but in my experience, all shinobi villages have a blood bank at the hospital for those with dojutsu. They draw blood from babies for later use if a transfusion is needed. You should investigate whether they have something like that in Konoha. This sounds strange, but if it helps, I'll do it. I'm not promising you anything. Foxy. I can tell you more. I have genetic maps in your memory. But for now, I'll start by examining that photographic memory. It's something demonic, so I know enough to add it using human genetics. After all, I need to modify a small part of your genetic map related to your brain's visual processing. Great. And how long will it take? You'll have it in less than 2 days. Like you said, it's a promise. Yo, QB said musically. Great. Let me know when it's finished. Of course I'll do it in style. But afterwards I deserve a kiss. Perverted fox. Thanks, Foxy. The next day, Jiraiya suddenly informed them that they had arrived at a village, but that both children needed to leave so he could go and find his target. To prevent Naruto from doing anything foolish, he began teaching them the first step of the Rasengan, inflating a water balloon. Naruto trained all day with Kin, and they both progressed by helping each other. Naruto, remembering the advantage of using the shadow clone technique, managed to complete the step in less than 2 hours, but with Kin, the story was very different. She tried her best, but by the end of the day, she had only managed to move the water inside the balloon, without fully inflating it. She asked Naruto-sama if he would teach her the shadow clone technique, and Naruto explained that the technique required a lot of chakra, and she didn't even have enough to create it. Then Kin asked him to help her by giving her tips on the step, and Naruto dedicated himself completely to helping her until she was exhausted. When Jiraiya returned, he saw his relative asleep in the blonde boy's lap. Naruto had his eyes closed, deep in meditation, reviewing everything he had learned about the seals, so he didn't notice his presence until he heard the flash of a camera. What the hell was that? Oh, how lovely. It's every sensei's dream to see their students fall in love. Stop it, you old pervert. Come on, kid, admit it, she's adorable. Look at you while she's sleeping. It doesn't matter. Have you found their trail? Well, it seems she's vanished off the face of the earth. But don't worry. I know all her habits, and thanks to them, we'll be able to find her sooner or later. Okay, remember this, you shouldn't have any habits, or if you do, don't tell anyone else about them. Naruto made a mental note. What shall we do then, Uro-sanin? Stop calling me that. Wow, lower your voice, he's going to wake up. I'm sorry. Well, we'll stay here one more day and you'll practice the first step of the Rasengan. And what if I told you that today I've taken the first step? Kid, I won't teach you if you don't take your training seriously. Hey, I was telling the truth. Now you expect me to believe you did in one day a job that took me 2 months? Come on, brat. I'm a professional shinobi, even a Sannin, but there's no way I could finish the first step in 2 weeks, let alone one day. Tell me, old man, what is the main aspect of the shadow clone? They will return all the memories they had during their existence when they dissipate. Damn it. I don't want him to have trained him with the shadow clone technique and taken shortcuts. Looks like you've figured it out, huh? What a great idea. Why on earth didn't I think of that before? It seems that not everyone takes this technique seriously. I think you're right, kid. Good, tomorrow morning you'll show me how much you've progressed, and I'll teach you the second step. If you manage to finish it in one day, I'll give you a surprise when you've finished learning Rasengan. What would that be? Hi. It's a surprise. Now go to sleep. You need to be at your best for tomorrow's training. 2. On the third day, Naruto managed to perform a full Rasengan with the help of one of his shadow clones, and Jiraiya knew it was only a matter of time before Naruto perfected the technique. Jiraiya was certain he would master it before finding Tsunade. For now, he was discussing the course seal and how Naruto had removed it. He asked about every detail and wanted to know how he had done it. After all, there was a possibility that another seeker could create something similar to that seal. Naruto explained everything with great enthusiasm. After an hour, the exchange of knowledge ended. Now Jiraiya was absorbed in his thoughts about the boy's creativity and his use of knowledge. He decided that the boy deserved to be taught the sealing arts until he mastered them completely, and he was sure he had much more time than the third Hokage, a great deal of time. Look, I'm going to teach you your father's ultimate technique, Hiraishin. It was the jutsu that made him famous as the Yellow Lightning. Wow. When do we start? Well, you need to train a little in some special seals because this jutsu uses seals that your father made himself. Great. So, why don't you start training while we walk to the village? Naruto-sama, I don't think it's a good idea to learn hand seals while walking. As far as I know, hand seals should be learned by practicing them on paper, right, Sensei? Absolutely. Foolishness. That night they went to an inn and asked for a private room because Kin refused to be separated from his Naruto-sama. Sometimes this girl drives me crazy, Q-chan. Come on, Foxy, she's such a sweet girl and she's loyal to you to the core. I'm sure she'd sleep with you if you asked without batting an eye, even if she acts otherwise. Her loyalty will dictate it without a second thought. Now you're telling me her loyalty drives you crazy? What kind of person says that? Come on. I need to be alone for a while. She won't let me, no matter what. It's easy, honey. Just tell him you need to be alone when you really need it. I'm sure he'll understand. By the way, I've almost finished the photo memory process. It'll be ready to use tomorrow when you wake up. How can I find out and how should I use it? You don't need to do anything. It's there and it will work automatically. The only thing you might notice is that you'll remember things after reading them just once and memorize them immediately. You'll have no problem remembering everything, even after 100 years. Keep in mind that it's not a shortcut to learning. You still need to review what you have in your memory, analyze it, and practice to learn it. It's simply a photographic library in your mind. Brain. Q-chan, why didn't you do it so I wouldn't have to train at all? Inverted question mark. What's the point of all this? Having things handed to you leads to arrogance, like those Uchiha bastards. I don't think you want to have kids like Sasuke or Itachi, do you? Well, I think I prefer to learn through trial and error. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, here's the pervert. Focus on your training for the Flying Thunder God technique. That night, they arrived at a village bordering the Land of Fire. This village was famous for its casinos and bars. They stayed at an inn and rented a single room. Once inside, Jiraiya tried to escape to continue his research, but Naruto brutally bit him and forced him to train in Flying Thunder God technique. Look, observe this seal and tell me what you see. Wow, it's too complex. That was all Naruto could say upon seeing a complex seal with a rectangular shape and 2 diagonal lines with a kanji that means light in the center. Any ideas? I believe that the kanji somehow channels the power of light into the seal, and those diagonal lines serve to establish a connection between the main seal and the kanji. Follow. Well, I could give the seal a circular shape, and I'm not sure why rectangular, but the seal itself seems to have some kind of remote activation mechanism. Most of the time, these types of seals require manual signals as a combination. Good. You're good at sealing. Now, can you tell me the function of each part of the rectangle? Let me see. The top part is definitely for establishing the connection with the remote trigger. The bottom part is used to establish the connection with the kanji. The right part connects the top to the bottom, but I'm not entirely familiar with the left part. Well, that's the key to the Flying Thunder God technique. It's the foundation of your father's technique. Actually, it's a new kind of seal, and this is the only one of its kind. It's a time and space manipulation technique. Do you mean it will change the time and place? Exactly. Before your father, no such seal existed. I can say that he found it by chance and then worked on it until it was complete. As you can see, this seal is different from the other parts. I mean, the other parts are a simple line of kanji and symbols, but this part consists of two parallel lines. Your father told me that it's essential for every seal used to manipulate time and space to have two parallel lines. Now, let me explain this a little more. You'll see that there are two diagonal seals. They connect the upper left part to the lower right part, but the main point is something else. If you pay attention to your own explanation, the seal on the right serves to connect the upper part to the lower part, and the one on the left serves the same function, but with a different purpose. Now, what are the diagonal seals for? The answer is that the lower part only serves to stabilize the seal, not to connect it to the kanji, as you say. The connection to the seals is made through those diagonal seals that pass through the kanji. Look at it this way, the kanji is the heart, and those diagonals are blood vessels. The right side connects the mind, upper section, to the body, lower section, and the left side is used to manipulate time, brain, and space, body. You told me you could make it circular. I don't know if your father tried it, but this is the Flying Thunder God technique he created. As you said, it has an activator, and that activator isn't hand seals. It's another seal. The seal is the reverse of this one, except for the kanji for earth. Your father put the kanji for light on his shoes and the one for earth on some tree leaf kunai that I'll show you later. Why tree leaf kunai? I'm not sure, but I know your father developed them for this jutsu, so there must be a reason. When he wanted to teleport, he channeled chakra into his shoes, and when he activated the light seal, he had to think about which kunai he wanted to go to. Then, in a yellow light, it appeared there, like light moving through the streets. Wow! The good thing is that your father was a master of seals that manipulate time and space. Now it's your turn to go even further. To begin, take this book. You'll find it in the Konoha library, but the interesting part is your father's notes next to the index. In other words, this was your father's book with a lot of study material added. Did you read your father's letter? Jiraiya said as he handed Naruto a thick, black leather-bound book titled Advanced Sealing Techniques. No. I was planning to read it when I got back to town after this mission, once I'd cleared my head. Now, let's get back to work. Can I see those kunai? Safe. With that, Jiraiya handed Naruto a storage scroll. Upon deactivating the seal, Naruto discovered a three-bladed kunai. Examining it closely, he found the exact reverse seal of the first, but what was astonishing was that the diagonal lines of seals continued onto the blades in the kunai's handle. Interesting. But can it be done with a regular kunai? After all, when an enemy sees this, they'll immediately know what you're planning. I should look into my father's notes. Tomorrow morning we'll begin training you in the technique. And at the same time, I'll look for Tsunade. Something inside me tells me we'll find her in this village, and we must hurry. The next morning, Naruto was training with the Flying Thunder God technique, and Kin was practicing the third step of the Rasengan. Any passerby would have been astonished by the scene, over 500 shadow clones using the same jutsu. It was extremely difficult. Naruto couldn't get them as far as he wanted, and the most frustrating part was when he tried to land them at the target distance. Most of his shadow clones landed on their butts, heads, chests, or in other odd positions. Only one or two managed to land perfectly, and even then, only once or twice. Several hours passed, and lunchtime arrived. Naruto dispelled all his shadow clones and regained his memories. Sitting on the grass, he began to eat, glancing at his relatives from time to time. She's cute. Those eyes. They're just like mine. She looks like she's seen more than she can bear in her life. And look at that body. Well, I'm not a pervert, not by a long shot, but she's still incredibly well built. She's got the musculature of a Kunin Kanoiki and, on top of that, she's got a model's body. Hee hee, I think Ino would kill to know how she stays like that. With this thought, Naruto became lost in his reflections on his two friends, wondering if they were all right after the small war and with the results they had obtained. He recalled the last conflict he had with Shino before the exams and, remembering it, he couldn't find Shino mentioning that problem to anyone during the exam. I think I should talk to both of them when I get back to town. But how should I approach them? What do you think, Q-chan? Should I tell them about my future plans? Well, they're good people. Ino isn't a big problem in terms of loyalty to the village or to you, she's in love with you, but she won't admit it yet. The main problem with them will be Shino. He's very observant and logical, so I don't think he'll choose you so easily as to listen to your plans, even if they're very logical. At best, he'll accept you, but he won't have anything to do with you. You're right. So, the only option left is to tell them I have a secret mission from Moji-san to gather information on Orochimaru. That's a good reason. By the way, I want to find more people I can trust. What should I do? For now, you have Jiraiya and his relatives, but I think Hiruka will be on the list soon, and Ino too, but as I said, she needs time. Now you need to choose the others. Do it as if you were planning an infiltration mission. What will you do first on those missions? Gather intelligence, then look for the weakest targets and plan to attack them first. And then you'll find a way to do it. Exactly, but in this situation, you won't choose the weak in power. You must choose the powerful and find their weak point through psychological manipulation. Then, plan how to manipulate their loyalty and shift it so they are loyal to you, not the village. Okay. I think now is a good time to publish the ad. What do you think? Follow. First, let's find the strongest. Based on the information I have about the Chunin exams, I believe Shino, Neji, Shikamaru, Choji, Lee, Kakashi, Ibiki, Kankuro, Gaara, Guy, Hayate, and Asuma are the males. Anko, Kurenai, Tamari, Ino, Hinata, and Yugao are the females. An interesting collection, but some are hard to trade out of loyalty. Well, I have Anko, Kurenai, and Hinata. Ibiki will be a problem. Gaara and his siblings won't be much of a threat after they find out I'm a Jinchuriki like him. In fact, I plan to find them all and gather them in one place. I think it won't be too difficult, because if they had a life like mine, it's only natural they'd seek a better and safer life. A life where they aren't just tools. Convincing Shikamaru and Choji won't be difficult, the main problem will be Kakashi, Hayate, Asuma, Guy, and Yugao. And Neji? I think he would be more than satisfied if he had the opportunity to go somewhere where people don't look at him like a slave. Yes, you're right. And if you manage to remove the seal from the birdcage, I think you'll win the loyalty of the entire branch family. That's right. I think I'll start working on it. Get back to your training. It's been a long time since you started using that cheek. It was night and Jiraiya arrived at the clearing where he knew Naruto and his family would be training. He found them both exhausted. Okay, I think I'll give you both a reward for trying your best. And what is that, Hirasanin? Don't call me that. The reward will be a nice dinner. My treat. Cold. Thank you, sensei. Now let's go. They walked through the streets and chose a restaurant at random. Jiraiya was tired. He had spent the entire day looking for Tsunade, asking people, showing them her picture. He was frustrated. No one had seen her. He was absolutely certain she was in that village or would arrive soon. After all, that village was the biggest for gamblers. When they entered, Jiraiya froze, staring in one direction and pointing in another. What the hell? I've been looking for you all day and I just found you by chance, he said, and walked over to a desk where two friendly women were sitting. Naruto looked them over carefully. The first was a young woman with black hair and a pig on her lap. The second was blonde, wore a green dress, and had the kanji for bet written on the back. Hey, Uro-sanin, none of them look like real Sanin-level Kanoiki to me. And look at them, I can definitely tell Shikamaru was referring to that troublesome blonde, Naruto said, laughing loudly. Who are you calling a troublesome brat? The blonde in question asked, her eyes trembling. Let's see. There are only two blondes here, and I'm definitely not a woman, so you're still as troublesome as ever, Naruto said with a mischievous grin. Oh, Naruto, you're scared to death, Jiraiya thought, knowing his teammate's bad temper. "Tsunade, I have orders for you. I have come to give you the third Hokage's final orders before his death." "Nani? Is, Sandaime D? Unfortunately. How? Well, you know." Jiraiya began narrating the battle between Orochimaru, Naruto, and the third Hokage. When he finished, Tsunade was stunned to hear that this brat had killed Orochimaru with the same jutsu the bastard had used. "And what is the order, Jiraiya?" "Well, as I told you, those were the sensei's last words before he fainted. He asked Naruto and me to find you and bring you back to the village so you could be the next Hokage." "What?" Naruto and his relatives shouted in shock. "I refuse. The Hokage is a despicable being who will commit suicide for no reason. And aside from Sensei, no other Hokage has lasted very long. I don't want to die yet." "Ha ha ha ha." Naruto burst into hysterical laughter. "I'm glad an old hag like you, and an alcoholic to boot, refuses to be the most important person in the world. I think Grandpa lost his mind when he gave that order. Look at her, Uro-sanin. She can't even stand up straight. How is she going to save our village? By gambling on politics? By betting on whether we'll lose a border village or gain one? And from what I've researched, she also has another name, the legendary Naive One. We don't want to lose a village because of some naive woman's bets. Right?" Naruto said, hatching a master plan. "What did you say, you brat?" "I told you that you're a disaster, that you're an old hag, and that you're not fit for the job. If you call me old again, you'll be dead. You're an old alcoholic, an imbecile." And with that, they both left the restaurant to settle things their way, like true shinobi, in the street. "You know, you're weak. I think one finger will be enough." "Hee. I think you'll soon take that word back." Jiraiya and his family waited for Naruto to make the first move, but he was more cunning. He knew perfectly well who his opponent was, and his fight with that snake bastard had given him valuable experience fighting a Sannin. So he simply waited for the woman to attack, hoping it would give him an opportunity to counterattack. Tsunade watched the boy. He was calm and calculating, unusual for his age. Tsunade reflected on her opening words and wondered if she had underestimated him. There was only one way to find out, so she launched her attack with her famous chakra kick. Naruto jumped just in time to see a huge crater open up beneath his leg. "Remember, stay away from her and use a ranged attack," Naruto thought. Quickly reviewing his ranged attacks, he knew he was at a disadvantage. Her ultimate jutsus were the Rasengan and the Shadow Clone. Both were for close-range taijutsu attacks, and he was certain that if he got close to her, it would be the end of him, with some broken ribs and bones. Suddenly, recalling Kyuubi's words about his healing lineage, he decided to take a risk in the fight for the first time. He created two shadow clones, ordering them to attack with Rasengan. Fortunately, when they did, Tsunade was stunned for a moment to see the fourth Hokage's ultimate attack in the hands of a child. And that moment was all Naruto needed. He fired his father's three-bladed kunai at Tsunade. She then saw a projectile approaching and dodged it without paying attention to what it was. "You should improve your aim, kid. They shouldn't have hit you, you old witch." "Pretty." Suddenly, Naruto flashed with a yellow light and unleashed a Rasengan. It seemed that, compared to Tsunade's legendary bad luck with gambling, Naruto possessed legendary fortune. He stopped right behind her, balancing on one foot, and delivered a mini Rasengan straight to her spine. This was enough to immobilize Tsunade and secure the victory for Naruto. "Like I already told you, you're not worthy of the Hokage title. Compared to your pampered backside, those who were named Hokage worked incredibly hard to earn that title. They didn't fight to become Hokage, but to protect those they loved. Even if they lost them, they fought to honor those lost loves. And you? Gambling for your loved ones or honoring them by losing to alcohol? Quite a choice, I must say, Gran. What do you know? You haven't even seen a loved one die before your eyes." "Yes, you're right. Why don't you ask Hiro-sanin about my loss right in front of me? It's too troublesome for me to talk about it." And with that, Naruto left the place followed by his relatives, leaving behind a terribly bitten Bachan and a disturbed Hiro-sanin to talk during the night. Tsunade couldn't believe it. Amir Jinan had easily defeated her, and that Jinan had used two of the fourth Hokage's ultimate jutsus just a week ago. Now he was in the room that had served as the office for previous Hokage. What happened in the village while I was gone? Are all Genin this powerful? If not, why is this? I heard he killed Orochimaru without much trouble. He was even better than me. If those reports are true, he can easily kill me whenever he wants. And look at me. I call myself Cage when there's a brat like that running loose in the village. Should I feel safe? No. I can't be safe with him around. And what about Jiraiya's report about his lineage? If he really is the fourth Hokage's son, I'll have trouble controlling him. Damn it, why did I even take the position? Hey, Grandma, are you daydreaming or are you just drunk? Naruto asked, bursting into the office. Stop calling me a brat. What do you want? Next time you want to see a Cage, you'll ask permission to enter, understand? What arrogance. I won't ask permission from an alcoholic who couldn't even defend herself against a mere Genin, Naruto said with a malicious smile. HN, what do you want? Say it quickly and get out. Well, I believe Urasanin informed you about my inheritance. I want a council meeting so I can reclaim my father's name and belongings, including his bank account. And what made you think I would agree with you? Won't you? Of course not. Do you really think that as Hokage I should listen to your every complaint? And if you think you can beat me again, try it. And have more problems with the council? No, thank you. I know I can beat you, and you know it, and that's enough. We don't need to prove to everyone how useless you are, Bachan. Listen carefully, brat. I'm the Hokage, whether you like it or not. And my word is law. Now, get lost. Naruto walked through the jungle thinking about the behavior of the new Hokage. I can't find any logic in his behavior, Q-chan. Do you have any ideas? Maybe I'm afraid of you. Fear? Of what? Think about it, Fox. Cage must be the most powerful shinobi in the country. Now then, is she really the most powerful? Or should I ask who's the most powerful? You or her? Of course not. Ah, now I understand what you mean. Well, so what should I do now? Why do you need your father's name? What will it bring you? Just another enemy. His house, his library, and his money. You don't need his house. For his library, you can infiltrate it and read all those scrolls using your Cage transformations. Your photographic memory will do the rest. And for the bank account, I think you'll have to steal the money from there. Pretty? Calm down, Fox. Think carefully. Are there any other options? You know the civil council, you know Danzo, and you know they won't let you get those belongings back easily. And now you have this bitch. And how could I infiltrate my father's house if I don't know where it is? Ask the pervert for the place. And what about the bank account? I think your father left you some kind of record, that way you'll know the amount. The rest is easy. Go to the bank as usual and leave a Hiraishin seal somewhere no one will see it. That way you can infiltrate without triggering any alarms. You'll have your money and your kunai. Then, you'll return to your apartment with the Hiraishin seal. No one will be able to touch you. You damned fox. You sure know how to do dirty work. Thanks, Foxy. It's something that comes naturally to me. In the middle of one of those long training sessions with the perverted Sanin, while he spied on the girls at the river, Naruto began a speech very carefully. Hey, Sanin, I was wondering what my father's house was like. Didn't you see that? No. Ah. Well, I'll take you there when the session is over. Thank you. It was night. Jiraiya and Naruto were walking down a street that would lead them to the Hyuga and Aburame palaces. Naruto wondered why they were going there, but he kept quiet, afraid of ruining everything with his question. They stopped in front of a long wall with a huge gate and an opening in the center. This is the only door to your father's house. As you can see, his house was somewhere between the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clan compounds. Can we come in? Well, Tsunade asked me to keep you out of it. I don't know why, but I think it would be a bad idea if we denied it. He's simply afraid of my power. After all, it's not good for a Hokage to be defeated by a mere Genin. I think you're right. But after all, she's the Hokage, and we can't refuse. Because if we do, we'll be in trouble. Oh, come on, Sanin. I just want to look inside. And then we'll come out. No one will see us. You know, I like your instincts. So? Let's just say it's compensation for all the beatings she gave me when I was spying on her. Deal. Naruto was amazed. The house was bigger than he had imagined. Jiraiya told him they only had 30 minutes. Now he was going to look for the library. Jiraiya informed him that the entire house had a security system made up of seals, but that the fourth Hokage had abandoned the library because of the large number of jutsu scrolls it contained, and these couldn't be endangered by the accidental activation of a security seal. These must be incredibly important scrolls. Now, Q-chan, how am I going to infiltrate this damn security system? I still have no idea, but I think there must be a way. Naruto had only 10 minutes left when he opened the door to a large room. The room was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves, in turn, were filled with scrolls. This is your father's library and study when he was at home. Wow, it's huge. Hey Foxy, do you see that big Hiraishin seal carved in the middle of the room? So what? Isn't it beautiful? It was a drawing by my father. I think it's more than just decoration. What do you mean? Try a Hiraishin with the seal there when the pervert can't see you. And with that, Naruto appeared just as Jiraiya was dreaming that the fourth Hokage was working in the room. Now we can infiltrate the office. Weeks later, Jiraiya informed Naruto that Tsunade had reassigned him to his old spying task and that he couldn't continue his training because she had asked him to go alone. Naruto was sure that the witch had done it to disrupt his training, but after having infiltrated her own house 3 times, he was very happy to hear it. Does that fox think she did something wrong to me? Well, with only D-rank missions I'll have more energy and time to research in the library and train. After all, I think that pervert gave me everything I needed. With this thought, he said goodbye to the old man and went to look for his former team. When he couldn't find them, he went to the Hokage's office. Hey, Bachan, you separated me from Murasanin, at least help me find my team. You don't have a brat on the team. What do you mean? I was on Team 8 before the Chunin exams. Well, as you know, you asked Jiraiya's apprentice to be a replacement for your team. Now you're on your own and have no team. So what should I do? I don't know. It's your personal problem. It's best to wait until a new Genin team is formed at the academy. If we have an opening, we'll assign you there. What if you don't have an empty space? You'll be alone. Can I have solo missions? No. You're a Genin, and because of your rank, you can't undertake solo missions. Even D rank as walking the dog, etc. Well, our priority is the teams, so they'll get the missions first, and if there are any D rank missions left, you'll get one. Weeks had passed. Naruto went to the office every day hoping to be assigned missions and looking for those he hadn't yet completed, but without success. He even saw his old demon as sensei. Anko wasn't happy with Sai, his replacement. But, as she herself had said long ago, the Hokage's order was law. Naruto spoke with Shino and told her about the secret mission the third Hokage had entrusted to him, and Shino accepted it upon learning the results. Ino was a different story. She was furious with him for abandoning them for a new sensei. Naruto managed to convince her that it was an order from the third Hokage and that she had no objection. Day after day, Naruto went to the office and returned empty-handed. He was annoyed. He had seen the Hokage drunk countless times. Her bad temper irritated him. He was furious at her behavior and feared for his future. Now he fully understood what QB had said. What should I do? What should I do? Damn it. How could he do this to me? First he took my sensei away, and now he's openly ignoring me. What percentage of the library did you copy? I finished it yesterday. I found the bank records of the money and now I know there's a Hiraishin seal in every room, so I investigated the whole house, but I didn't find anything beyond what I'd already found in the library. So the first part of your mission is complete. Now it's time for the second part, infiltrating the bank. You know it's not that easy. I know, but we can have something nice to keep the Hokage occupied. A joke? Of course. It didn't work the last time with Grandpa. Do you really think she's a teacher like him? Think about it, he'd known you since you were born, he could read you like an open book. And what about that fox? You were right. Tsunade was in her office. She had finished the paperwork and was looking for her hidden bottle of sake. Suddenly, an Anbu entered the room. Hokage-sama, we have a problem. What's that? Look at the monument and you will see yourself. When she looked in that direction, she was astonished. There were paintings all over the mountain. Even phrases that spoke of her fondness for gambling and how she was almost always drunk at the office while working. Who did this? Find them and bring them to me right now. 2. Tsunade was furious. 8 hours had passed and dawn was breaking, but no Anbu had found a single piece of evidence as to who had done it. She was rubbing her temples while drinking sake when another Anbu entered the room. Did you find the person? Hokage-sama, I have an important document from the bank. Tsunade received the report and read it. She was shocked. The bank reported that an infiltration had occurred last night and that the infiltrator or infiltrators had stolen approximately 100 million ryu. What the hell? It seems the joke and this report are connected, Hokage-sama. I see that. And what were you doing all night? You assigned all Anbu to the search for the prankster. Tsunade was in a real mess. She'd brought it on herself with her bad decision. What could she do now? Go to the bank and look for any evidence. 2. Later that same day, the Anbu reported that there was no evidence as to who had made the rubber object. They had a major problem. The money had been stolen from the Hokage's account, so how was he going to pay for future missions? To make matters worse, some of the money had been stolen from the accounts of some members of the civilian council, such as Danzo, Koharu, and others. And worst of all the accounting records had been burned, as had the bank itself. None of this information allowed them to identify the culprit. They couldn't even figure out how the rubber object had gotten in. All the windows, doors, and walls were intact, nothing had happened to them. God help me. If that guy could infiltrate the central bank, he can infiltrate anywhere. And he can do it again if we don't figure out how he got in. Oh my god, what can I do? Anbu. 4 Anbu members entered, keeping a good distance from the explosive blonde known as Hokage. Go find Inuzuka and Anko for me too. Inuzuka, Hana and Anko were in the office, waiting silently for the Hokage to calm down and speak to them. After several minutes and a few bottles of sake, he began to speak. As you may already know, I have a mission for you both. It's an S-rank mission, and no one must know about it. Last night, there was a robbery at the central bank, and a large sum of money was stolen. I want you to go and investigate the scene. Look for evidence of the intruder and find out how they infiltrated the bank. I need your report tonight. You know, I just can't figure out how they managed to infiltrate the bank. All the security systems were intact and no alarms went off, so I really don't know what to say, Anko said. I detected several smells, but one in particular struck me as interesting, the smell of fox. When I asked the employees, they told me that pets weren't allowed in the bank, so I'm not sure, but this could be useful, Hana reported. Fox. Now I want you both to follow the scent trail and find where it belongs. 2. After several hours of surveillance, Hana stopped in front of Naruto's apartment. I think this is the place. Are you sure, Hana? 2. Hana, I think you've got the wrong place. This apartment belongs to my student, Uzumaki Naruto. He was in the office all day and most of the night waiting to be assigned a mission, and he doesn't have a pet. This complicates things. Well, I guess we can at least ask some simple questions. No problem. There was a knock at the door and, after a minute, Naruto arrived and opened it. Hello Anko-chan. It's so nice to see you. Wow, you made a new friend? I'm so glad. Welcome. Why don't you come in and have some tea? And with that, he went to his room. They followed him there. Naruto, I mean Inuzuka Hana. We're not here for a friendly visit. Is there a problem, sensei? Are you finally giving me a mission? I'm sorry, brat, we need to talk. I'll ask you questions and you'll answer them, understand? Hana asked. Yes, Naruto replied nervously. Where were you yesterday? I need to know all the details, places and times from noon until after midnight. The answer is simple. I was at Bachan's office waiting for a mission. I went early in the morning and returned home around 2 in the morning. I went to bed depressed and fell asleep. Do you have any proof that you didn't leave the house after that time? Do you have any proof that you didn't go to the bathroom 3 hours ago? The answer is the same, no. How can a lonely person like me prove their existence when most of the villagers ignore them? Even my friends ignore me now. The only person who can vouch for me is my relative, my roommate. And where is he now? I went shopping. We're short on cash because your kind and benevolent Hokage refuses to even give me D-rank missions. You told us you were in the office all day, so why were you smelling bad at the central bank? I went there at 6:30 in the morning to check my account and see how much money was left and how long we could survive like that. Any proof? Ask the workers about the little demon brat. He's like my nickname in this town. Anko wasn't happy about all this. She could hear a hint of resentment in his voice when he spoke about the village or the Hokage. She'd heard that Naruto was the one who brought Tsunade back and that he was now angry because she was ignoring him. She understood his anger, but she didn't like where that anger might lead in the future. I need to talk to him later, Anko thought. Both Kanoiki were standing in front of the Hokage. Were you able to find the source of the smell? Yes, Hokage-sama. It seems Uzumaki Naruto went to the bank before coming to your office to await a mission. And he smells exactly like a fox. I see. So, after all, we couldn't find the intruder. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I believe the intruder was a professional in this field, Anko replied. I see, I'm fired. Tsunade-sama, may I speak with you about a personal matter? What's wrong, Anko? This is about my former student. I'm referring to Naruto. As you know, he has a roommate named Kin. I remember her giving the third Hokage information about Orochimaru's attack. He's depending on Naruto to survive. They don't have much money. You could at least give them some D-rank missions, enough to get by. Anko, I'll say this only once. I'm the Hokage here, and I decide who does what. If you don't have money, you can go camp in the Forest of the Dead and hunt for your food there. Pero Hokage-sama. Enough. Mitarashi Anko, starting today I will assign a new sensei to Team 8. Report to the office tomorrow morning for an assassination mission. Mission end. Hi Hokage-sama, Anko said sadly as she left the office. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. After a week of deep meditation, Naruto managed to clear his mind. Now he was calm and focused. I think now is the time to read my parents' letters. Having said that, he opened the envelope containing his father's letter. Hello, son. By the time you read this, a long time will have passed since my death. The first thing I want to tell you is that I love you. I longed for your birth, but as I write these lines, I am in a hurry. A very powerful demon is approaching, and as Hokage, it is my duty to fight it. I know we cannot defeat it with human power. I am certain I must use a forbidden jutsu. Now I need to seal it within a newborn. I hope you understand. I cannot do this with just any child for two reasons. First, I cannot ask an ordinary child to stay with their parents. Second, sealing a demon within a human will make them an extremely powerful being. I cannot let this opportunity pass and allow another baby to possess this power when my own child can be so powerful. Don't misunderstand me, I don't want to turn you into a weapon, but into a human being so powerful that no one else can match you. I hope the villagers will see you as a hero who saves them. You are part of their daily lives, but I have a feeling they will see you as a demon and try to make your life miserable. Thank God your mother will be there to help you. By the way, if you're mistreated, don't hesitate to leave this pathetic village and find a better place for yourself and your mother. Now I must go. I just want to tell you that I'd trust you and hope you live with honor. Your father, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. P.S. My son, I forgot to tell you that I have a lot of unfinished research hidden in a safe in my house. The safe needs your blood on the seal to open. If you come to the house and plan to leave the village, take all the scrolls from the library and those research files from the safe, and then burn the house down. I don't want anyone getting hold of my valuable security seals and analyzing them. And if you need help, go and ask your godfather Jiraiya. Naruto was lost in thought about what his father had told him. His life was a living hell because of the villagers, and now he lived in a camp in the middle of the Forest of Death with his family. The poor girl had followed him there even after he asked her not to come. He had told her several times that she didn't have to make things worse. But the girl was completely loyal to him and told him that she owed him her life and that she would go with him to hell. He didn't like the new Hokage's reactions toward him, but he understood. Even drunk, she should be able to defeat him. And, in fact, she was drunk the whole time. He reached into his hands again for the second scroll that had belonged to his mother. After a few minutes, he decided he should read it. Hello, Blondie. You know you're very cute. You look so much like your father. I'm so jealous. I hope you inherit my manners, because you have his face. Well, I have to write quickly. I don't have much time. I'm going to tell you a secret. I don't know why, but the third Hokage informed me that the council plans to kill me. So I have to hurry. I should disappear. They'll think I'm dead, but I assure you I will find you and be with you until the last day of my life. Now, How will you recognize me? Well, you don't need to. I'll recognize you as soon as I see you. Bio. Keep becoming as powerful as your father planned and try to stay pure, i.e., don't become a pervert, or I'll kill you myself. Bio. Now I have to go. Goodbye, Blondie. Your mother, Uzumaki Kushina. What the hell? Damn council. Why did they try to kill her? Now I really think I have to get the hell out of this damn village. Fine. I need to start a plan. A long-term plan. Q, can you tell me you need a blood sample for the Sharingan and Byakugan? Yeah, but would you mind telling me what you're planning? Well, I think I should investigate to get some blood samples. Do you think Konoha still has those blood samples where they were before? I'm not sure. How can I learn to protect them? Most of the time, this type of information will be kept in the Hokage's office in a very secure location. Looks like we'll have to infiltrate the office once again. Huh? Indeed. It was past midnight and Naruto was on a tree branch near the Hokage's office, staring into the office light and waiting for the Hokage to leave. Damn, she's even slower than the old man. I bet she's drunk and asleep at her desk. You won the bet, silly girl. With this thought, Naruto walked along the wall and approached the office window. Sneaking through the window, he found the Hokage fast asleep at her desk. Now, where is that safe? Somewhere nearby. The old man kept a secret scroll. It was a room next to the office, and the door was inside. So Naruto only had one way out: go to the office, cross through it, and head for the next door. And he started to do just that, but not walking on the ground. He was on the roof. In the next room, he found a filing cabinet with several folders. He opened some of them. Kyuubi attack, Anbu reports, hospital investigations, Uchiha massacre. What the hell? Let's see what happens. Having said that, she opened the folder and began to read. After half an hour, she was in a state of shock. So Itachi killed them all on the council's orders and became a repressive ninja as a cover for being a spy in this organization called Akatsuki. What the hell is going on? Why did the council order the massacre of their best clan? And according to this report, I should find the blood sample in some secret room of the Uchiha compound. He heard a murmur coming from the next room, so quickly and quietly, he put the folders back in their place, transformed into an insect, and went to the next room. The Hokage was already awake and leaving the room, just as Naruto had done from the window. Naruto was in the Uchiha compound. He was certain that if a secret room existed, it must be in the clan head's house, Sasuke's. He could find it thanks to the stories Sasuke had told him about Itachi driving a kunai into the wall, which bore the clan's mark. After some investigation, he found the cracked mark. He knew the room across from it belonged to Itachi, and from the orders he had read, he knew Itachi used an underground passage leading from somewhere near his room. So he began searching for it. After 2 hours, he found the secret passage. He entered and began to walk. 10 minutes later, he reached a room with 5 doors. He created 4 shadow clones and ordered them to search for the hidden room. After another 2 hours, they hadn't found it. So he concluded that the place wasn't connected to those passages. And where is that damn room? Come to think of it, kid. If you were the clan leader and wanted a place that's secret, where would you choose it? In the office? Yeah, maybe. That way you'd know who can come in. Then he began searching the house for an office and, after 30 minutes, found it. Another 30 minutes later, he discovered a hidden door in the floor. He opened it and, going downstairs, entered a room with folders and some cabinets. One of the cabinets had a label that read sample storage. I found it. She opened the booth. It was filled with small glasses of blood. Each glass had a circular seal to keep the blood fresh. Furthermore, each glass was labeled with the name of the blood's owner. Now which one should I choose? Q-chan? Search for Madara. There are none. Then Itachi. I found it. Now we're going to the woods. It's near the hill, and I don't want anyone to see us. The next morning, Naruto was at work. He began creating the blood analysis seal he had used earlier. This seal would provide the information for the genetic map. He connected it to another seal he had found in the book. It was a simple, circular seal with an inkwell in the center. The function of this seal was described as follows. This stamp will receive the information from the first stamp and use the center's ink to print the reports on the page. Generally, the genetic map requires about 20 pages from this stamp connected to the analysis stamp. Other information can be printed on just 10 more pages. Now I need 30 pages like this, and I need to use 30 connection seals between the analysis seal circle and the pages. After an hour, the work was finished and ready to go. Naruto placed the blood sample on the analysis seal and, channeling chakra, activated the system. Ken, sitting beside him, watched the glowing seals with interest. He was astonished when the seals on the pages began to glow and the ink spread, forming line upon line of data. Half an hour later, the work was complete. Naruto began reading the 30 pages in order, using his photographic memory. Is that enough information, Q-chan? That's enough, Fox. Now we need the Byakugan and a Hyuga blood sample. I suggest Hiyashi's if you can get it. How can I get it, darling? It is alive. So the easiest way is to obtain a fresh blood sample from the body by venipuncture. And how can I convince him to give me the blood sample? Inverted question mark. Who said you have to convince him? So how? There are many ways to put him to sleep. Genjutsu, drugs, and seals are some of them. I think I should play it safe. I'd better use drugs. Naruto had an ingenious plan. He went to a shinobi drug dealer and bought sleeping pills, telling him he couldn't sleep well. Then, he performed a shadow clone technique and transformed into an insect. His mission was to infiltrate the compound and observe the Hiyashi family's routine. After a day, she learned when the clan chief would be having tea in the afternoon. She transformed into an insect and went to the house, waiting in the kitchen until the tea was ready. When the maid arrived, she stabbed her in the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. Then she transformed back into the maid and brought the tea to the clan chief. He knocked on the door and entered after obtaining permission. Father, what does this mean? Are you saying that Hinata or I should marry the last one on the list? Don't talk about Naruto like that, Hanabi. But father, he's last in his class. He didn't even participate in the Chunin exams. And he was the one who provided the third Hokage with information about the attack and who fought against Orochimaru. I think those reports are corrupt, Dad. Hanabi. I was just saying what I thought. Why should I marry him? Did I tell you or Hinata? Why is that? It's an arranged marriage that her father, Minato-sama, and I arranged before she was born. Now you can go and inform Hinata about the situation. 2. With that, Hanabi left the room, and Hiyashi took the tea from the maid and drank it. The drug was one of the most potent, so Hiyashi fell into a deep sleep. Naruto, who quickly got to work, decided he would think about what he had heard later. He obtained the sample and transformed into a giant, leaving Hiyashi asleep after replacing the tainted tea with normal tea. Once again, he was at the camp performing the same task with the blood sample. After obtaining the results, reading them all, and receiving confirmation from the QB, he burned all the pages of the Hyuga and Uchiha clan sample reports. And what's this about an arranged marriage with me now? What do you think, Q-chan? Sounds fun. Pervert. Okay. Well, it seems to be a shady business. Apparently, your father had some kind of agreement with Hiyashi regarding your marriage. This might make things a little easier, having people on my side. Maybe. Do you think I should talk to that man? Inverted question mark. Can you tell her what you know about arranged marriages? And how did you find out? I know I found it in a letter from my father. I know Sundaime gave me the letter and that I burned it after reading it, just as my father asked me to. Good plan, Foxy. Now, while you're doing this mission, I'll take care of the blood test and see what I can do. How long would it take? Maybe hours, maybe months. Who knows? Anko was separated from her team for about a month. She wasn't happy. After all, it was her first team, and she'd lost it because of a selfish old woman. I wonder how the kids are progressing. Come to think of it, Ino was the one who needed training the most, and Shino was very attached to the family jutsus. Naruto, on the other hand, was quite advanced. Who knows what he's doing in the forest? I hope his family hasn't abandoned him. They were the only person Naruto had left. If they did, I'd rather not think about what might happen. I need to talk to Kurenai as soon as I finish the report. After a few minutes, he found himself in the room facing Tsunade, who was drunk. Hi Anko, I guess the mission was a success? Yes, Hokage-sama, there are no problems or evidence left that we participated in the murder. Good job. Go rest for 2 days and come back for the next mission. Hokage-sama, may I ask a question? Follow. Well, I was wondering what happened to my Genin team. You know, they were my only Genin team. Their new sensei is Gecko Hayate. You can ask him about Shino and Dino. And the brat lives in the forest, according to the Anbu. I haven't seen him in a month. I hope he's dead by now. Hokage-sama, something is troubling me. Am I sure your sensei was the fourth Hokage? Yes. So what now? Do you know anything about Naruto's heritage? Yes. I thought I hadn't told you. Well, I'm the only one she's spoken to about it, besides Jiraiya-sama. Do you think your sensei will be pleased with your behavior toward his only son? Anko. I don't want to hear any more about this. I have a lot to take care of right now, and if you have nothing more to say, you can leave. Can I at least continue training Naruto? Or any of the other members of my old Jonan team? As for Naruto, I've forbidden any visits to Shinobi. This includes you. For your other students, you must speak with Hayate. If he agrees, you may train them. And why is Naruto isolated? Do you really think this will be good for the village? What if Naruto loses his mind and turns against the village? Do you think anyone can stop him? Not even Orochimaru stood a chance. It's none of your business. You can leave now. Anko was furious and, without showing any more respect, left the room, leaving the old woman deep in thought about possible ways to stop a demon. She didn't know where to go, so she simply wandered through the village. Her feet led her to her favorite place, the dango shop. Upon entering, she saw her best friend, Kurenai, the only person she trusted besides the blonde boy. Hola Kure-chan. Hi Anko, I haven't heard from you in almost a month. I heard about your team, I'm so sorry. And what's the truth about that rumor that Naruto is trapped in the Forest of Death? Did he do something wrong? Nothing beyond having won a training match with the Hokage before she arrived in the village. Wow. Did he go that far? Is he afraid of his power? Well, I didn't like the idea. You know, Hiyashi-sama asked me to arrange a meeting with the boy to discuss an arranged marriage between him and one of his daughters, but the Hokage-sama refused to even see the boy in the forest. I think he wants to find a way to kill Gaki silently. He hopes to weaken him by living in the forest. Knowing Naruto, he'll see it as a challenge. And I don't think anyone in this village has the power to kill the boy. Come to think of it, even Orochimaru died at his hands. Yes. Let me tell you a secret, I haven't been able to stop thinking about that boy this entire last month. Don't misunderstand me. Even I don't know what happened to me. Are you saying you have feelings for him? For Kami, he's 5 years younger than you, Anko. So what? I didn't say I'm in love with him. I'm simply concerned about his well-being. That's all? Kure-chan. What else could it be? She was there for me when I needed support and helped me through the worst times of my life. Now it's my turn. So how will you do that then? With the Hokage's orders, there's no way you can visit him. What if she doesn't know? Come on, he is Anbu patrolling the forest borders 24/7. Do you know my usual training location? Forest of Death. Exactly. And I think most of the Anbu know this. What would happen if I enter the forest from the opposite direction from where he's camped? Will no one suspect anything? Exactly. Be careful, Anko. You're playing with fire. I know. While they were talking later about Kurenai's team, a certain shinobi entered the shop and Anko knew who it was because of his cough. Well, if it's not Hayate. Hi Anko. I heard about your mission. How did it go? Very funny. Sadistic as always, huh? And how is my Jonan? Well, Ino is making progress, and I think she'll soon begin training with Tsunade-sama as a medical Kanoiki. And Shino? Well, he's having some problems. I don't know exactly what they are, but I think they must be serious. And he's not telling me so I can help him. It seems he's lost something important and is trying to get it back. I was actually going to ask if you'd give me permission to continue training those two in their free time. I won't interrupt anything you're doing with them. You know I don't want to lose my Jonan. They were the only Jonan you had, Anko. I understand. Did you speak with the Hokage? Yes, and she said that if you agree, she has no problem with it. Good news. Will Naruto receive visitors from time to time? No. But you told the Hokage-sama that you agreed to your helping and training his Jonan. Except Naruto. That's not good. Sometimes I wonder if she can see straight when he loses his temper. I don't think so. He doesn't want to face reality, Kurenai said for the first time after Hayate entered. She had a perfect plan, but she needed Hayate's cooperation. And nobody can do anything for the poor kid, Anko added. Too much. Well, I have a plan to help him, but I need your help, Hayate-san. Follow. Shino was depressed. He couldn't forget how cruelly he had treated Naruto before the Chunin exams. It had been illogical and harsh. And that damned old woman forbade him from visiting. What's going on? What has he done this time? Even if he's only been up to some mischief, he shouldn't have these restrictions. And for God's sake, why that damned forest? I still can't forget those damn creatures. Hello Shino-kun. Now, I'm glad to find you. Professor Hayate wants to see us. He told us this must be kept secret and that no one else should know. Shino nodded, knowing perfectly well who Hayate was referring to. He didn't trust his new partner, just like his sensei. Without saying anything else, they both jumped onto the rooftops, heading to the place where Hayate had asked Ino to visit him. After a few minutes they arrived in front of Training Area 44. Hayate was waiting for them there. Hello. I'm glad you arrived on time. I also have a special training program for you. As you know, Sai is much more advanced than the two of you. Therefore, I devised a special training program to balance the team's power. We'll now have survival training, similar to the second part of the Chunin exams. The only difference is that you won't have any enemies, except for the creatures in the forest. What the hell? Please, let it not be there. I hate insects, Ino thought. There's more to this training. I wonder if we'll see Naruto and if he's using this as a cover. Sensei, can't you choose a better place? Is there a problem, Ino? Well, this place is really creepy. And that makes this place better for survival training. Now go and pack your things for a week and be back here in an hour. Don't tell anyone. You must learn to keep secrets from now on. 2. With both Shinon out of the game, Hayate waited there thinking about the plan Kurenai had told him about. Meanwhile, Kurenai met with her Shinon students and told them the same thing. They weren't amused. They didn't want to go back there, but after a brief moment of murderous fury, they set about preparing their things for training. Now I just need to talk to Hana. After all, if she comes with us, there won't be any suspicion about these brats training. And I can say she came to teach Sakura herbal medicine. And with that thought, she left, knowing that convincing Hana wouldn't be too difficult. Hana wanted to talk to Naruto after the fight with Orochimaru, but she couldn't because of the Hokage's orders regarding the boy, and Kurenai was sure that Hana wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. I won't go there, sensei. Even if you kill me, I won't go back in. That place is scary. And Sasuke-kun could return at any moment and I should be there to greet him. Chirped the pink-haired banshee named Haruno Sakura. Sakura, do you know what your disobedience means? I don't care, sensei. I want to get out of this dark place and wait for Sasuke-kun. Sakura. No, 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 no. That's the last one, sensei. And with that, she walked away from her team and headed to her cozy home. He had some plans. She would shower, do her hair, put on makeup, and then go to the entrance to wait for her Sasuke-kun. She would be the first to greet him. Madukes. Take that, Ino. You can go train until you die. I'd rather be there for my Sasuke-kun. Kurenai looked at her students back with disgust, thinking about the report she would have to present to the Hokage. I'll ask for her to be expelled from my team. I don't need a weak fan who can easily sink the team. And with this thought he began to guide his team into the forest. Meanwhile, Hayate was preparing to lead his team inside. Are they both ready? Sensei, I have a question. What would happen if Sai found out we were here training? Ino asked. No, Ino. I was going to tell you when we were camping in the forest. She's going to the Anbu and won't be with us anymore. It looks like you'll be on your own again. Now I think you'll soon be the Hokage's student, right, Ino? Yes. The same goes for the girl with the forehead. So officially, you and Shino will be separated. The same goes for Sakura. This leaves a vacancy on Kurenai's team. I believe Shino will be transferred to her team. And, under these circumstances, this is your last training session with Shino. Oh, was all Ino could manage to say. And Shino's reaction? Well, he just raised an eyebrow. But inside, he wasn't happy. He liked being on Ino and Naruto's team, but he didn't like Hinata at all. Her stuttering drove him crazy, and that laziness was another problem. But there was nothing he could say or do to change it, so he just watched and tried to control his reactions as best he could. Now, if you're ready, We'll go too. Anko was thinking about a possible place where the blonde man could camp. She didn't want to search the entire forest. She knew it well, and based on that knowledge, she decided to look around the river. Knowing that the boy is staying away from the tower and any possible encounters, he won't be near the borders or in the center. He needs water and food. Oh, Kami, help me find him soon. After half an hour, Kurenai arrived at the agreed-upon location with Hayate. She told her students to rest and camp for a while. Don't develop the camp too much. We'll only be here a short time. And, why, sensei? Hinata asked. We'll wait for another team that will be with us for the rest of the training. Madukes. What team are we talking about, sensei? Team 10. Well, actually, only part of it. Sai won't be with us. Good news, sensei. I can't stand that troublemaker anymore. After about 10 minutes, Hayate arrived at the camp and was greeted by Kurenai. Good. You arrived on time. Hola Kurenai. Sensei, why are those two here? Ino asked, surprised. Oh, sorry Ino, I forgot to tell you that we're meeting up with another team for training. And what else did you forget to tell us, sensei? Shino asked attentively. I don't know what you mean. I don't think we're here just for survival training, sensei. Shino, we'll talk about this when we're somewhere better, far from the borders, okay? I think I have my answer, sensei. Thank you. Naruto-sama was the only sound that relatives could whisper into Naruto's ear. What's wrong, Kin-chan? There's someone here. It's your old sensei. What should we do? Anko-chan? What do you mean, what should we do? I'm sure she's here to see me, but with this invisibility seal you're using, she won't find us. Hee hee, right. I'd forgotten about the stamp. Why don't you go guide her? Hey Naruto-sama. Anko was surprised. Just a few minutes earlier she had been looking at a clearing on top of a large rock near the river, and in the blink of an eye, there was the camp and Naruto smiling shyly. What was that, Naruto? Hello Anko-chan. Oh, sorry. I was rude. But come on, tell me. Was it a genjutsu? Was he good at genjutsu? No. It's a sealing technique. I have 4 seals at the corners of this stone. So when people look from outside the square, they don't see anything. But when you cross the line of the square between the seals, you pass through the barrier of seals and you can see me. Wow. As amazing as ever. Thank you. Now tell me, Anko-chan, why are you here? And why haven't any of my friends come to see me? Have they forgotten me so quickly? Well, you're not going to like this. And Anko began to tell the story about the Hokage's orders and even told Naruto about Hiyashi's demand and the result. As you can see, Kurenai devised a plan and told everyone she would put her team through survival training. Hayate did the same, and both teams are here in the forest waiting for me to show them their place. Soon they will be able to see their friends. That's great, Anko-chan, but I'm so sorry you missed team training. That old hag won't give us another chance, not me, not my family, not you. And all this happened after I tried to convince her to come back so I could give her the job. Now, before you bring my friends and Tenshi-chan over, I have something to tell you, and you must keep it a secret. You can be sure of that, kid. Naruto-sama, are you going to tell her your plans for the future? Should we trust her? No me and a rumpus, Kin-chan. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama. As I was saying, as you can see, neither the Hokage nor the civilian council will allow me to keep my inheritance, and I'm sure they won't let me be promoted or become Hokage, not even as a Chunin. I spoke with Kyubi about this, and he gave me a very interesting suggestion. But first, please read my father's letter. And with that, he gave Anko her father's letter, and then her mother's. All the while, he watched her face, which reflected different reactions, from sadness to joy, and finally anger. As you can see, even my father foresaw this future. The Kyubi's suggestion was similar to my father's, to leave this village and find a better, friendlier place. In fact, I was planning to leave this cursed village as soon as possible. I'll send a message to Urasanin using frogs. I'm sure he'll come to the village as soon as he finds out what those harpies did. Then, I'll leave with him, searching for a better place. I'm planning something big, but for now, I can only tell you this: someday I'll return and ask you, Tenshi-chan, some friends, and others like Hiyashi-sama to leave this miserable village and come with me. For now, keep this information to yourself until that day comes. Now, the only question is, Will you come with me when I ask you? It's all too much for me, Naruto. I don't know what to say. I can only tell you this, you're the only person I can trust, besides Kurenai, and after what they did to me, nothing in this village matters that much to me. But I'm not sure about betraying the village. I need to think about it. Let's just say I'll decide when the time comes, okay? That's all I want from you. And you must tell the people whose names I wrote on this scroll after I left the village. A toad will inform them, Naruto said as he handed a scroll to Anko. Anko ran towards the meeting point with both teams, thinking about what Naruto had said minutes before. I'm glad the boy trusts me so much. I don't know if I should go with him and leave Konoha. I was born in this village, but it was also a living hell after that bastard's betrayal. They made me suffer so much. I'll never forget what happened to me. Maybe going somewhere new and starting over isn't such a bad idea after all. But I have to think about it. And now that I think about it, what will everyone else's reaction be when they find out about his plan? Hee hee, it must be a day of laughter. A few minutes later he arrived at the camp with an expression that indicated he was up to something. Hi Anko. Did you find what we were looking for? Kurenai asked. Yes. We'll go there tomorrow morning, but for now I need to talk to you personally. Kurenai nodded and accompanied Anko, moving a little away from the others in the camp. Anko began to tell her what Naruto had said about his plans for the future. Afterward, they both remained silent for a while, analyzing and reflecting on the situation. Well, I think it's a very wise decision. I'm sure what you heard about his troubles with the future is true, and no matter how hard I try, I can't find any solution within Konoha or the council. The civilian council, with the Hokage on their side, will easily overpower the shinobi faction, so he won't stand a chance. Besides, it's a good opportunity for you to start fresh, Anko. I hope you'll accept the offer. The thing is, he'll ask you the same thing, Tenshi-chan. Oh, he still calls me that, huh? Yes. And what will your answer be? Oh, was all Kurenai could manage to say. She was lost in thought, aware that refusing would break his heart, and she didn't want that to happen. But what if she accepted? Could she betray Konoha? And all for a blonde boy? Betraying a shinobi village required immense willpower and, perhaps, very strong bonds. Was her bond with Naruto that strong? I'm not sure, Anko. Betrayal requires a lot of willpower and a very strong bond. I don't know if I have that much willpower or if my bond with him will be that strong. But at the same time, I can't do anything that will break his heart. Do you have feelings for him, Tenshi-chan? Just like you, Anko. Takami, he's 5 years younger than you and me. Yes. Only 5 years. Oh, come on, Anko, be serious. Yes, yes. But still, I think 5 years isn't that long. I think we should wait until he grows up and see if he'll be handsome or not. Damn. By the way, when are we leaving? I think as soon as possible. Hayate, get those brats ready to move. We're going to point B of the plan, Anko shouted from the camp that was a short distance away. 2. Both teams were astonished when they suddenly found themselves in front of a camp and a blonde boy sitting and smiling at them. Sensei, what does this mean? Ino asked. Well, everyone knows the Hokage's orders regarding Naruto. Kurenai planned this mission as a cover to give you the opportunity to reunite with your friend. And at the same time, you'll receive training, Hayate replied. Mandukes. Wow. This is great. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata said without stuttering, and the fact that she didn't stutter surprised everyone. Hello everyone. Naruto, I need to talk to you personally, Shino said. Safe. As they walked a little way, Shino began to speak. Well, you see, after the exams started, I thought I'd been too harsh on you. I acted illogically. After all, it was your personal decision whether or not to participate in the exams. So I wanted to apologize. And, by the way, what did you do to the Hokage to make you behave like this? Thank you, Shino. You didn't have to apologize. We were all very tense at that moment. And to answer your next question, I've done nothing more than win a fight she started before we returned to the village. That's all? You need to be sure that's all. Then you should tell everyone. Everyone at camp thinks you've done something terrible. At least I'm sure Shika, Ino, and Hinata think the same. Shino, I need to talk to you about something that concerns me and my future, and I need your opinion. But first, you must promise to keep this a secret, and if you disagree with me, Don't do anything that goes against my goals, okay? Shino simply nodded in agreement with the deal. Well, now you see, the problem started on my birthday. And Naruto began to tell Shino everything, from the sealing of the Nine Tails inside him to his recent conversation with Anko about leaving the village in the future. Shino was shocked to think of the burden Naruto would have to carry for the rest of his life. I don't understand why the villagers don't see you as the hero you are, Naruto. You save us every day with your tenant, and keeping her under control takes a lot of willpower and effort, I think. I agree that you have no future in these circumstances. I promise no one will find out from me, and I'll do everything I can to help you. If you give me permission, I'll talk to my father about leaving the village as a clan and starting over somewhere else. After all, I think he'll be upset when he learns about your lineage and the Hokage's reaction to the matter. And I know he's having trouble dealing with the civilian council. Not now, Shino, not now. The problem is whether I should talk to the others at the camp and ask them to ally with me and help me with my plan, or not. Well, I think you can talk to Ino and Shika, but I'm not sure about Hinata. Perhaps it would be better if you spoke to her father. But I can't visit him. I'll pass on any message you have for him and deliver it to him personally if you'd like. That will work. Now, can I trust Professor Hayate? I don't know him well. I'm not sure about him, so give me some time to observe him more closely. We'll discuss it when you return from your planned trip. But you should speak with the others before you leave with Jiraiya-sensei. Thank you, Shino. I will. That night, after Hayate and Hinata fell asleep, Naruto, with Shino's help, gathered everyone and told them everything, explaining his plan. To his great surprise, Ino was the first to promise that she would accompany him even to hell. Then, Shika told them the same thing Shino had said about his father and his clan. Kurenai told Naruto that she was in a relationship with a boy, so she couldn't leave the village without him, and that she thought they shouldn't tell her boyfriend, so he was out of the plan. Anko, for her part, repeated her answer to everyone. When Naruto was in bed, he was thinking about the situation. Well, it went better than I expected. At least none of them will tell anyone about my plan, and I'm glad to have Shika and Shino. Maybe they can convince their clan to come with me, which would be great. I hope Hiyashi can come and talk to me in the forest without drawing attention. Now the problem is how long I've been gone. Do you have any plans for my friends, Q-chan? They must be very powerful if they want to come with me. Okay, Foxy, you can give them some personal scrolls to work on and train with. Give them all the Shadow Clone Jutsu and some other jutsu to practice. Keep your father's jutsu for yourself. And I think you can give Ino a secret mission too. And what is that? You see, Tsunade is the best medical ninja in the shinobi world and knows more medical jutsu than anyone else. Remember that Ino is going to be trained by her? So why don't you ask her to gather and classify all the jutsu that witch knows so we can use them later? Wow, now I know what you have in mind. The next morning, Naruto began planning for his friends. Going through his personal library, he found some useful jutsu for Shino and Shikamaru. He created 10 shadow clones and ordered them to copy the contents of those jutsu for his friends. Afterward, he asked Ino to give them a private talk. Ino, I heard you said you'll be training with the Hokage as a medical ninja, is that true? Yes, me and the girl with the forehead. Now I have a secret mission for you. Convince that witch to tell you all the medical jutsu she knows. Tell her you want to help her create a new secret scroll of medical jutsu for Konoha. Just make a copy for yourself without her noticing. When I return and we leave the village, I'll need that scroll urgently. And while you're training with her, don't forget to ask your father for your family's techniques. Tell him the same thing, to collect them all and classify them according to your family tradition. Just make a copy. Hi, Naruto-kun. Now go and tell everyone that I want to teach them a cool jutsu. All the Jonin and their teachers stood before Naruto, waiting for him to explain what he had prepared for them. Even the Kin were eager for the possible training, knowing some of Naruto's abilities. Alright, I want everyone to practice the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Remember, this is a forbidden jutsu, and there's a reason for that. The jutsu requires a huge amount of chakra, but the main reason is something else. Now, before you learn the main reason, I want you to learn it. And he began to teach them the necessary hand seals and what they needed to know to perform the jutsu. There were a few surprises. First, Anko informed Naruto that none of the Chunin present knew the jutsu. Then, Shikamaru The lazy boy performed the jutsu and created 5 clones on his first try, surprising everyone. Hinata fared the worst. She didn't have enough chakra to perform the jutsu, so Naruto gave her a new set of chakra weights and asked her to use them when she trained her Juken to develop her chakra capacity. After several hours of training, Shino and the others were able to perform at least 5 shadow clones. The only exception was Hinata, who performed 1 shadow clone and fainted from chakra exhaustion. Now is the time to explain the main reason why this technique was banned. Everyone, please perform a shadow clone technique. After performing the jutsu, Naruto created his own shadow clone and asked the others to retreat to a place where no one could see or hear them. Once they were gone, Naruto waited until, suddenly, everyone burst into laughter and Anko ran after him. "I'll kill you, Gaki. That was my first kiss. And who the hell told you could do it without my permission?" Suddenly, everyone stood up, astonished. Anko had such a devilish smile on her face that even the Anbu captain would wet himself with fear if he saw it. "Wow! Ino Madukes, what does this mean, Naruto-kun? Kurenai. This is incredible, Hayate. Now that I think about it, I'm glad you stole my first kiss. Would you mind continuing what you started?" Anko said, winking and licking her lips. "Anko-chan, I'm only 13 years old, and you know what this means. And to answer your question, Tenshi-chan, all the information your shadow clones gather will return to you when you dispel them. Be careful, though, because if you create too many, the information overload could cause you problems. If you find yourself in a situation with too many shadow clones, dispel them at intervals so you can process all the information. The reason Nadim forbade this jutsu is that by training any jutsu or technique with your shadow clones, you'll take a shortcut. For example, if a jutsu requires a year to master, by using 300 shadow clones, you can learn it in a day. Now, for the first time, I've found something that doesn't cause me any problems." Hee, I'm glad to hear that, Shika. Can I use this on my insects? I'm not sure, Shino, this is something you'll have to investigate on your own. Now, I want the Junon to train chakra control. Start by walking on trees and then move on to water. If you've mastered all of that, then begin kunai balancing. I think Anko-chan can help you with this. After that, you should practice kunai balancing while walking on trees and water. This way, you'll be able to perform more chakra transformations with less effort. I want the Hunin to train mastering chakra transformations until they no longer need hand seals to perform them. The training proceeded smoothly and quickly. By the time they left the forest, all the shinobi had improved remarkably. Hinata could now perform a shadow clone without tiring. Shino had mastered all the chakra control exercises. Ino was capable of creating 20 shadow clones, and the Hunin had completely mastered the technique. As they departed, Naruto asked them not to reveal their new abilities to anyone, and Ino was pleased to have an advantage over the girl in front of her for her future training with the Hokage. "Here you go, forehead girl. You can wait for your Sasuke-kun until you die, and I'll keep training every day. We'll see who's better, Naruto or Sasuke." Hee, I already know the answer, and I hope you never understand. It'll be fun to see her face after our first day of training with that witch, when I've mastered the training and she hasn't even made a single step. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'll repay you with my undying loyalty. I would definitely die for you, Naruto-kun. When the teams left, Naruto asked Kin to sit down and told him that it was time for him to leave too. "Now, Kin-chan, you must choose between coming with me or staying and waiting for me. Personally, I think that if you come you can train with Uro-sanin, and if you stay you can become friends with my loyal friends. In either case, you'll progress well. But, as I said, the decision is yours." "Naruto-sama, I've told you this more than once. You saved my life, and I belong to you physically, mentally, and spiritually, so I won't fall behind. I can't live without seeing you every day." Hee, Kin-chan. When you talk like that anyone nearby will think you're in love with me. What if I do? Will it bother you? I don't expect anything from you, Naruto-sama, just let me be near you, hear your voice, and see your beautiful face every day. That would be more than paradise for me. Do you love me? Yes, Naruto-kun, Kin murmured with a deep blush on his cheeks. Do you understand what you're saying, relative? I have a demon inside me and you'll have a hard life with me. Son, Do you know that you could have several wives? What do you mean, Q-chan? Inverted question mark. Do you want to develop the Namikaze clan once more to its full potential? Yeah. So you need to have several wives in order to develop your clan. Kin-chan, there's one more thing you should know. I'm the only survivor of my clan. So you need to have multiple wives? It's no big deal, Naruto-sama, if I can have you, I don't mind sharing you. Are you sure about what you're saying, Kin-chan? You know I had a difficult childhood. I don't want to suffer heartbreak again. I won't let that happen, Naruto-sama. I love you and no one can change that. I love you, do you understand? Naruto was speechless. The only thing that cheered him up was the tear that rolled down his cheek. Naruto-sama, I'm not going to force a relationship. I'll wait for you to proceed as you wish. Now, I think you need to inform a pervert about the situation and your plan. Thank you, Kin-chan. And from now on, please call me Naruto or Naruto-kun. If you love me, you don't need to call me Sama anymore. Thank you, Naruto-sama. But I prefer to call you that. Well, that's fine if you like it. Just keep in mind that I don't need the formal titles if you don't want them. Thank you, Naruto-sama, but if you'll allow me, I'd like to call you Master, Kin said with a slight blush on his cheeks. Woof, woof, woof. Is he now in a master-slave relationship? What do you mean by Kin-chan? Well, when I call you Sama or Master, it makes me feel like I belong to someone, and when I call you that, I feel safe because my master is one of the most powerful in the world. Hee, thanks, Kin-chan, said Naruto, scratching the back of his neck. So can I call you Master? Do whatever you want. But not in front of people who don't know my plans, okay? And not in front of Urosanin. I don't want to be his source of information. Thank you, love. Once that was settled, Naruto began writing a scroll. After finishing it, he summoned a toad and gave it the scroll with instructions to deliver it to the pervert. Jiraiya was enjoying his moment of glory. He was at his favorite hot spring in one of the border villages of the Land of Fire. This spring was meant for the enjoyment of both men and women who desired each other's company. The pervert was flirting with a pretty girl when, suddenly, a toad appeared with a scroll in its hand. What the hell? Why do you toads always ruin my time? What's this scroll about? Don't tell me it's one of those stupid flat-chested girl missions. Hello? Who's the one with the flat chest? It doesn't matter. Give me the parchment and get out. After obtaining the parchment, he opened it and began to read, frightening his companions with each passing minute. Who does she think she is? Cammy is only 13 years old. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I have to go. Something urgent has happened. And without wasting a moment, he ran out of the place and headed straight for Konoha. Tsunade wasn't feeling well. She had a terrible headache. Oh, Cammy, may I commit suicide? Perhaps you should, considering what you've done to my apprentice. Oh, hello Jiraiya. Perhaps I should remind you who you're talking to. I don't need to remind you. I know who you are, flat chest. What did you call me? Oh, sorry. Perhaps I should have called you an old hag. No. I have a better name for you, drunken fox. Jiraiya. Stop yelling at me. Do you really think you can hit me if I don't let you? I know, you're the all-powerful Hokage-sama, so what? You forced Naruto to live in the forest and restricted his friends' visits? What's wrong with you? Are you planning to kill him in silence? Come on, just say it. You are exceeding your limits. Oh, really? And what are those limits? Do they refer to betraying my sensei? Or to betraying my student's last wish? Which one do you mean? Get out. I don't want to hear another word. And if you say one more word, I'll arrest you. Do you think you can pull it off? Let me tell you, Tsunade, none of Konoha's elite forces can arrest me. You know that. And I'm not your subordinate. By Kami, Naruto and I were the ones who found you drunk after losing a fortune on one of those bets. You know what? I'm ashamed I turned down the job and gave you the position. Anbu, arrest this man. 4 Anbu entered the room, but were stunned when Jiraiya looked them in the eyes, unleashing a murderous intent comparable to that of Kyuubi itself. Now, you drunkard, listen carefully. I've come to take Naruto with me on a long journey. And none of your childish nonsense will stop me. I don't know how long it will take. Just remember that you're not safe because of a secret organization called Akatsuki. What do you mean, Jiraiya? You are not worthy of my time or my information. Stay alert. I am leaving now, And tomorrow morning Namikaze Naruto will not be in this dreadful village for a long time. With that, Jiraiya left the room, leaving behind a drunken, gaping, furious old witch smashing things. Naruto was meditating when a toad appeared near him. "Naruto-sama, Jiraiya-sama wants to see you at the monument. Tell him to come see me here in the woods. Tell him he's safer here too." After about an hour, Jiraiya was sitting by the camp chatting with his relatives, waiting for Naruto to return from the hunt for lunch. Minutes later, the blonde boy arrived at the camp carrying 4 rabbits. "Yo! Jiraiya-sensei, it's been so long." "Hello Naruto. I've just come from visiting one of my former teammates." "Let me guess, was she drunk?" "As usual." "Lamentable." "Yes. Okay. I told her I'd take you with me on a long trip. When should we leave?" You see, I heard that Hiyashi-sama wants to speak with me, and I asked him to come. I'm waiting for him. I don't know when he'll arrive. Perhaps you could help me visit him and get him out of this forest?" "I'm afraid not. You're leaving, so you're free to do as you please, but Hiyashi lives here, so he must obey the Hokage's orders." "Yes, you're right. So, can you go and take it with you?" "I'll see what I can do." 2 hours had passed since Jiraiya left the forest to speak with Hiyashi. Naruto was meeting with Kyubi. "Q-chan, how's the process going with the genetic maps?" "Well, I found the original parts of each dojutsu and separated them from the others. If necessary, I can give you one with its full power. It only takes half a day to have it ready before your eyes, but if I may offer some advice, I'd prefer to do more research to find a way to fuse them and eliminate the parts we discussed earlier." "How long will it take?" "Just 1 month. But there's something interesting." "And what is that?" "I found some parts of the genetic maps comparable to the genetic map of my clan." "What does this mean?" "Well, if you want to know the history of most bloodlines, there are fusions involving demonic chakra in the history of each clan. But so far, I haven't found a bloodline comparable to the genetic maps of my clans." "This is interesting." "Do you know the meaning of this?" "It means that the Sharingan and Byakugan have some history of fusion with your clan." "Well, not exactly. Have you heard the story of the wise man of the 6 paths?" "No." "Well, the story goes that there once was a very powerful shinobi, and a 10-tailed demon. The shinobi created a jutsu and sealed the demon inside himself. That same jutsu is used against you or any other Jinchuriki." "And what does this story have to do with this situation?" "Well, the story goes that the shinobi had 2 apprentices named Senju and Uchiha. He gave each of them a dojutsu. Senju had the Byakugan and Uchiha the Sharingan. For some unknown reason, there was a fight between Senju and Uchiha in the Valley of the End." "Yes, I heard this part from Hinata." "Now, after that, when that old shinobi known as the Sage of 6 Paths was near death, fearing that the seal would break upon his dying, he used an unknown jutsu and divided the demon's chakra into 9 new, different demons, releasing them from the seal. That's how I was born, Foxy. And that sage possessed an ancient dojutsu." "So, according to this story, the Sharingan and the Byakugan have the same origin, and when they are fused, an ancient dojutsu will emerge." "Perhaps. But this is just a theory. If we assume the story is true, then parts of the genetic maps must be missing. The missing part would belong to other tailed demons. But as far as I know, the tailed demons didn't pass on any dojutsu to their hosts. And logically, if there's a similarity between the genetic maps of both clans, then I believe the fusion will result in the ancient dojutsu." Maybe you're right. I need time to figure out how to balance and merge the generators. And I'm in no hurry, Q-chan." Jiraiya was not happy. He had been waiting for Hiyashi for almost an hour, and he was nowhere to be seen. "Did he leave the premises?" he asked the family member for the 10th time. "From what I understand, he's inside Jiraiya-sama's. He had a meeting with the elders, but it should end soon." To prove the member's ownership, after 5 minutes Hiyashi was in the room. "Hello Jiraiya-sama, sorry for the delay. You know how it is with political meetings." Yes. I've come to talk to you about my apprentice. He wants to meet you, but he's under orders not to leave his house. He asked me to accompany you if you'd like," Jiraiya said, concerned for the branch member in the room. "With pleasure. Wait until I change and inform Hinata and Hanabi. After all, this speech concerns both of them and their future." It was one of those cool evenings, and Kin was happy. She told her master about her feelings, and luckily, he understood. Now she sat near the river, Watching her master practice a ninjutsu he himself had seen the pervert use once. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the side. "Can you explain why you're spying on me, Uro-sanin? I thought you were only interested in girls." With that, a chain of reactions unfolded around the river. Jiraiya ran after him, hurling insults at him for his lack of manners. Hiyashi laughed as he held a fainting Hinata in his arms, and to everyone's surprise, Hanabi stood there, gazing at the blonde with admiration and a slight blush. Was she drooling? After everyone was settled, Hiyashi began his speech. "Now, before we begin, I want Hinata to compose herself so she doesn't faint. I don't want to repeat what I've already said. Naruto, I'm sure you know your lineage. And I'm sure no one told you that the 4th Hokage and I were close friends. It was around the time of your birth that Minato, Kushina, my wife, and I were together, and my wife convinced your mother to arrange a marriage between one or two of my future daughters, you being the last member of your clan." "Wow. And my mother was okay with that?" "Hee hee, you know, it still makes me laugh when I think back on what happened. Well, let's just say it was hard to convince her. And your father ended up in the hospital for 2 days." "Hee hee, I can't imagine the great 4th Hokage being bitten by his wife. How funny." "Indeed. Let's return to the matter at hand. As I already told you, there is an arranged marriage for you and one or two of my daughters. Now I want to ask you, what will you do? Do you still want me to get married? After seeing my position in the village and my problems with the council and the Hokage, I don't pay attention to those bastards or the drunken witch." "Well, if you don't have a problem with it, then I don't see a problem with it either." "Okay. So, you'll marry one or two of my daughters when you're 16, alright?" "Hi Hiyashi-sama, ahem, Naruto-sama, may I ask which one you choose?" Hanabi asked, blushing and with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Well, everyone knows Hinata's in love with me, Hanabi-chan. But..." Naruto stopped, afraid of breaking the girl's heart. "But what's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. "You know, I don't see you with that passion. To me, you're the sister I never had. I don't want to ruin your life, Hinata-chan, but I know that marrying without love has no future. And perhaps you don't know this, but I should marry more than one woman besides you and Hanabi. I'll have more than one wife. And knowing your way of thinking and your spirit, I know you couldn't be happy in a family like that. You might be upset now, but believe me, in time you'll be happy with my decision. Will you be my sister?" "I don't know. I like you more than anyone else. When there was no one who valued you, I was there, admiring you as my ideal. But if this is what you want, I think I can change what I feel for you. I'm not even sure if it was love for myself." "Thank you, Hinata-chan. Now that this is settled, I think it's just you left, Hanabi, or does your father have another pretty girl?" "Of course not, and he won't, Naruto-kun." Everyone laughed at this kid's antics. "Now, Hiyashi-sama, there's something I must tell you." And Naruto began to tell Hiyashi everything, from his beginnings to his plans for the future. "Now the question is, will you help me? Will you let your daughter leave this town and come with me?" Hiyashi was lost in thought. He knew the blonde boy's childhood. He knew everything, but hearing it from the blonde boy himself, he saw the problems from a new perspective. He was furious, depressed, and ready to kill all those bastards on the civilian council, and even the Hokage. "To be honest, I don't like the council either, and lately I've been having serious problems with the Hokage herself. Considering your situation, I agree that they'll use all their power to hinder your progress and might even try to kill you again. I have no objection to my daughter accompanying you, but I have something better in mind." "I assume you're aware of the problems with the Hyuga branch members, right? Well, I have an interesting plan. Let's just say that by the time you leave, you might have your own clan." After Hiyashi left, Jiraiya was lost in thought. Things are about to get interesting. Now that I think about it, if the Hyuga clan leaves the village, Konoha will be left without any powerful dojutsu after the Uchiha clan massacre and Sasuke's betrayal. On the other hand, Naruto will have the most powerful clan on his side. But the problem is that the Hyuga clan won't come with all its members. Technically, there will be 2 Hyuga clans, and this could cause problems for Naruto's plans in the future. Furthermore, there's the problem of Akatsuki, which is under control and requires more attention for now. What should I do to protect Naruto from them? Itachi is with them. But realistic thinking. What is that? Kid, now that I've spoken with Hiyashi, when will we leave? And what about the Gaki girl? Do you mean relatives? Yeah. What do you mean by me? If you think I'm going to leave Naruto-sama, I'll kill you and send you to hell. Did you get your answer, Uro-sanin? She'll be coming with us. Now, boy, you must be informed about an imminent danger you might encounter during the journey. And what is that? An organization called Akatsuki. Recently, this organization began tracking down all Jinchuriki and fighting them. Those who encountered them disappeared without a trace. Rumor has it they're searching for tailed demons. Do you know what happens when they try to separate the demon from its host? No. The host will die. There's no known way to save their life during the process. Now, if the rumors are true, sooner or later they'll come for you, and if they catch you and try to separate Kyuubi from you, you'll die. And if we encounter them, you can be sure there will be a brutal fight. And frankly, I don't think she can withstand it. She'll die in the first minute of the fight. What do you know about me? I lived in a hidden village with a damn snake. Hell, he even used me as his personal sex toy in every way possible. Ways that not even a pervert like you can imagine. Don't underestimate me, you imbecile. Come down, Kin. Now, Uro-sanin, Kin will come with us, and you and I will train her. And that's final. Thank you, teacher. Maestro? Suddenly, Naruto was behind Jiraiya holding a kunai near his private parts. You didn't hear it, you won't hear it, and you won't use it as a source of research, understood? Otherwise, you might not enjoy women for the rest of your life. Jiraiya nodded, swallowing hard for fear of losing his manhood. Mental note: never behave in a perverted manner in front of Naruto or his girls. Now, returning to my question, when will we leave this terrible town? As soon as possible, kid. How about tomorrow? The sooner the better. So I'll see you at East Gate at 10 a.m. Go to your apartment in the morning and take whatever you want. We won't be back for years. I'll let the fox know you're leaving the forest tomorrow morning. So you won't have any problems. It was one of those mornings Naruto didn't want to end. But there was no other option, and he was in a hurry. He went home and packed all his belongings. His next destination was his father's house. He needed to take all the scrolls from the library so no one could copy anything. The process of sealing all the books and scrolls took him about 3 hours, but afterward, if anyone went to the house, they would find it empty. Completely empty. He even sealed the furniture. The only thing that would remind anyone that this house belonged to a shinobi was the Flying Thunder God seal on the library floor. I remember Team talking about a stone in the secret room. He said the stone held secrets about the Sharingan that only the Uchiha knew. I doubt a copy of its contents exists anywhere else. Should I go there, find it, and take it with me? Why not? It could be useful. So Naruto went to the Uchiha compound. Knowing where the secret room was, he easily found the large stone with strange inscriptions. He didn't have time to examine the stone. There was a scroll nearby, so he figured it must be about it. He should be at East Gate in 15 minutes, so he put the stone and the scroll into another storage scroll and looked around. Now, for the first time, he noticed several scrolls in a corner. What are these scrolls? Perhaps it involves secret techniques or secret materials and history of the clan. He put them all back in the same storage parchment and, after finishing the cleaning, left the premises trying not to be seen by anyone. After finishing his work, Naruto stood at the East Gate. It was 10 o'clock, and he was waiting for Uro-sanin. He arrived 10 minutes later. Are you ready, kid? Did you pack everything you need? Much more than that. But you don't need to know what I have because it's not much. Now, where do we go? I hadn't planned on going anywhere in particular and I chose East Gate by chance. Do you have any specific places in mind? Well, I have some blueprints of other Jinchuriki, but I don't know where they are. I only know one of them. The container for raccoons with a single tail. Yes. Gaara. So you want to go to Suna? But we have to go west, right? Yeah. Should we cross through the town? We can do that, or we can go west from here. It will be a long journey, but we can visit some towns, and I can introduce you to some of my men. Agreed. It was lunchtime, but Tsunade wasn't hungry. She needed to find a fire jutsu. She'd heard of them and wanted to learn them. After all, she was the Hokage of the Land of Fire, and it would be shameful if she didn't know any fire jutsu. So she headed to a place where she knew the third Hokage kept his personal library. Upon entering the room, She looked around in astonishment. What the hell? Shizune. Within seconds, Shizune was in the room. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Did anyone else enter the office when we weren't here, besides you and me? No, Tsunade-sama. The Onbu guarding the gate will not allow anyone to enter without your permission. Are you happy with this room? What do you mean, Tsunade-sama? Do you know this room? I believe this is the Hokage's personal library. Yes. And where are all the scrolls that belong to the third Hokage? Shizune was astonished by the sheer number of scrolls. Looking around like a silly little girl, she ran from shelf to shelf, her mouth agape. Tsunade-sama, where are all the scrolls? And that's what I want to know. Call all Onbu security agents. Hi Tsunade-sama. It was 5 in the afternoon and Ino had no assigned tasks. She was entering the office when she heard the Hokage's voice, furious and cursing all over the place. Tsunade-sama, is there a problem? A problem? What do you call it when you discover that the Hokage's entire personal library has disappeared without anyone having seen anyone enter his office? What do you mean by personal library? Oh, you don't know. Previous Hokages did an excellent job compiling all the information on jutsu and shinobi topics, and created a personal library for future Hokages. Even the fourth had a copy of his jutsu in there. What happened to him? I don't know. I went for the first time today and found it empty. Completely empty. There are only empty shelves left. Wow. Now I need to ask all the Chunin and Hanin to make a copy of the jutsu they know in order to rebuild the library. But it won't be as complete as before. Tsunade-sama, may I ask you something? Yeah. Was there any scroll on medical jutsu? Not too much. But you're the best. Shouldn't we create a new scroll with all the medical jutsu you know and add it to the library? Do you know what you're saying? I know over 100 medical jutsu. I don't have time to gather all the information and write about them. I should be dealing with paperwork, and if I have any free time, I have work at the hospital. But I can help you. If you'll allow me, I'll come and help you. You can tell me everything, and I'll write it all down. Consider it a moment of relaxation and part of my training. But some of them are secret jutsus, and others are forbidden. Well, I'll be like a typewriter for them. After all, even the third Sama had a secret scroll with forbidden jutsus. Yes. Well, if you promise not to tell anyone, I think I can count on your help. Hi Hokage-sama. Now go and rest. Tomorrow I'll talk to your sensei, separate you from your team, and take you on as my personal apprentice. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. But what about the girl with the prominent forehead? Are you referring to Sakura? Well, she asked me to teach her some medical stuff. I think she has potential to be good in the medical field, but I don't have time to train 2 people at once. After all, she can learn from Shizune. Yes, Hokage-sama. If you have nothing to bring me, I'll go and rest for tomorrow. I'll be present at 7 o'clock. Dismissed. 3 months had passed. Naruto was enjoying training with Jiraiya. He had completely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. He was practicing giving the Flying Thunder God technique a circular shape to see what would happen. The next day we will begin our journey to Tsunagaki. Good. And he went back to his notes. What are you doing, kid? Trying to change the shape of the Hiraishin to circular. After all, circular shapes are more stable than rectangular ones. And how is the progress going? Look at this. On the paper, Jiraiya could see the Hiraishin seal of the base part. The part that would join the person. It was exactly the same, but circular in shape. Did you try it? Not yet. I was going to try again in a few minutes. With that, he created a shadow clone and asked it to test the seal. The clone attached the seal paper to his shoe, creating a perfect Flying Thunder God technique. After dispelling the clone, Naruto smiled. Now you'd be surprised. The new form have the chakra required. Pretty? Hee hee. I told you it would be more stable. Now I have another job. And that would be it, trying to add the target stamp to a regular kunai, not the special ones. And how would you do it? Look at the special kunai, kid. Each blade has a part of the jutsu, and the handle has the last part. What would happen if you added each line to one side of the surface of a normal kunai blade? And the last part would be on the handle. Did you make someone? Yes, but I was working on the first part because I thought the reason Dad needed to make the tree leaf was the amount of chakra transfer. Now that the amount of chakra has been halved, it should be more stable with a normal kunai. Do you think adding a chakra stabilizing seal on top of the leaf will help? Perhaps. But first try the regular stamp. Naruto used the shadow clone jutsu again. But when the clone attempted the jutsu, the kunai exploded. Upon closer examination after the jutsu, he saw that the explosion occurred as if chakra had tried to burst from one end, and that part corresponded to the manipulation of space-time. He created another kunai and added a stabilizing seal to the same part to perform the space-time manipulation jutsu. Again, using the shadow clone technique, he attempted the jutsu. Jiraiya was astonished to see the clone perform the jutsu and teleport to the kunai's location without any problem. Wow! That's incredible, kid. You took your father's jutsu and perfected it. The original jutsu made enemies wet themselves with fear, but with your perfected version, I think they'd rather kill themselves than let you touch them. And they won't even realize what you did, because they won't see a special kunai flying toward them. You're even surpassing my level, kid. And I'm glad to witness this. Hee hee, thanks Uro-sanin. A week later, Naruto and Jiraiya entered Suna. Uro-sanin, do we need to transform? No. After Orochimaru's attack, we allied ourselves with Suna. We need to find the container as quickly as possible. I don't like the weather here. Get down here, boy. If what I think is true, we'll find him easily. And what is that? As much as I know about human beings, no one in Konoha will appreciate him like you do. So it will be easy to find him. I think you're right. So, do we split up and look for him? If you want, you can look for it yourself. I'm not as young as you and I need to rest. Okay. So Naruto left him and went to a shop. After a few hours, he discovered that the Jinchuriki was the Kazekage's son and that he was in the Hokage Tower. Then he started looking for the tower. Soon he was walking along the wall, searching for the boy's room. While searching, he looked out a window and saw a beautiful blonde girl coming out of the shower. She threw her towel on the bed and started walking around naked. Naruto wasn't a pervert, but he couldn't help himself. He couldn't stop staring at that beauty. After a while, she got dressed and left the room. Wow! What beautiful features! And why do I feel weird? You're maturing, okay, fine, Q-chan. But she was amazing. She's as pretty as Ino and the others. But she had bigger breasts and a nice... Well, you know. I should stop thinking dirty thoughts. Inverted question mark. Why is that? I need to find the child. Yes, I forgot. But she was nice. We can think about it later. Of course. After a while, he found the boy's room. He opened the window and went in. Sitting in the chair, he waited for the container. Gaara was fed up. He disliked politics, and his sister and brother only made things worse by forcing him to accept the position of Kazekage. He didn't want this job. He couldn't trust this village after so many assassination attempts. He longed for a way to leave and escape those hateful stares. He opened the door and headed to his room, hoping to find some peace. Hi Gaara-san. Who are you and what are you doing in my room? Who sent you here? Get down, kid. I'm not here to do any harm, and nobody sent me. I just want to talk to another Jinchuriki like myself. Jinchuriki? You? Which one? 9. What do you want to talk about? I know Orochimaru tampered with your seal, and from what I know, he didn't undo what he did in the forest. I don't know where you got that information, but you're right. I can't hear my mother's voice and I can sleep, but the terrible thing is that I completely lost control in the arena. First of all, why do you call her mother? It's the only thing that doesn't stab me when I turn my back on it. And it's the only thing that doesn't run away from me and saves me every time I'm attacked. But these things won't turn a demon into your mother. And if you think about it, you'll see that you've been brainwashed into becoming a bloodthirsty demon like her. But believe me, you're a human just like me. You just need to focus on the seal, and then you'll be able to communicate with her, control her behavior, and even control the sand better than before. Do you have any proof of what you're saying? Well, I have 9 tails inside me, look at me. I can rest every night, I even have some meetings with her and she helps me a lot. And I'm human, as you can see. I've made friends and I plan to have a quiet and pleasant life. As I said, your label needs some adjustments, and then you'll need to find some trustworthy people. You can count on me if you want. After all, we have some things in common in life. Why are you doing this for me? What do you want? First, I want a new friend. Second, there's a secret organization that hunts demons, and sooner or later, they'll come after you and me. I think if we join forces, it'll be hard for them to catch us all at once. Third, as I already told you, I have plans for the future, and if you agree, you'll be a great help and, at the same time, you'll have a better life." "What's your plan?" "Leaving my village, finding a new place, and founding a new shinobi village from scratch. A village that doesn't judge people by their appearance. A village where people like you and me are valued." "When will you do this?" "For now, I've left my village in search of a new place that's good enough, and at the same time, I'm looking for other Jinchuriki to talk to as much as I talk to you." "Do you know their locations?" "Not yet." "Alright. If you fix my seal, I'll be your loyal friend and go to your village to give you information about 2 more Jinchuriki." "Done. I'll contact you." And with that, Naruto jumped out the window, leaving Gaara lost in thought. "Sonny." "Damn it, what is that, brat? Don't yell like that, it's giving me a headache." "I found the Jinchuriki and spoke with him. He agreed to my plan and told me he has information on 2 other Jinchuriki. We need to examine their seals. That snake bastard tampered with them, and if you can repair them, you should stabilize them even further than the original." "When can I see him?" "Whenever you want." At the same time, Gaara asked his brother and sister to tell him what had happened. "So, Gaara, do you trust him?" Temari asked. "And what's this about leaving the village later?" Kankuro asked. "First, I trust him. He's a Jinchuriki like me and has information about an organization that hunts Bijou. Second, I'll leave the village when I find a better place to live and develop my new shinobi village. And I want you two to come with me." "And why did you think I would come with you?" Kankuro asked. "Because if I leave, I'm sure Temari will leave to watch over me and help me. And if she leaves, I think you'll have no other choice." "This village did terrible things to my family, Gaara. They made your life a living hell, and our father was a bastard. Our mother died because of him, and I have no other good memories of this village. So, if you leave, I'll go with you. Not to watch over you, because I don't think you need it anymore, but because you and Kankuro are all I have left in life." "Temari, do you know what this means?" "What about the position of Kazekage?" "You can shove the Kazekage up your ass, Kankuro. Now, Gaara, when are you going to see this kid again?" "I want to be there when they fix your seal." "He told me that he will contact me himself." "Just remember to let me know, okay?" 2. The next morning, Naruto went early to his new friend's room. Gaara was awake, waiting to see what the morning would bring. "Hello Gaara-san. Are you ready? Are we going to fix it now?" 2. "Wait. I want my sister by my side while they fix it." "No problem." 10 minutes later, Gaara returned to the room with Temari by his side. Naruto blushed at the sight of the busty blonde again. Images of her naked body flooded his mind. "Are you okay?" "Yes. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto." "Sabakuno Temari." "Should we go now, Gaara?" 2. 10 minutes later they were in a safe place, far from the village. Jiraiya was waiting for them. When they arrived, Temari jumped for joy like a little girl. "You're Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, the Seal Master. Wow. You've missed something, Tama-chan." "Tama-chan?" Gaara. "Wow, I like that name." Temari. "Hee hee, kid, you're making progress." "Well, as I was saying, you missed something. This man is not just a Sannin, he's a Neuro-Sannin, author of those perverted Icha books." Now Jiraiya was afraid. Normally, women would criticize him harshly for his perverted books, but to everyone's surprise, Temari was blushing with a strange smile on her face. "Wow, read my novels." "What the hell? Why is she blushing? Is she a pervert? Oh my god. She's my sister and I didn't know her personality." Uh-oh. Mental note, she's even more perverted than the Uro-Sannin. "Well, should we proceed with the sealing?" "Why not, brat?" "Okay, Gaara, come here and mold some chakra so I can see the seal." As Gaara molded chakra, the seal became visible on his stomach. That scoundrel used a 5-element seal on the main one. I can remove it, but first I'll repair the main seal so that when I remove the 5-element one, you won't have the same problems as before." And so the task began. An hour later, Gaara's entire body was covered in seals ready to be activated. Jiraiya performed several hand seals, shaping the chakra and activating the seal. After 5 minutes, the process was complete. "Now, Gaki, this is going to hurt, just like when he put this in your stomach." Jiraiya concentrated chakra in his fingertips and applied it to the previous wound. Gaara winced in pain, but it soon disappeared. "Now you're ready, son. Try manipulating the sand. And Gar moved the sand without any problem. And can you talk to the devil? No. That's a good sign, Gar-san. I'll show you how I communicate with Q-chan. And then both boys began to meditate. After an hour, Gar nodded to Naruto, indicating that he had communicated with the Baijuo. Okay. Now, remember that you need to convince her to help you and stop manipulating your mind. You can cut off communication whenever you want. I'm sure that by the time I see you again, you'll have learned a lot. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Now, my part of the deal is to let me know when you need me to leave the village. You have my complete loyalty. And here's this scroll. It contains information about 2 other Jinchuriki and where you can find them. Thank you, Naruto-kun. As my brother, you have my loyalty. I hope to see you soon in a better place. If you'd like, we can have dinner together privately. Wow. Are you asking me out? Why not? Alright, Tama-chan. We'll talk about this later, when I'm back in Konoha. But you'll have to wait for me for a year or 2. And remember, I'll have more than one wife. Hee, I like the harem. I didn't say anything like that. I just said I have more than one wife, okay? Yes. After another hour chatting about unimportant things, Jiraiya and Naruto left the village for their next destination. 6 months had passed since Naruto left the village. It seemed Tsunade had returned to normal after his departure. After Naruto left and Ino and Sakura separated from their teams, a new team was formed with Hinata, Shino, and Shikamaru. Their specialty was infiltration and intelligence gathering, and they were the only team capable of it. Therefore, they were busy with various missions. Thanks to these missions, they gained more experience, but this didn't stop them from continuing to advance, as Naruto was there to help them progress even further. Kurenai thought about Anko. After Naruto's departure and the team changes, Anko had become sadistic and devoid of happiness. She was self-centered and didn't enjoy the company of others. There was only one hope to save her, to bring Naruto back before she lost her humanity. Perhaps I should speak to the Hokage about her. But what can I tell him? I'm afraid that if I say anything, Anko will be suspended from her post, and that will worsen her condition. Where are you, Naruto? Sasuke was furious. It had been almost a year since he'd left Konoha hoping to train with Orochimaru, and what had happened? Now he was dead. Since then, all he had left was Kabuto and the Snake Scrolls. Well, at least now he had the snake contract. But that wasn't enough. Kabuto trained him in medical jutsu, but what good were they in combat? None. The Snake Scrolls contained some interesting jutsu, but they weren't very powerful. The only powerful ones were those of his secret jutsu, cheating death. What should I do? I have nothing left here. Can I go back to Konoha? Will they arrest me? No. I have the council's support. They'll help me. They'll save me. And there's no third Hokage anymore. Yes, I'll be back soon. Tsunade was happy. The fool was gone, and she had enough money to pay off all her debts. Now, if only she had the last Uchiha by her side. The problem was, she didn't know where to look for the poor boy. She knew that, after Orochimaru's death, there was nothing for Sasuke in the village hidden in the sound, if any other village even remained. Perhaps he's afraid to come back. Well, if he does come back, there will be a time when some people will distrust him. But that's all. I'm sure the town council will be delighted to see him back in town, just as I am. Naruto and Jiraiya were heading to the village hidden in the lightning. According to the scroll, there was another Jinchuriki in the village. Uro-sanin, do you think we can negotiate with this one? The scroll says he's the Raikage's brother. There's no way I can convince him to come with me. Perhaps. But after meeting Akatsuki, I expect the Raikage will be pleased that you're joining us to save him. And if he knows you'll be leaving the village, that will help. After all, having an alliance with one of the great shinobi powers while you're developing your own will be beneficial. Yes. When will we meet them? We'll be in the village tonight. We'll visit him in the morning. But let me talk when we're there. You have no experience in politics. 2. The next morning they entered the Raikage's office. The secretary entered fearfully, saying that 2 Konoha shinobi wanted to see him. I'm surprised the old witch wants to ally herself with me. We don't need her help, so what's she up to? Tell them to come in. A minute later Jiraiya entered, followed by Naruto. Oh, if it isn't the mighty Jiraiya, The Toad Sanin. Hello Raikage. It's been a long time. Yes. The truth is, the last time I saw you we were in the middle of a fight. What made you think I was going to appreciate you now? This boy convinced me to come here and talk to you. And about what? I have information about your Jinchuriki. What are you talking about? Come on, Raikage-sama, we know your brother has a Baiju sealed inside him. You have nothing to fear. I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed Baiju, Naruto said, trying to gain his trust. Hee, this is new. So what's the problem now? Well, there's a secret organization that hunts Baiju. I don't know what they intend to do with them, but one thing I'm sure of, sooner or later they'll come after your brother. I think he can save himself. I'm afraid not. The members of this organization are all S rank, and among them is Uchiha Itachi. He's a disgrace to Konoha, but he's a shinobi you shouldn't forget. And what does the Hokage have in mind? That old witch has nothing to do with this meeting, okay? Naruto shouted, losing control as he remembered Tsunade. What do you mean by brat? Well, if you'll allow me to explain. Come on, kid. And Naruto began to tell the Raikage his life story from the beginning. He told him about the villagers and the third Hokage, continuing with his fight against Orochimaru and Sasuke's betrayal, and later, Tsunade's. As you can see, there's nothing for me in Konoha. That's why I plan to leave and find a new place to found a new shinobi village. I'm on a journey to find all the Jinchuriki and negotiate with them. At the same time, I'm looking for a place that can serve as a new shinobi village. Well, that's a brilliant idea. Now, what does this idea have to do with me or my brother? First, you can send your brother with me as an ambassador after I've developed the village. Second, I need your alliance with my village once I've developed it. Why are you suggesting my brother? I can send anyone else. Think about it. If Akatsuki attacks one of the Jinchuriki, there will be others helping the target, and they will pay a heavy price fighting against more than one Baiju container at the same time. You're a smart kid. I like you. Well, you have my support, and when the time comes, we'll eagerly await my brother's shipment. Thank you, Raikage-sama. I can't ask for more. You're welcome, kid. Jiraiya couldn't believe it. Naruto had nothing to do with politics, and now he had convinced the Raikage to accept his terms. Gaki, I think I underestimated you. I'm sorry. No problem, Uro-sanin. Now that we have the Raikage on our side, we must go to our next and final destination. But I have a problem. And what is that, kid? Every time we travel to shinobi countries. And what's wrong with that? First, Tsunade can track us if she wants, the same goes for Akatsuki, and second, I need to find a place for my own village. We can't use other shinobi countries for my own purposes. I'm not Orochimaru. You're right, brat. Well, our next destination is the village hidden in the mist. After that, we can go and explore new places. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the fifth Mizukage is a woman. She's young and very attractive, but be careful of her temper. For Kami, are all the Godime Kids women with bad tempers? Well, she's not as bad as Tsunade, but you should still be careful around her. I have news, Fox. What's that? I've finished the genetic map. Now you can have a completely new Dojutsu. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, shocked. Jiraiya didn't know what had happened and was scared. Is there a problem, kid? We need to change our plans, Uro-sanin. Why is that? I can't tell you right now. But for now, we need to find a really safe place, away from other people. We might have to be there for more than a month or two, and we won't be leaving. Come on, Gaki, why should we do this? I can tell you this. I had some plans with Q-chan, and she completed the first step. Now we need a safe place for her to use her chakra. I don't want anyone else to detect me. I see. Well, we have to go to Wild World. There are some waterfalls and forests a few days away, to the southwest. Let's go then. 10 days later they found themselves in a dense forest near a waterfall and a beautiful river. The best part of the place was a cave behind the waterfall. Here we are. So what now, kid? Language. Tell him to leave you alone for a month. You won't need food or water. Tell him to go do his research and come back in a month. Uro-sanin, Q-chan says you shouldn't be here. It's dangerous, and I might lose control and hurt you. She says I'll be fine, that I don't need food, and that I have no problems with the water supply. So you can go investigate and come back in a month. Are you sure, kid? Can you trust this demon? If there's one thing we can be sure of, it's that demons don't lie. Well, I don't think there's any way I can convince you. So, in a month? Exactly. Okay. I trust you. I'll come and get you in exactly 1 month. After 10 minutes, Jiraiya left and Naruto entered a state of meditation. So what should we do now, Q-chan? We need to change several things, brat. First of all, I'll change your physical body. Your body has developed quite well so far just from using those chakra weights, but I think we can progress further. This process will be excruciatingly painful and will last a week. I'll shatter your bones, reshape them, and heal them multiple times. I'll build muscle mass and I'll remove those damn whisker marks from your face. That way you can take off that mask. The second phase will begin afterward. In this phase, I'll start changing your genetic map in every cell of your body and infuse the genetic map we developed for your dojutsu. At the same time, I'll add another genetic map that will slow your body's aging process. But this requires you to be 4 ages older than you are now. In other words, you'll lose 4 years of your life in a leap of physical and mental development to adapt to the new genetic maps I'll infuse, and to balance things out, I'll add the slow-aging genetic maps. You won't live for millennia, but you will live for at least 200 years. You won't lose your mental sharpness in old age. So you won't become another old third Hokage who lost his standing even as a professor due to a lack of physical acuity. Wow, what a complicated procedure. Will it be finished in a month? Yeah, by the way, I'm going to add a small genetic map to your brain. This will make your brain process something different from what other humans process. What do you mean? Well, all humans use less than 30% of their brain capacity. This genetic map will allow you to use more, around 50% without any problem. This will allow you to process twice as much information as other humans. So, in other words, will I have multiple bloodlines, rapid healing, dojutsu, accelerated brain processing, and slow aging? Yes. But the most amazing thing will be your dojutsu. What is the power of this dojutsu? Well, as we mentioned, it's a combination of the Byakugan and Sharingan to a certain extent. It possesses the abilities of all 3 Sharingan Tomoe, meaning you can copy jutsu and see in slow motion. It won't have the Mangekyo Sharingan, but I added part of my clan's genetic map. This part will give you the power to cast the most powerful Jinjutsu and total resistance to normal Jinjutsu. The second part of the dojutsu is the Byakugan. This will give you the ability to see in 360 degrees, see at long distances, and see Tenketsu. By the way, if you didn't know, the real Byakugan has a blind spot behind the neck. I removed it, and you'll have perfect 360-degree vision with no blind spot. There's one more thing you should know. That inverted question mark, have you heard of the Rinnegan? No. Well, that's the last dojutsu left. Its user can use corpses and transfer chakra into them, allowing them to see from different angles simultaneously. Wow. Well, with your shadow clones, you can achieve this to a certain extent with your dojutsu. You just need to have a chakra connection with all your shadow clones at the same time after creating them, and using this chakra connection, you can transfer information with them. Now, with your new dojutsu, you can transfer visual information. In other words, you can have something similar to the Rinnegan, but using corpses. That's amazing, Q-chan. Okay, enough theory. Shall we begin? A month had passed, and Jiraiya was furious. Not only did he have nothing to do, but being away from his grandson and knowing nothing about his health infuriated him. Well, I can finally go see what happened to him today. I hope he hasn't done anything stupid. And with that, he set off on his journey towards the waterfall. Kurenai was furious. She was practically fuming, not only because she had no idea where Anko had gone, but also because, to make matters worse, she was now having serious problems with Hinata. Something was definitely wrong. Hinata was a good person. She had some personality issues, but nothing like what she'd been showing lately. Determined not to put up with it any longer, Kurenai went to talk to Hinata. When he was with his team, he asked Hinata to say a few personal words to him. Hinata, you know, I see you as my little sister. You've always been shy. But you've changed. Something's wrong with you. You get angry easily and you're always yelling at the people who love you. You sit somewhere and stare into space, like you're dreaming, and suddenly you get angry for no apparent reason and start yelling at everyone. What's wrong with you? What's the problem? Nothing that concerns you, sensei. And nothing that anyone can change. What are you talking about? You know about the arranged marriage between Naruto and me, or Hanabi. Even so, I don't understand why Naruto chose Hanabi and not me. I'm not angry with her, after all, she didn't do anything wrong. But I don't understand him. I loved him my whole life, and what happened? He chose someone else. He said he'd have several wives and that I wouldn't be happy about it. Why does he think he knows everything about me? I would be happy with him even if he had several wives. I don't understand why he thinks that way about me. And I don't know what I should do to prove him wrong. I remember all the times you followed him around like his shadow. And why didn't you show him any concern all that time? You have self-esteem issues, Hinata. And knowing Naruto since childhood, I know he doesn't like people with these kinds of problems. And I agree with him. Knowing you have self-esteem issues, when you enter his life with other girls, you'll be last on the list. And I'm sure you want nothing less than to be the alpha in this situation. Do you realize the problem? If Naruto agrees to marry you, there will be conflict in his house all the time. And believe me, he's already had enough conflict in his life. He needs a warm and welcoming home. I know that if you were the only one marrying him, you'd be his top choice, but you're not the only one. If you want him, you need to work on your personality. Being the alpha requires certain skills. Look at your father, for example. You must have the ability to manage all the relationships in his house without conflict. And if you don't want to be the alpha female, but still want to be his wife, you still need to work on your self-esteem and become stronger. From what I know of him, he'll choose a strong woman. Do you think I can do it? I don't know, Hinata. You're the only one who knows this. The Mizukage was in her office when a Jonin entered. Mizukage-sama. What's the problem? There have been some assassination attempts against the Cloud Ambassador. So Yugito? Too. Report. Yugito ran as fast as her legs would carry her. She didn't know the two shinobi chasing her. All she knew was that they were at least 2 nin rank. If only I could get to the Mizukage's office. You should run faster, kitten. I told you to carry your weapons with you at all times. But you didn't listen to me. This isn't the time for punishment, darling. Can I borrow some of your chakra? Too. Naruto was happy with the result. The only problem was his clothes. They no longer fit him well. Wow, look at my work. Hee hee, if I were free, I'd mate with you right here and now. Thank you, Q-chan. You've done far more than I could ever have imagined. No problem, Fox. Now all you have to do is work hard on your dojutsu and familiarize yourself with its abilities. As far as I know, there shouldn't be any weaknesses in your lineage, but it's best to be sure. Just train hard and make me proud. The deal is done. Naruto sat down and began to meditate. After a minute, he created 5 shadow clones and connected his chakra to them. Then he ordered them to go out and keep watch. Jiraiya was running at full speed. He thought he saw a shadow near the waterfall. He couldn't make out the details, but he was absolutely certain he had imagined the 4th Hokage near the waterfall. Hee, dreaming that his spirit is watching over his son. After a few minutes, he was standing in front of the entrance. Yo Urasanin, it's been so long since I've seen you. Hey Naruto. How did you know I was coming in? Hee, I have some surprises for you. First of all, I need one of your clothes. Mine doesn't fit me anymore. What do you mean? Well, it's dark in here. Why don't we go outside and I'll let you see what's happened to you? With pleasure. Prepare for a heart attack. And with that, Naruto Harashin appeared near the entrance. Jiraiya couldn't believe his eyes. There he was, an exact copy of the 4th Hokage, same height, same eye colors, but no pupils. How strange, same hair, same face. Naruto? The only Urasanin. What happened to you, kid? Oh. Let's talk about a lot of things. First of all, surgery performed by the almighty Kyuubi made me taller, with more muscle mass and stronger bones. Second, a jump in the aging process makes me 4 or 5 years older than when I entered the cave. Third, the infusion of new genetic maps gives me a different lineage, thanks again to Q-chan. What lineage, kid? Well, first, there's a dojutsu, a completely new one. Second, there's a lineage that grants me immediate healing, and third, one that slows down the aging process. Now I can live for about 200 years. Wow! Can you show me your dojutsu? Well, as you can see, my eyes have changed, They no longer have pupils. They're like the eyes of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, without pupils. And as you can see, they're now a dark navy blue. This is before I activate my bloodline. Are you ready? Jiraiya nodded his head like a child who sees an ice cream in front of him. Naruto concentrated chakra in his eyes, activating his lineage. 2 circles formed, one inside the other, and in each one were 3 tomoe, like the Sharingan. It was like having 2 Sharingan superimposed, one larger and circular. So what can you do? What is its power? Now, a professional shinobi won't talk about their powers, right? Come on, kid. I'm your godfather and I'm your sensei. Well. And Naruto told her everything he had done to obtain blood samples and what happened afterward, even going so far as to tell her about all his powers. The Mizukage ran at full speed. He knew the council was unhappy with his appointment as the new Cage of the Mist and that they had tried everything to force his resignation, but this far exceeded any acceptable political boundary. If he didn't hurry and arrive in time, and lose Yu-Gi-To, war would break out between the mist and the cloud. And war was the last thing he needed. Kami, help me. Let me arrive on time. And with that, she channeled more chakra into her foot, jumping faster as 5 Anbu tried to catch her. I don't think I can take it anymore, darling. Running away is over. I have to face them. There's no other way. You know what this means, kitten. Those damned bastards on the council want this. This will lead to war. What can I do? It's about an hour for now. I don't mind running, but no matter how fast I run, they're keeping a close eye on me. Just keep it a little longer, kitten. Okay, kid, let me see you. Hee, you look like a mix between your dad and me. Shall we go to Mist? How long will it take? A few weeks. I think I have a shortcut. Why don't we use summons? They can jump greater distances. And with them, we can get there in less than an hour. Hee. Why didn't I think of that? You'll do it if you stop thinking about girls. Okay, let's go. And with that, they summoned 2 toads and ordered them to jump in the direction of the fog. There's no other way out. This is a dead end. I'm so sorry about those bastards, kitty. Try talking to them. That'll buy the others some time. I'm sure they'll be here soon. Hee. I've got you, bitch. There's no way to run anymore. Do you two understand what you're doing? I'm representing the cloud. Attacking me is like attacking another country, that is, like declaring war. And why did you think Mist would mistake us for your assassins? The Mizukage will punish you. Ah. And what made you think she would try to punish us? Ah, I see, you slept with her, didn't you? What are you talking about? Hee, it seems she doesn't know. Well, let me explain the situation. Our cage is A. And we all saw the way she looked at you. This explains everything. Now I understand the meaning of those looks and those blushes. Don't tell me they're telling the truth, darling. Inverted question mark. Don't you like it? I thought you thought it was pretty, but that won't make me want to be in bed with her. I'm not sure. Oh, come on. You forget that I know everything that goes through your head, kitten. I saw those wet fantasies you had about that girl. Okay, should we finish the job? Honestly, do you two think you can beat me? I can kill you both in less than a minute. So why did you run away like a scared cat? Inverted question mark. What they said about cats? Get down, darling. The reason is brilliant. I don't want to be a cause for a new shinobi war. Ah, of course. Hee, but you don't have a choice. We have orders. Anbu, arrest those 2, shouted Mizukage, running towards the scene, thanking Kami for arriving in time. Are you alright, Yugito? Yes, Yugito replied upon seeing the blush and that strange look in the Mizukage's eyes again. Wow. Is that true? I can't think of any other reason for that look and blush, except that. Now you see it. The 5 Anbu arrested the 2 Junin and headed to the interrogation unit, leaving Mizukage and Yugito alone. Mizukage-sama, may I ask you something? Safe. And will you tell me the truth no matter what? Why not? Well, those bastards told me you have feelings for me. So what's the problem with that? You represent the cloud, and I should be worried about you if I don't want a war. That's not true. I was told that you are. Don't doubt it. What did you hear? They told me you're said Yugito, blushing. Hee, well, it's true. I'm very demanding, but it's true. And do you feel anything for me? Ah. I see. Well, if I said I wasn't attracted to you, I'd be lying. But that doesn't mean I'm going to force you to do anything. I see. Okay, Enough of this. We have more important things to discuss. As my problem with the city council and its future plans. I see. You can tell me about it when you get back. It was night when Naruto and Jiraiya entered the village. They agreed to go to a hotel to rest and speak with the Mizukage the following morning. After a few hours, at midnight, chaos erupted. The entire village was a hive of noise, and shinobi were running in all directions. What are all these sounds, Uro-sanin? I don't know. But asking doesn't cost anything. They both left the room and asked some people on the street what was happening. They soon discovered that the village council had ordered its shinobi to arrest their Kage and the Cloud Ambassador. It sounds like a coup to me. You're right, kid. So what should we do now? Foxy, I have an idea. What's wrong, Q-chan? Hurry up. Help the Kage. Because she's in danger, and if you help her, you'll gain a new alliance. Or, at best, you could count on her company if she chooses to leave. Uro-sanin, I have an idea, but don't ask any questions, we don't have time. Could you track her chakra? We need to help her too. After about a minute, Jiraiya mentioned a direction and they both jumped onto the rooftops following that indication. Now I can sense the presence of a Baijuo. The cat, if I'm not mistaken. Uro-sanin, Q-chan says she sensed the presence of the cat Baijuo in the direction we're going. That explains the chakra I sensed. It was strong, but not as strong as Kyuubi's. They concentrated more chakra in their legs, jumping faster in the hope of finding both targets before it was too late. What should we do, Mizukage-sama? They're everywhere, Yugito whispered. I don't know. But I'm sure of one thing, the town council is behind this, and we can't stay in this town anymore. If they manage to control everyone, there will be more attacks. I'm fed up. But how are we going to get out? We're surrounded, and there's no way out without a fight. Just wait a little longer. Suddenly, there was a burst of chakra and two shinobi without headbands jumped in front of the place where the two women were hiding. What the hell is going on? Who are you? The main question is whether you will fight against us or stay there, Jiraiya replied. Let them all attack. I'm sure they're here to help the fox. And all hell broke loose. Jiraiya fought 3 shinobi while Naruto faced 2. Minutes later, more and more arrived. This Uro-sensei has no end. Go find them, brat. Use the summoning spell and help them escape the village. I'll follow you as soon as you find them. 2 minutes later, Naruto was standing in front of the women. Should we go? Who are you and how did you find us? The Mizukage asked. I assume you're the Mizukage. Escape is your primary objective. You can ask questions later. With that said, Naruto summoned Game Bunta. What is that, kid? Well, Bunta-kun, we're in the middle of rescuing the Mizukage from an assassination attempt and we need to escape quickly. Where's the pervert? Right behind us. He'll come when he sees us leaving. Everyone stay behind me. With that, the Toad Chief leapt high and far away from the village. Jiraiya, seeing this, summoned another toad and confronted the remaining shinobi. Greet your council and tell them they won't see those two. But tell them to know that Cloud and some other towns will be saddened when they find out what will happen tonight. And Jiraiya leapt away with the help of his summoning, leaving the astonished shinobi behind. Tsunade was in her office reviewing mission scrolls. She had many, but she was missing shinobi. Suddenly, Shizune burst in, running towards her, interrupted her. Tsunade-sama, there's a letter from the mist. What's wrong, Shizune? Have you seen a ghost? Read it yourself and you'll see. Hokage-sama. The Hidden Mist Council ordered the Mizukage's removal, but she resisted and last night aided one of the Cloud Village's Konoiki in escaping. 2 shinobi without headbands assisted them. You may wonder why we are informing you of this incident. Well, as you and we know, only one shinobi possesses the Toad summoning contract, and that very shinobi was one of the 2 involved. The fact that the young man referred to him as Uro-sensei proves that he is a student of the Toad Sanin. Therefore, we demand an explanation regarding your actions and why you intervened in the dispute between villages. And the parchment contained the signatures of all the members of the Council of Mist. What the hell? Why did Jiraiya get involved with them? That pervert causes me more trouble than he knows. And I'm sure that Fox Team and Brat. What should we do, Shizune? Call the council. I can't decide this on my own. Hi Tsunade-sama. Sasuke was preparing to leave the Sound Village. No one knew his decision. Before departing, he wanted to complete one last task. He discovered a secret section in Orochimaru's library and decided to take a look. So he continued on his way and opened the library. Jiraiya and Naruto were standing in front of two Kanoiki. "Can you explain what happened, Mizukage-sama?" "Well, if it's not Jiraiya-sama, the Toad Sannin, one and only." "And who is this attractive young man? I hope he's single and doesn't have a girlfriend." He's Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. And he doesn't have a girlfriend. But as the last member of his clan, he needs to have several wives. Perhaps we should get to know each other better, young man, eh? After all, you are the one who saved my life." "Hey, I was on the front lines. And I'm the author of Icha Icha Paradise." "Honestly, do you think you're young enough for a beauty like me, Jiraiya-sama?" "No. You should seek out my mother." "Pretty Uro-sannin, come down." "Thank you, Mizukage-sama. But I don't know if we're compatible. If you'd like, we can start getting to know each other better." "Hey everyone, why didn't anyone ask about me?" Yugito said angrily. "Yugi-chan, don't get angry. It's just that I'm a Kage and I started the conversation." Sorry, beautiful. Will you introduce yourself?" said the blonde man. "Ni Yugito, container of Nibi by Juo." I was looking for you in heaven and I found you on earth." "And why, heavens, Naru-kun?" "Because your beauty can only be found in the heavens." "Wow, kid, you gotta start writing books. I bet you'll surpass me." "Urobaka?" Inverted question mark. "And if you're not a pervert, what are you, a fox? A womanizer?" "Come on, Q-chan, you taught me everything about this." "I thought your first sensei was that ramen girl, Ayame." I forgot the time." "So what should we do now?" asked the Mizukage. "Can you go back to the village?" Jiraiya asked. "You're welcome." "And what about the cloud?" Naruto asked, referring to Yugito. "They sent me here because they wanted me away from Cloud, and I'm sure they won't let us in easily. They hate me because of my tenant." "I think people are the same." "What do you mean, Naru-kun?" "Well, you see." And Naruto began to tell them all about himself, from his childhood to his plans for the future. "Why don't you let us go with you, Naru-kun?" Mizukage said, imitating Yugito. "Are you safe?" "Yes," both Kanoiki said. Kin was bored. What did that perverted toad think he was, leaving me behind at this bend and waterfall? I'll kill him. But then he remembered that his master had entrusted him with a mission. "You must stay here and train your relatives. I need a secret place to send new friends to if I make any in the future. I need a center where people can meet after leaving their villages, and this is the best place. So stay and train. This way, I can ensure your safety from my enemies and have a place to send people. And don't worry, I'll come back for you before I return to Konoha. I won't see you for a long time, but I'll send toads with messages, and rest assured I'll think of you every day." And with that, Naruto left with a tender and sweet kiss on Kin's cheek. "I wonder if anyone will come here soon." Sasuke found the hiding place. He was surprised to see only two scrolls. One described the concepts for performing a course seal, and the other was a jutsu without any explanation. Now, this power-hungry man wouldn't mind learning a new jutsu without knowing what it was. He could discover its power after learning it. The jutsu itself was simple, with small hand seals. So he read the scroll and practiced the sequence of seals to make sure he had learned them. Then he began performing the jutsu and molding chakra. Concentrating on the last seal, he molded the chakra and executed the jutsu. Suddenly, he felt his body burning from the inside. The pain was unbearable, and he couldn't endure it any longer. Everything went dark. Tsunade was in the council chamber, facing the civilian and shinobi council. "As you can see, Jiraiya acted on his own and now sees us as responsible for his actions. This could trigger a shinobi war. What should we do to prevent the situation from escalating further?" "We can tell you about the demon brat," said one of the civilians with pink hair. "Yes, and we can say that Jiraiya was under his control through a demonic genjutsu," added another civilian member. "All they care about is saving their own skins. Isn't there any other way to save everyone?" said Tsume Inuzuka. "I'm sure that if we think about it more, we can find a better way," Hiyashi added. "Mandukes. Why is it that every time we face a problem we want to solve it in the fastest way possible?" added Shikaku Nara. "So what can we do, Nara-sama?" Danzo asked for the first time. "We can find a logical answer that doesn't involve giving up on Jiraiya-sama or Namikaze Naruto. Shibiabarame added. Don't call him Namikaze anymore. He doesn't have that surname, Tsunade shouted. With all due respect, Tsunade-sama. I believe it's only natural for a child to bear their father's surname, and if you have a personal issue with that, you can tell us, Shibi said. Yes, Tsunade-sama. I was going to ask you about this after we resolve the first problem. Why don't we meet to discuss it? He is the son of Namikaze Minato, and you know he was my best friend. Therefore, I believe we should discuss Naruto's inheritance now, before we resolve the issue of the mist. Because, as we all know, the fourth Hokage's son will have political support in any action he takes, just like Uchiha Sasuke, Hiyashi said. Tsunade was sweating profusely. She had serious problems with the boy, but she couldn't tell the council. If she spoke about her problems, well, let's just say it would raise suspicions about her power as Hokage. I have no personal problem with the brat. I simply believe he is unworthy of the title of fourth Hokage. Worthy? And what makes you think that, Tsunade-sama? If you had found Nawaki when he was 16 and hadn't seen him for 16 years, would you have asked him if he was worthy to bear your surname? Tsume said, anger evident in her voice. Don't you ever mention his name again, you demon brat, or I'll kill you, understand? It doesn't matter. You've already figured it out. I say we vote for his inheritance now, Shikaku said. And so they voted, and to everyone's surprise, Naruto won the title of carrying on his father's name and legacy. Now that he's Namikaze, you can't manipulate him as you planned, Tsunade-sama, Shikaku said with a demented smile. After all, it was his son's plan, and he promised himself he would acknowledge it later. Pretty? Exactly, Shibi confirmed, dancing in her mind. So what should we do? Well, you could say there was a similarity between toads and frogs, and it's unknown whether a frog contract exists or not. Or you could say it was a simple genjutsu, known since the Third Shinobi World War, and that perhaps they used it against the mist. Let's say the genjutsu forces you to see summons that do the work. And you could simply say that those two people used the transformation to complicate things, Hiyashi said, leaving Nara and Aburame amazed by the man's imagination. Wow, Hiyashi-sama, how did you come up with this plan? Shikaku asked. Remember Hinata's kidnapping? Well, let's just say that after days of searching for an excuse, one can come up with many funny excuses that seem good enough for most situations, Hiyashi replied. Well, I think that concludes the meeting, Tsunade-sama, said Shibi, putting an end to any confrontation. Naruto and Jiraiya spoke with two Kanoiki about their plans and the places they would visit. They told them about Akatsuki and warned them that it wasn't wise to travel with them, so they devised a plan. Well, I have a secret post for these kinds of situations. You can go live there secretly. It's far from the borders, where there are fires and lightning strikes, so the border patrols won't find you. And there's a girl there, actually one of my future comrades, waiting for whoever I send. You should go live there with her and wait until my trip is over. Then I'll go, and we'll see what happens. So we have a long journey ahead of us, said the Mizukage, concerned about the possible encounters that might occur until then. No. Come on, Naru-kun. There's a huge distance between here and the place you're showing on the map, Yugito said with a neutral air. Do you know how long it took Uro-sanin and me to get here from there? Only a few hours. Are you kidding me? Mizukage-sama, do you remember the toads? And with that, he issued a summons and ordered him to deliver two Kanoiki to the place where that relative lived. By the way, Blondie, call me Okayu, I'm not the Mizukage anymore. Hee hee, thanks Okayu-chan. And you can call me Foxy, I'm used to it. To me you're the blonde. Period, darling. Kin was resting after a long and arduous training session. She was thinking about Naruto and hoping her master would soon return from his journey. She knew finding a new place wouldn't be easy, after all, she needed to find a location that didn't belong to any elemental country. Suddenly, she heard a muffled noise coming from the cave and saw two toads at the entrance. Thinking it was Naruto and that pervert, she ran to greet them. She was stunned to see two girls on top of them. Who are you and what did you do to Naruto? Come down here sweating. If we had done any harm, why would the toads have helped us? Okayu replied. Well, I'm sorry. How's Naruto? Any news? Naru-kun is fine. And yes, I have some news for you. I suppose you're related? Yugito asked. Too. Well, He said we should come here and stay with you until he gets back, and then we'll make plans for the future. So you're his new friends? Yes, you could say that. Well, I'd prefer to be more than just a friend of the blonde guy, but it's his decision. What does that mean? Oh, nothing sweaty. Well, you know my name. If we're supposed to be living together, why don't you introduce yourselves? I am Niyugito, of the Cloud and Nibi's Jinchuriki, the two-tailed Baijuo. And I am Okayu, ex-Mizukage, and I don't have a surname because I am an orphan. Wow. Why did you leave the fog? It's a long story. And we have plenty of time to spend together, Okayu-chan. Okay. The problem started when... And Okayu began to tell her story and the group continued until late into the night. Kabuto wasn't an early riser, but there was something he needed to check. The night before, he'd received a report that some people had heard Sasuke scream, and since then, no one had seen him. I hope the fool wasn't hurt too badly. Having said that, he knocked on Sasuke's door. When he didn't get an answer, he broke it down with a jutsu and entered the room. He was astonished to see Sasuke in such good condition. Well, at least to him. Sasuke opened his eyes. He remembered the previous day, when he had attempted the snake's final jutsu. He moved his head and looked around. He saw some medical equipment and a beeping sound indicating that Kabuto had found him and that he was now safe. I don't know what that jutsu was. I hope I haven't done anything stupid that could cause irreparable harm. Hello Sasuke-chan. What do you mean, Sasuke-chan? Are you crazy or what? Ah, I see. So you don't know what happened to you. What do you mean, Kabuto-san? You're scaring me. You shouldn't be afraid. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? That's a good one. Good news. You have no health problems. Your chakras are healthy and you are in good condition. And bad news? Sasuke asked, with a hint of fear in his voice. You see. It seems you've discovered Orochimaru's amazing gender transformation jutsu. He used it when he wanted to possess a host of the opposite gender. Well, this jutsu will transform your body to a certain extent. I'm afraid you're no longer a man. At the same time, you're not a complete woman. What does this mean? Come here and look at yourself, said Kabuto, helping Sasuke stand in front of the mirror. As you can see, you have attributes as large as Tsunade's. But my examination showed that you still have male genitalia. Therefore, you can have relations with women and get them pregnant. There's a name for your condition, we call them trans. What? Is there any way to reverse this effect? I wasn't finished yet. You see, Orochimaru used this jutsu before transforming into a new host, so he enhanced it with certain abilities. When someone with a profound chakra seal uses this jutsu, it consumes all the chakra stored in the seal, and with it, the seal disappears. In fact, this was the reason you were prevented from fully transforming into a woman. And as I explained, you no longer have a profound chakra seal. And regarding your question, no, there isn't a reverse jutsu for this. What can I do? Nobody should see me with these things on my chest. Why not? The truth is, I find you very attractive, and if you like me, well, let's just say I'd like to take our relationship to the next level. Shut up already. I hate you. I hate that damn snake. I hate sound. You haven't given me anything after all this. Now I'm all alone and I can't look anyone in the face. And now you want to do perverted, twisted things with me? Weren't you enough of playing with me? Steal, Sasuke-chan. Stop calling me that. So what should I call you then? I don't know. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Kabuto knew that when Sasuke was angry, it was impossible to calm him down. The only solution was to give him time. So he left the room, leaving Sasuke lost in thought. I'll go back to Konoha. I'll ask Tsunade for help. She's the best doctor and she can heal me. I'm sure she can. Now, how can I get into the village without being seen like this? Ah, the transformation. Yes. No one will bother looking for a transformation. How can I get in without the Anbu finding me? The way I came out. Yes. That river is the only place no one will look. Ino was exhausted. She trained with her team, had mission after mission, trained with Tsunade, worked at the hospital, and, in addition, when she had free time, she dedicated herself to completing the secret medical scroll and making a secret copy for Naruto. Where are you, Naruto? This village is so boring without you. When are you coming back? Have you found any other Jinchuriki yet? Have you found a place for your plans? I don't know how much longer I can take it. And I hate that forehead harpy. I don't know how much chakra she has to argue with me or that witch. Hee hee, poor thing, I can't forget her face after the first few days of training, when she couldn't mold medical chakra while I was healing a bird. She thought I was experienced and argued that she'd pass me by. Well, I should thank Naruto when he came back. That shadow clone is amazing. I wonder what Anko-sensei and Shino are doing now. I miss you all. Naruto, please come back soon. Shino was working on a new way to use his insects. He had long mastered the shadow clone technique and now knew two more clone techniques besides the one from the academy, the shadow clone and the bug clone. The bug clone was amazing, allowing him to surround his target with insects, but the shadow clone was different. He could never gain the memories or knowledge of the bug clone due to its very nature. However, the shadow clone would grant him knowledge about clones. The problem was that he had to dispel them to gain that knowledge. So he was working on his own version of the shadow clone. He created another clone and, before doing so, placed an insect inside it. Waiting for the result, he asked the clone to go somewhere he couldn't see it. Once the clone was gone, he discovered that, with the help of the remaining insects, he could communicate with it and obtain its knowledge whenever he wanted without needing to dispel it. Amazing. Now I have to master this new one until I can do 10 or more without any problem. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto was having a great time. All that was left of his journey was to visit different places and explore possibilities. He liked the land of rice, but it was small. Now he was in the land of tea. The country was large and beautiful, but the main problem was that it had a long border with the land of fire to the north and a long coastline. That could pose a security problem for a new country. His next destination was the land of rivers. But he was sure he wouldn't choose it, simply because it had long borders not only with the land of fire, but also with the land of sand. Uro-sanin, I'm afraid finding a suitable place will be a difficult task. The place must be far from sand, fire, fog, and clouds. And looking at the maps, I can't find any such place. Well, there are several beautiful islands in the sea. Yes, but they're small, and at best you can't build a large country in there. If I found a new, uninhabited one, I'd choose it. And the snow? I don't know. Well, I think we can change our plans and go to the snow instead of the river. Why not? At least we have an alliance with them as fire shinobi. Why is that? I saw a report that said Team 7 had a mission there to help the princess. So he'll be loyal to Konoha and won't let me use his lands. We can't be sure until we see the conditions ourselves. Maybe. Naruto had never been so happy. He was living the best moment of his life. He had never been on a ship before. Uro-sanin, how long will it take us to get there with snow? It'll be about 2 weeks. Wow. I like this. I like the ocean, and it relaxes me. I think I have plenty of time to train, Naruto said happily. Well, there are 2 types of training I want you to start. First, we need to find your affinity. What is affinity? As you can see, most jutsu are based on one of the 5 chakra types: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Any ninja with rigorous training can master each type, but some come more easily to them. Every ninja has an affinity for one or more of these elements. Jutsu that share the same element as the user's affinity are mastered more quickly and easily, becoming the true power of the shinobi. However, there's a vicious cycle you need to be aware of. Let's say I use a fire jutsu and you use a water jutsu, what would happen? My jutsu will defeat yours. Exactly. Now you need to know the element circle, because when you face an opponent using elemental jutsu, you need to find a winning strategy, and using the opposite element is one of them. The circle is like this: fire beats wind, wind beats lightning, lightning beats earth, earth beats water, and finally, water beats fire. Okay, enough theory. Use this paper to find your element affinity. Put some chakra on it, and it will show us your affinity. Naruto took the paper and infused it with chakra. The paper tore in two. One part became soaked and the other turned to ash. Amazing. What does this Uro-sanin mean? It seems you have 3 elements, the most powerful being wind, followed by water and earth, which are equal in power. Hey, tell that pervert you've got fire too. Uro-sanin, Q-chan says I have fire too. But the paper didn't reflect that. Tell him that I'm inside you and that by using my chakra you can use the most powerful fire jutsus. Ask him for another piece of paper and then channel my chakra into him. Sanin, do you have more paper? Yeah. Naruto took a new piece of paper, directed Kyuubi's chakra towards it, and the paper ignited in a flame so powerful that it forced him to drop it. Oh my god. How did you do that? It's the most powerful affinity with fire I've ever seen. It was Q-chan's chakra affinity. That explains the power. It says I can learn the most powerful fire jutsus without any problem. Right. Good. I think we should start with water. You have the ocean all around you, and you can use it. The first lesson for all affinity training is the same: meditate and sense the element around you. For now, focus on finding the element of water in the ocean. To make this easier, you can take a container and put your hand in the water without connecting it to the container. Then, move your chakras toward the water and outward, and see if you notice any difference compared to normal chakras. When you feel the difference, you'll be ready for the next step. And so, Naruto began his work knowing that if he wanted to master the four elements it would take a lot of time, and he didn't have that much. Sasuke ran as fast as he could. He ran along the river and entered the village after midnight, hoping no one would see him coming in. An hour later, Sasuke entered the Hokage's office and found her asleep at her desk with a bottle of sake in her hand. Tsunade shook her, opened her eyes, and upon seeing Sasuke, blinked several times until she realized it wasn't a dream. How did you get in without anyone telling me, brat? And what do you want? Tsunade asked, her tone wary. After all, she couldn't fully trust a traitor. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I've returned, and I didn't betray Konoha. I simply left to train with someone and came back. For your information, that person died right after I left, so there's no reason to worry. And what made you come back? Well, I have a medical problem. Could you help me solve it? You seem perfectly healthy to me. It's a transformation, Hokage-sama. And with that, Sasuke undid the transformation, revealing his enormous attributes to Tsunade, and when she spoke, her voice also changed. See? I can't live like this, can I? What happened to you? Well, now you look like a real woman. I'm not a complete woman. The fact is, I'm still a man in my genitals. Oh. That's funny. You can have daughters and sons, but that daughter will feel a certain degree of curiosity. Hee hee. It's not funny, Tsunade-sama. Come down here, kid. Now tell me what happened. You see. And Sasuke told the Hokage everything about the secret scroll. Are you carrying the parchment with you? Yes, he said, and handed the scroll to Tsunade. Now I'll see what I can do. Don't get your hopes up too much, but I need to investigate further. And if what you told me about the jutsu is true, it's truly astonishing from a medical standpoint. Medically, yes. But personally, not for me. You brought this on yourself, kid. What can I do? For now, use the magic circle. I will inform the Anbu that you have it for a secret reason and that they must not reveal it. What about the council and my betrayal issue? From what I understand, they'll be delighted to have you in town. Sakura felt good. Why? She didn't know. What a lovely morning, and why do I feel this way? I should be angry about having to work with Ino for the rest of the day. But I can't be angry. Why? Why? She was walking to the hospital and was surprised to see the Hokage working so early. She usually slept until 9 a.m. Shisho. Oh, hi Sakura. Tell Ino I have a very important job to do with her. You can tell me the job, Shisho. I'm your apprentice too. No, Sakura. This is a very important matter, and you don't have nearly as much talent as she does. Call her to my office and go back to your regular work at the hospital. Now Sakura was furious. She couldn't understand how Ino had surpassed her. She had the best chakra control of the academy era and trained tirelessly to improve, but no matter how hard she tried, Ino always outpaced her by more than one step. Hi Shisho, Sakura said through gritted teeth. Ino was worried. Why would that witch want to see her so early? It must be something very important. She knocked on the door and went into the office. Tsunade-sama, did you want to see me? Good morning, Ino. Look at this scroll. Someone found it at Orochimaru's base. Ino looked at the parchment. She could understand some sequences of hand signs, but some parts made no sense. It seems he's going to invest some things in the organic parts, But I don't quite understand. It appears that Orochimaru used this jutsu to change gender each time he used a host of the opposite gender. This means the jutsu can turn a man into a woman and vice versa. Wow. May I ask who found it? It's an S-rank secret. So you mustn't tell anyone else. Hi Hokage-sama. Sasuke brought the scroll. Unfortunately, the fool tried it without knowing what it was. And because of the seal, he partially transformed into a woman. He has a feminine appearance, a childlike voice, and even the same breast size as me, but his genitals are still male. Ino could no longer contain herself and rolled on the floor laughing hysterically. She couldn't imagine the image Tsunade was painting before her eyes. After a few minutes, Ino came downstairs. And now she was thinking about the problems she had to deal with. First of all, did he come back? Yes. He returned last night. And where is he now? In his family's compound, hiding from the people of Konoha. That's what the traitor gets. But do you think you can reform him? I'm not sure, Ino. The jutsu is very complex. That snake bastard was a genius, and working with complex jutsu requires caution. A single misstep can kill the target. And surgery? With it, the breast mask can be removed. Yes. But it won't change your voice or your appearance. We can also use surgery for the voice. But I don't know if we can use it for appearance as well. At least I'm glad he can have children. We can't lose the Sharingan so easily. I'm happy for you. Now, if you have nothing to do with me, I have some things to do. No. Simply take the parchment and copy the contents with a full explanation of its use and effects on the occult. Hi Hokage-sama. Sakura couldn't control herself. What was this important job that Ino could participate in and she couldn't? She had to find her and asked her before she died of rage. To earn a fortune, Ino walked to the same section of the hospital to visit some patients. Oh, Ino, I was looking for you. What's wrong, Sakura? Hurry up. I have several jobs and I can't stay here answering your silly questions. Well, at least you can tell me what job the Hokage asked you to do. I can help you if you want. Hee, I thought you were smarter than this forehead girl. If the Hokage wants you to know, why did he call me? If you don't have any more silly questions, go ahead and check on the patients in this section. I need a full report at the end of your shift. And why do you think you can order me to give you Ino Pig? It seems you've forgotten the Hokage's orders regarding our ranks at the hospital. You stupid Banshee brow, you work under my orders whether you like it or not. Don't move, you ugly fatso, or I'll report your irresponsibility to Hokage-sama. Now. And with that, Ino left the furious Banshee running around the hospital, kicking and hitting everything in her path. Take it, forehead girl. Hee. It'll be fun when she finds out Sasuke's back and tries to find him. Why not? Oh, Naruto, I wish you were here to see my jokes. A week flew by. Naruto was working hard to master the wind element. Water was an easy concept, but wind was another story. He thought he'd had enough training, so he sat down to reflect on his water jutsu. Bakusui-shu-ha, explosive water shock waves, was very powerful, but he hadn't yet mastered it. So he needed to be near a large enough water source. Daibakufu, Great Waterfall, was powerful and useful when he was outnumbered. It separated his enemies, giving him time to strategize. Daibakuryuo, Great Explosive Current, could even be used to kill the enemy, but, like the first jutsu, it required deep water and the enemy being on the surface. Gashokuzame, 5 Devouring Sharks, could be used right after this jutsu. The only two he liked the most were Suigaden, Water Fang Projectile, and Suijin Heki, Water Wall. The great thing about the latter was that it didn't need any water source nearby. It could use the water particles in the air from its lungs, which was a good tactic both offensively and defensively. How's everything going, Naruto? Not bad, Urosanin. I've mastered some water jutsus and I'm working on wind release now. By the way, when will we be in the snow? 1 or 2 days. Now I want to teach you a jutsu. It's not elemental, but it's very effective if you know when and where to use it. It's called Harijizu. All you need to do is channel chakra into your hair. It will become as hard as iron, and with some training, you can change its shape into something that can cause harm. Wow. Now, begin your training again. After 3 days, they found themselves in the middle of the snow. Naruto was no longer sure he wanted to turn back. The reason was simple, it was freezing cold. But after a day's journey, They came upon a sight none of them thought possible, a spring gushing forth from the snow. Wow. I've heard of a place with hot springs. They're powered by generators, and their heat melts the snow, preparing the place for spring. But I was wondering what would happen if, for some reason, the generators stopped working. The whole place would be the same. Full of snow and cold. Yes. And now what should we do in this country? I'm not sure. Perhaps a visit from the princess, talking to her and seeing what happens next. And so they arrived at the place where they knew the princess lived. Upon entering the house, the guards were pleased to see the two-leaf shinobi enter. Wow, we only ordered a shinobi 2 days ago and you're already here. Man, you're incredibly fast. 2 days? Yes. Princess Koyuki is waiting for you now. And so they led our two shinobi to the room. Koyuki was afraid. She had only recently returned and, with the help of the Leaf Ninja, had contributed to the country's development. Now what? Why on earth had those civilians tried to attack her when she was in the city? Jiraiya was captivated. Before him stood a very beautiful girl with eyes so lovely they could hypnotize him. Oh my god. I didn't know you could come so fast. Well, I'm Koyuki, the princess of this city. I asked Lady Tsunade for help. How can we help you? By the way, you don't need to know our names. I thought it was a tradition for shinobi to introduce themselves. Not always. It depends on the rank. Well, I can do without names as long as you help me. How much did you know about me and the history of this town? I know enough, replied the white-haired shinobi. Well, as you know, I recently returned to the village and activated the generators. At first, the people were very grateful. But last week, while walking through the village, instead of encountering the usual cheer, some civilians attacked me and hurled insults, calling me a fox, a terrorist, and other nonsensical things. I don't know what the motive could be. I want you to investigate and find out. And if you find anyone responsible, eliminate them or arrest them too. Having said that, they separated. The princess left the house and looked for a hotel. Kid, we need to hurry. There are only a few days left before the Konoha shinobi enter the village. I know Urasanin. Gathering information usually doesn't take this long. Let me handle this, and please keep an eye on the princess in case anyone tries to harm her. No problem, Gaki. While they were in the hotel room, Naruto created about 20 shadow clones, cage buttshines, and established chakra control between himself and all of them. Then he transformed them all into normal civilians and ordered them to go out and gather information. After an hour he gathered everything he needed. Uro-sanin, we have big problems. What is that, kid? First, someone inside the house tricked the people into believing the princess would mistreat them, forcing them to pay more taxes than they owed. Second, this same person has people going around the town collecting exorbitant taxes from the inhabitants in the princess's name. Now, the big problem is that this individual has organized an attack against the princess tonight at midnight to either assassinate her or force her to leave the town. Did you find the name? Hello. We need to speak with the princess privately. Well, I know a silence jutsu. Can you teach me? It's simple and very powerful. You should be able to learn it in minutes. It was then that Jiraiya showed Naruto the hand seals necessary for the jutsu. And Naruto performed one perfectly on his first try. I wonder why they didn't teach us this at the academy. Because the barriers of silence are Anbu material. No Genin needs to know such a thing. It seems the Hokage needs a way to control the Genin, and she wouldn't be able to do that if they knew about the barrier. Exactly. Now, it's time to see the princess. Koyuki was surprised to see the shinobi back at her house after a few hours. Hello, do you need anything? Well, we have something to tell you. But first warn everyone, and I mean everyone, to leave the room. Koyuki ordered them to leave. There was one man who hesitated to leave, but he had no choice but to do so after seeing the princess glaring at him. After everyone left, Naruto created the barrier of silence and began his speech. Princess, there's a man in this house who's making people believe troubling things about you. And he told her everything he had discovered. Now Koyuki was afraid. Not only for her life, but because she had trusted the wrong person. Who is this guy? A man named Sandeo. Pretty? Come down, princess, Jiraiya said. But why? Why would he want to kill me? He's the one who forced me to come back. Where is she, princess? Jiraiya asked again. Did you see the man who hesitated to go out? Well, that's Sandeo. I see, was all Naruto said before suddenly opening the door, and with that, Sandayo rushed into the room, losing his balance. "Oh, hello Sandayo-san. I assumed you couldn't hear certain things. Well, you don't need to hear them because you already know most of them. In fact, you're the director of this new film you're shooting in this city. So, what do we do with you now, brat?" And with that, the man tried to attack Naruto. Jiraiya stood there, staring at Naruto's face with a devilish grin. "Harijizu" was all the blind boy said, and a cry of pain was heard as Sandayo withdrew his hand, which had several fine holes. Without a word, a Rasengan struck the man's chest with full force, instantly causing him to have a heart attack. "Now that the traitor has been eliminated, I think we should think of a way to save you," Naruto continued, while nothing was happening. "What do you mean? I shouldn't have any more problems." "I don't think so, Princess. Actually, my student is talking about a serious problem. This man made people believe that you charged them very high taxes, and whatever happens now, people are angry with you and nothing will stop them." You're right, Uro-sensei. We actually have two options, Princess. 1. Stay here and fight alongside your civilians, killing those who persist. 2. Flee the snow and never return. I don't want innocent people to die. I didn't like snow much, and I still don't. I'm not a fan of snow. I can leave if you help me. "That will be easy," Jiraiya said with a mocking smile directed at the blonde boy, making hand seals and summoning a toad. Anko wasn't happy. In fact, she needed to find someone to torture. She'd asked her to come to this cold country with Asuma and his Nujindan team to protect a princess, and now what did they have? Nothing. The princess was gone, and no one had seen her leave the village. All she had was information about two Konoha shinobi who had entered the village. At first, she thought it was her fox and that pervert. But after hearing the explanation about their appearances, she wasn't so sure anymore. One thing was certain, though, one of them was Jiraiya. But who was the other young man, the same height as Jiraiya, with long blonde hair and deep blue eyes without pupils? Well, one thing was for sure, this guy had some kind of dojutsu, and Naruto had never had one. "What happened to you, Naruto? Where are you if you're not with that pervert? And who the heck is this guy? Is he a new friend Naruto made? What do I tell that witch when we get back? Do I tell Asuma that Jiraiya's here? He'll definitely rat her out, and then he and my fox will be in trouble, whether I'm here or not. That witch is looking for something to punish my fox with. Hey, my fox? What am I saying? What's happening to me?" But before she could continue with her thoughts, Asuma was close to her. "Hey Anko, did you find anything?" "Nothing at all, Asuma-san. Nothing at all." 2 months passed without anything catching Naruto's attention. His only occupation was intensive training to master Wind Release and Earth Release. After so much training, he had mastered all three elements, and learning Fire Release was faster and easier thanks to Kyuubi's knowledge of them. Now he had returned to his original interest. He had Kusanagi, the result of his encounter with the snake bastard, but he hadn't trained to use it. He was thinking about finding a competent Kenjutsu master to teach him. He knew Hayate was a master swordsman, but he was still far from his level. Maybe I should ask Kuro-san if he knows any good teachers. Realistic thinking. "What is that, kid? Do you know any Kenjutsu masters? Why? Are you interested in swords?" Hee. I haven't seen you with a sword before." "Oh, I have one. And I bet you'll be surprised to see it." "You've got the bet." Let's see. How about you show me something cool?" Hee. You got it. Here you go." And with that, Naruto handed Jiraiya a storage scroll. Upon opening it, Jiraiya put some chakra into the seal and Kusanagi shot out, causing Jiraiya's jaw to hit the ground. That's it. It's Kusanagi. Hee. I don't know what's so amazing about this sword, but if that bastard used it, then it must be awesome. Don't you know its power? No. Oh, Kami. So why did you choose him? Q-chan told me to pick him up. You should thank him properly, kid. Did you hear that? Good. Now let me think of a proper way to thank me. How about a nice mating session in your brain? That's enough. We'll talk later. Why? You can talk to me and keep talking to the pervert. You have extra brain processing. Yeah. You see, this sword can take its owner's chakra and turn it into poison. Poison? Exactly. As you know, Orochimaru had a contract with a snake, and although I don't know how, He possessed a type of chakra similar to that of snakes. So this sword, by using his chakra, created poisons that even Tsunade couldn't cure. Wow. This means you can channel your chakra into the sword, and it will turn it into something lethal. What happens if I use your chakra? Something that not even the gods can endure after being stabbed by it. Oh. Is there a problem, kid? Nothing. Just a brief conversation with QB. Now, let's get back to our deal. Hey, what's up with my deal? Nothing perverted. I'm not ready for intimacy yet. Old enough to kill. Old enough to be cunning. We haven't been intimate yet. You're a party pooper. Sanin, will you teach me something great now? Yes and no. What do these things mean? There's something I want you to learn and try to master, but I won't be your teacher. With that, Jiraiya summoned an old toad. Naruto, this is the head of the Toad clan. He will teach you about the sage arts. Hello Naruto. I've been waiting a long time for this training to start. Hello. Well, although I am very eager to learn this, we have to wait. For now, I'm looking for a suitable place to start my village. What places have you visited so far? Snow, lightning, fog, and a few other places. But none of them suit me. I understand. Well, did you know your mother was from Whirlpool country? Yeah. Inverted question mark. You knew where I was? No, I don't know, and I asked her Sanin, but he didn't know either. Ha 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 ha, you call him what your dad used to call him. I like you, kid. Anyway, the pool was in Demon Country. I'm sure that pervert here knows the place. Hey, could you stop calling me that? No way. Replied both Naruto and the old toad. It doesn't matter. Yes, I know the land of demons. It's very far south and very far from Suna, Konoha, or any other elemental country. Yes. No shinobi villages remain after your mother's clan was destroyed by Uchiha Madara's attack. But even so, there are many shinobi who yearn to find a good leader, and I'm sure you can be that leader, but you need to find a priestess, because they believe that's how they'll find their leader. Finding a priestess in the land of demons is no easy task. There's something like clandestine organizations known for following Madara because they simply fear for their lives. I see. So, our next destination will be the land of demons. How should we get there? It's the southernmost point. It's located on a large landmass that is a large island, so large that it now encompasses two distinct countries. One is the land of demons, and the other is the swamp. Between these two countries lie uninhabited lands, as these areas are uninhabitable due to their high mountains. However, both the swamp and the land of demons are accessible by sea. I see. So the only way to see the devil will be? Exactly. Okay. Then we'll go there and see if I can find that priestess. Inverted question mark. And when will we begin our training? How long will it take? I don't know. It depends on your ability. It took Jiraiya 6 months. I'm not sure about you. So it will take me less than 2 weeks. Inverted question mark. And how is that possible? Cage Bunshine. I see. Well, for some parts you can use them, but for others you'll have to do it yourself. So, 1 month will be enough? No. At best it will be 3 months. Are you sure about that? 2. So we'll begin it when I finish my duties in the land of demons and return to my hidden post to complete my journey. I'm looking forward to that moment, kid. For now, goodbye. And with that, the toad disappeared in a puff of smoke. Now, Sanin, when shall we begin our journey? This afternoon I'll go and find a boat. Kin was happy. He was training with the cage and had learned many jutsu. He was training hard. I will be powerful when my master returns. I will be here waiting for him and I will show him that I have not wasted my time. Looking around, she saw Okayu watching Yugito and Koyuki with dreamy eyes. Wow. Is she a lesbian? Does she dream about the cat woman? Oh, some very strange things are going to happen. Hee hee. She remembered perfectly the time Koyuki arrived at the cave. Flashback no jutsu. Suddenly, the earth shook again, and a toad appeared with a little girl on its back. The girl had black hair and eyes. She was sad and depressed, but at the same time, terrified. Looks like the blonde didn't tell you about the speed of the trip. Oh, hello, I'm Koyuki. Hello. I'm Okayu and this is my kin. The other beautiful rose here is Yugito. Nice to meet you all. So you're the new Konoiki from Naruto? The new Konoiki from Naruto? What do you mean by that? Ah, I see. So you don't know anything about us. Well, we decided that when the blonde guy came back from his trip, we'd convince him to marry all of us. So I think when he sent you back here, he thought you liked us. I mean, he found something interesting about you and wants you around. Oh. No, that's not it. For starters, I'm not a ninja. I was the Snow Princess, but my subjects tried to attack and kill me, so I hired 2 leaf shinobi and they helped me escape, but they were in a hurry, so they used this toad to help me get away from the snow. And why did you bring her here? No offense intended. The boss didn't tell me where to go, and I thought he wanted her to be safe, and this is the only safe place I know. Well, good reasoning. You can go back. You'll be safe here. The toad nodded and left the place with a poof. Where are you, Kin-chan? Daydreaming? Get back to training, we don't have much time. And you, little princess, come help me prepare dinner. And Yugito, how was the fishing? Okayu shouted. Okay. We'll be able to prepare dinner soon. Kitty, I want you to put up all these beauties. No perversions, Catty. I want Naru-kun to be my first. No one will come before him, okay? Okay, honey, but promise me that after this you'll show those girls what a Catwoman can do in bed. We'll show them, honey. A week later, Ino was in her room reading a medical scroll. After finishing it, she put it away and began thinking about her prankster. I don't know how Naruto managed to pull all those pranks. I tried everything, but it was useless. That jerk always gets away. It was so funny seeing Sakura's face when I told her Sasuke was back. Poor thing, she almost had a heart attack when she saw that jerk had returned, and I can't forget when she called his name and saw the crow fly away. Hee, she was stunned. I bet she looked for him all day and the next day. And that was the reason Sakura wasn't at the hospital and why the others were furious. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the window. Ino opened the window and was surprised to see a small orange toad hopping inside. Hello. I think you must be Ino-chan. Yes, and who are you? Gamakachi. The boss told me to find you, give you this letter, and wait for your reply. Good heavens, he forgot to tell me where you are or what you look like. I've been looking for you for a week. I see. Thank you, Gamakachi. But who is your boss? Naruto. Ah, I see. And where is that letter? Here. Ino took the toad's parchment and opened it. Dear Ino-chan, I have several tasks for you. First, find Anko-chan and Tenshi-chan, Kurenai-chan, and inform them that I have a hiding place near the border of the Land of Lightning. Gamakachi can show them the location. Tell them that if they need to, they can leave the village and hide there. The next task concerns what we discussed about the medical scrolls. If you already have a complete copy, give it to Gamakachi. And my final task is to go to the Hyuga compound, find Hiyashi-sama, and tell him that I will be returning soon so that he can begin preparing to leave the village in less than 6 months. If you have any useful information, write it down on a new scroll and give that to Gamakachi as well. Remember to burn this letter when you have finished reading it. Alright. Wait here. I'll write him a letter and give you the scroll he asked for. He told me you know his hiding place, so you should hide near my room until I find Kurenai and Anko-sensei and bring them to me. Then you'll tell them where it is, and after that you can go with Naruto-kun too. By the way, how is Naruto? Oh, that's good. I bet you won't recognize him when he comes back to town. I bet nobody will recognize him. So it changed a lot physically and mentally, but better. If you want to be part of his harem, right now you'll have to fight an army of fans. Wow. Okay, let's finish the letter. After finishing her report for Naruto, Ino went out to find two kunoichi. Knowing about her former sensei, she went to a dango shop and, upon entering, was pleased to find both shinobi together. Anko-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, how are you? Oh, Ino. Everything's as usual. How's your training with the Hokage going? Kurenai asked. Well, it's difficult. I'm responsible for the new doctors in training at the hospital. Wow. So you two blondes have a lot of work to do. By the way, do you have any news about Gaki? Anko asked. Ino was about to tell them about her letter when she was interrupted by the voice of a man speaking behind her. Oh, so our professional assassin Kanoiki is interested in a boy? I wonder who the poor man is. Ino turned and saw the one-eyed shinobi known as Cyclops between her former sensei and her friend. Oh, if it isn't Kakashi, the only stupid shinobi who says nonsense like this. How about I cut something that's bothering you so much? Now Kakashi was sweating profusely, thinking about the possible things Anko was talking about. Hey Ino, any progress with my student? Kakashi asked. Do you mean Sasagi-chan? Sasagi? Who is she? I mean Sasuke. Sasuke doesn't exist anymore. Now he's Sasagi, Ino said, laughing like a maniac. Yamanaka Ino. You shouldn't call the last Uchiha that, Kakashi shouted, surprising everyone. Excuse me, Hatake-san, but you have no right to shout at me. And just so you know, your traitorous student did this to herself willingly. And to answer you, the jutsu isn't reversible, and you'll have to get used to her new appearance. I'm sure others will call her by my name. Now, if you have nothing more to say, leave, because I have matters to discuss with Anko and Kurenai-sensei, and I don't want you around. Ino, you can't give me orders. You're of lower rank and you can't give me orders if you ever need me to remind you. Ah, and why don't you go and get your books before I burn them? Anko asked with a sadistic smile, but that smile wasn't the only gift the Cyclops received, because there were some snakes around his feet waiting for their mistress's permission to bite him. Ino waited until the annoying guy left the store. Now we need to talk, but not in public. Can you both come to my apartment now? Why the rush? Kurenai asked as she left the store with the others. You'll see when we're in my room. Later, both Kanoiki looked at the small orange toad sitting on Ino's desk. Hello. Wow. You're a summon. I didn't know you could summon Ino, Kurenai said. She didn't call me. Ah, I see. I only know one pervert and one blonde brat who can summon toads. Now then, which one of them summoned you? Not the pervert. How is Gaki? Where is he? When will he return? When will I be able to see my damn blonde fox again? Who told you that you can boss your boss around? It doesn't matter. Answer the other questions. Well, all I know is that I need to tell you about a hideout the boss found. He said you should know about it because it will be a meeting point in the future. And Dad told me there are other Kanoiki waiting there. So, if you don't mind, I'll show you the location on the map and give you directions so you can find it easily. And that's when Gamikachi began to talk to everyone in the room about the cave. Anko-sensei, Naruto asked me to speak with Hiyashi-sama, but I don't know how to approach him. I don't want that witch to find out I spoke with him. I'll let him know you want to talk to him, Kurenai replied. Oh. Thank you, Kurenai-chan. Tell her I have something she should know and that she can't wait long. Don't worry, Ino. I'll make sure you can see it safely. Naruto was in a state of deep meditation when a snapping sound was heard. Hey boss, mission accomplished. Oh, hello Gamikachi. Thank you. Did Ino give you any scrolls? Yes, 2. With that, the toad handed Naruto 2 scrolls. He examined them and immediately realized that one was the medical library they had planned, and the other, a letter. He opened the letter and began to read. Dear Naruto, I'm dying to see you again. I can't wait to leave that witch behind. The medical scroll I sent you is complete, and there's no more jutsu to add. You asked for news. Well, I have some interesting news. Uchiha Sasuke returned to the village, but guess what? He has a very complex health problem. I sealed an image at the end for you to see for yourself. If you're wondering what happened, let's just say he used the secret snake jutsu, but the markings went wrong, and this is the result. Have fun. I plan to show it to Sakura and have a little fun with those two, but I haven't made any progress yet. Well, that's all. See you later, darling. P.S. I informed Anko and Kurenai of your location, and I'm waiting for Kurenai to tell Hiyashi that I want to see him. Rest assured that I will fulfill your request. P.S.S. Dad informed me that there was a council meeting and they agreed to give you your inheritance. I'm not sure if you still want it or not, but at least they'll call you Namikaze when they mention you in that fox's office. Take care and come back soon. Naruto was surprised to see that the bastard team had returned to the village and had not been punished. Well, you can't expect anything else from those bastard counselors. I wonder why they agreed to let me keep my inheritance. I'm sure Nara-san and Hiyashi-san are behind this. Foxy, you need to focus. You haven't mastered your dojutsu at all. If you want to use it to its full power, you need to concentrate and try to cast a genjutsu on that pervert with less than a second of eye contact. Hello. And with that, he went back to training, putting Ino's letter in his pocket to read it later. Jiraiya was surprised. Just a second before, he'd been writing in his notebook. He looked to see what Naruto was doing, but suddenly he found himself in the middle of the desert. How was that possible? They were on a ship in the middle of the ocean. It seems the brat has made progress in Genjutsu. Now it'll be fun to show him who the Sannin is here. With that, he tried to dispel the Genjutsu. He was stunned, he tried again and again, but it was useless. The Genjutsu was still there. Damn brat! What is this Genjutsu? Why can't I dispel it? The only one I couldn't dispel was Uchiha's Tsukuyomi. Calm down, man. Think about it. He's a student, and you taught him about Genjutsu just an hour ago. And now you can't dispel it? Let's see. Pain. Yeah, that'll do. He was now a Sannin and a professional. So he reached out to where he had the kunai and grabbed it. In his field of vision, it seemed as if he were grasping air, but he was certain that he actually had a kunai in his hand. Naruto was amazed to see his sensei pick up a kunai. The Genjutsu will block his tactile senses and he won't see the kunai, so there's a possibility he knows exactly where it is. Is he trying to dispel it with pain? Interesting. This is getting interesting. Hee. With that, he grabbed a camera and waited for the right moment. Jiraiya moved his empty hand and plunged it into his foot. The sharp pain in his leg told him he'd been lucky. He closed his eyes abruptly from the pain and opened them when he realized the Genjutsu had dissipated. Naruto knew it would happen at any moment. Jiraiya opened his eyes and looked around in frustration. What the hell? You damn idiot. Why can't I dispel this Genjutsu? But from Naruto's perspective, Jiraiya just opened and closed his mouth without making a sound. He took many pictures and laughed heartily at the pervert's reactions. After several minutes, Jiraiya gave up. It was impossible to dispel the Genjutsu. So he sat down and closed his eyes, waiting for the blonde man to dispel it. You can open your eyes, Uro-Sannin. It's over now. Did you enjoy it? Why couldn't I dispel it? It wasn't a normal Genjutsu, sensei. You know there's no way to dispel Tsukuyomi. Well, mine is the same type, but it doesn't have a time limit. I heard that Itachi's time manipulation was limited to 72 hours and that it trained him. Mine won't have that limitation and requires little chakra to control. So, basically, it's a Dojutsu casting Genjutsu and can't be dispelled. Well, that was a surprise. I hope you can do it in the blink of an eye, because if people know you have Genjutsu, they won't look you in the eyes until they're sure you can't hurt them by looking them in the eyes. Don't worry. Once I master it, they'll be in trouble just by looking at me. Now then, when will we reach the land of the demons? In a week. What will you do when we arrive? I'm still not sure. We'll see. Anko quickened her pace. She had to find the place. Thanks to Gamikachi, she knew she was near a waterfall and a lake below. She followed the river, so she would soon spot it. I wonder what that orange ball meant, the one that told us there were women waiting for him. Well, I'll soon find out. The boy's been very active lately, and I think he's progressing a bit too quickly in his relationships with women. What's this strange feeling I have? Why does it bother me that he's with girls? And why do I keep thinking about the fox? After all, he's just my student. Anyway, never mind. He soon found the place and began to think about how he should approach the other Konohiki who were there. Naruto was meditating. He was on the verge of mastering his Genjutsu and Dojutsu abilities. A week had passed, and they were near the land of demons. Understand? What's wrong, Q-chan? I can't stand it anymore. Have you looked in the mirror? Yes. So what's the problem? Inverted exclamation mark. Come on. You look terrible. Why is that? Seriously, you sound like a second pervert. Oh, you mean the clothes? Well, those belong to Uro-Sannin and right now I don't have any that fit me, thanks to you and your help. You have other clothes, why didn't you try them on? Q-chan, are you losing your mind? Inverted question mark because I don't remember any other garments. Inverted question mark did you forget you had your father's belongings on a parchment? I remember packing his clothes. Damn. Why didn't I think of that? Well, let's just say you were under pressure. Training hard and thinking fast while meeting beautiful girls won't get any easier. Thank you, Q-chan. With that, Naruto stood up and went to his room. He took the storage scroll, channeled chakra into it, and another scroll appeared bearing his father's name. Naruto opened it and channeled chakra into one of the seals, and the fourth Hokage's robes emerged. A Hunin robe and another white robe with yellow flames along the bottom edge and a kanji meaning yellow flash on the back. Officially I'm not a junior, so I can't wear the western one, but I can wear that white one. Now I need to find more clothes. After freeing more seals, he found a beautiful piece of fabric. It was black with yellow and red straps on the sleeves and trousers, giving it the appearance of being on fire. Wow! Let's see if they fit together. Jiraiya was working on his new book. He saw the brat heading towards his room and thought he was going to the bathroom. Suddenly, a voice called him. "Uro-sanin, what do you think?" He looked up and was astonished. Minato? It's been a long time, sensei." The man standing before me was Minato. Blonde hair, blue eyes, wearing his famous outfit. But how? Come on, sensei. Do you think I was stupid enough to do things I can't control? Now tell me, where is my son and how is he? Oh, you'll be proud of him. He's developed just like you. In fact, he looks a lot like you. Same hair, same eyes. Wait. Minato, why don't your eyes have pupils? Simple reason, sensei, I'm not Minato. I'm Naruto. Having said that, Naruto burst out laughing, rolling on the ground. I'll kill you, Gaki. But seriously, where did you get those clothes? Better than yours, right? What? By Kami, I am the almighty Dojutsu and my clothes are the most elegant of all the elemental nations. Oh, never mind. I need to get back to my meditation. Let me know when we arrive. Okayu was drooling over Koyuki. The girl, whose name isn't mentioned, was showering under the waterfall, and to top it all off, she was completely naked. Oh my god of nakedness, you gave her all the beauty a girl could possibly have. I should find a way to get her into bed. Suddenly, her shinobi senses were on high alert. She grabbed a kunai and leapt out of the cave to find another leaf kunoichi staring at Koyuki. Was she drooling? Who are they and what do they want? Okayu asked, hoping it wasn't what she thought. After all, the last thing they wanted was for Leaf to find the place. And who are you? Do you want to play with that kunai? Be careful, you might cut your hand, sweetheart, replied the girl with purple hair and eyes. Koyuki was stunned. One moment there was no one around, and the next Okayu and the newcomer were face to face, kunai in hand. Could you introduce yourself, please? Asked the prince, trying to negotiate with the newcomer. Mitarashi Anko, a Konoiki from the Leaf Village in Hunin. By the way, if you know what Hunin means, lovely. Oh. Can someone please help me? I'm scared. Well, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Anko froze, overcome by bloodlust. Her level was at least Cage, and she thought twice before messing with that girl. Well, that murderous intent is astounding, but nothing more. Now, if you like, I can give you a snake, it'll help you masturbate. Okayu was furious. Without a word, she lunged at the newcomer. Suddenly, a girl called out to her to stop. What's wrong, honey? You'd better have a good reason to stop me. I'm a bit busy, as you can see. But I'll be around soon if you want to play in bed, sweetheart. It's not that kind of thing, you pervert. I know her. Well, how are you, Anko-sensei? It's been so long. Oh. Hi Kin-chan. Now I know you were with Foxy. Is he around? No. We separated. He entrusted me with the mission of staying here and finding his new friends who have come to hide here until the time is right. The kunoichi you're playing with is one of them. By the way, she was a cage before escaping from some villagers who were trying to kill her with Naruto's help. And if you're wondering, she decided to marry him when he returns. Now Anko couldn't contain her laughter, and she began to laugh like a madwoman. And why are you laughing, miss? You want to marry Naruto? For God's sake, he's only 12 years old and not mature enough to be used. Now you're messing with my fiancé. He's a grown man. He's even taller than me and well-built. I think you're just jealous. Jealous? Of what? Of having little Naruto in bed? Wait. Did you say he's taller than you? Yes, is there a problem with that? Come on. He's even below average on the sheet. He's even lower than Hinata. Are you kidding? Are we talking about the same boy? Man. Whatever. Can you both hear me? Well, I know what the problem is, Anko-sensei. You saw my teacher before he left the village, and you're right about his height. He was shorter than average. But believe me, if you see him again, you won't recognize him as Naruto. He's even taller than Okayu-chan now. But how? I don't know the details. But he's a new guy to you. Now can you explain why you're here, miss? Well, he sent a toad to Ino, and that toad informed Kurenai and me about this place. I came to tell you that you should be prepared because, sooner or later, more Konoha shinobi will come here to wait for him. You should meet his family, since you remember Hinata and Hanabi. Well, I think his clan's departure from Konoha is near. So, who else is here besides you and these two pretty girls? Naruto was amazed. A few hours had passed since he landed, and he loved the place. The ground was covered in grass, and he could see a forest on the horizon. Ano, Uro-sanin, does this country look like this everywhere? Yes. Most of the land is covered in grass. There is no snow in this country, nor is there a warm season. The sky is almost always clear with few clouds, and you can see the sea from practically anywhere in the country. Wow. If you stop drooling, we'll have to come up with a good plan to find the priestess. You're right, Q-chan. Uro-sanin, how should we find the priestess? I'm not sure. I remember your mother talking about them, and I remember her saying that they were hiding from the town. Why is that? For the same reason as the shinobi. In this situation we will have trouble finding them. Well, I recall there's a reason they live in this country. You know, in the past, they sealed away a dark demon? Not a Baiju, but a dark demon. They sealed its spirit and destroyed its body, burying it in a tomb they've been guarding for about 100 years. I believe if we find the tomb, we can easily find the priestess. But finding the grave can't be an easy task. Yes, there was some reference to it in the Hokage's personal library. Ah, then we don't have any problem. But it was gone, kid. You should know that the third coach burned everything down before he died. Yes, but I read most of the scrolls there and I have a photographic memory, Naruto replied, keeping the secret that he had a copy from the library. I see. Then you must begin searching your memory for a parchment containing a map of the land of demons. I'll do it at night. For now, we need to find a village. We need food and a place to sleep. Correct. I was dreaming again. I knew it was another dream, another important dream. There was something unsettling in the sky. Birds. Yes, they were birds. But suddenly everything exploded. Fire. Everywhere. What was happening? One of the birds descended. It was pointing at her. Something shot out of the bird. She couldn't see clearly what it was. Her legs ached. Something exploded near her and the room was dark. The only sound was someone's heavy breathing. Suddenly, she screamed. No. The door burst open. Shin-sama, are you alright? TT, that was a dream. A new prophecy? I don't know. Please go to sleep. I will protect you. Tomorrow morning you can speak with the elders. Kurenai was furious. Not only did she have a problem with Asuma's laziness, but to make matters worse, he seemed to prefer smoking and ignore her insults. Asuma, do you understand what smoking another cigarette means? Yes, that means I want another cigarette. Damn you. What's the problem? I don't understand women at all. Didn't I tell you I hate smoke? Wasn't it just a few minutes ago? So what? It means I hate that you smoke. Is that a reason for me to quit smoking? Exactly. What if I wanted to continue? Assume. It doesn't matter. It's too problematic to talk about it. Kurenai couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and left the dango shop. As she stepped outside, she ran into Anko, who was entering. Anko saw her friend's angry face and knew she was having trouble with her fiancé. Another argument with a slacker? Oh, Anko. Hello. Do you want to talk? Yes. But not in this damn store. What if we walk? Beautiful. Sasuke was depressed. Not only was she unable to heal, but when she went to the secret section of the complex, she couldn't find the scrolls or the stone hidden there. Someone was here. Could it have been Itachi? Yes. He was the only one who knew this place. Now that I think about it. He came and stole the scrolls and the stones so I couldn't use them. Yes. He was afraid of me. He knew I went with Orochimaru and thought that, upon my return, I would be powerful. He must have believed he couldn't defeat me if I learned to develop my Sharingan. You'll see. I will avenge my clan. I will develop my Sharingan no matter what. But how am I going to heal myself? I can't take it anymore. Damn that Banshee. Why is she chasing me? Sakura stood before the Hokage. She needed answers, and she would get them at any cost. Shisho. Can I ask you something? If it's about your position at the hospital under Ino's supervision, it's best not to ask because I'm not in the mood. That's not him. So what is that? It's Sasuke-kun. I try to talk to him, but for some reason he runs away from me. Every time I find him, when I call him, He takes off running at full speed. And then, I can't find him. I went to his clan compound to look for him, but he wasn't there. Why is he acting like this? How am I supposed to know? Perhaps he's ashamed of having betrayed us. Everyone makes mistakes in life, sensei, and Sasuke-kun is stronger than anyone I know at dealing with his. Oh, really? Well, Sakura, there are things you don't know about him, and I don't want to tell you. If you like him and have a certain image of him in your mind, it would be best if you forgot about him. And you should know that the image you have in mind is very different from the Sasuke who returned to Konoha. I wonder why? Sigh. Well, I guess there's no other way to put it. What you're about to hear is classified as S rank, got it? 2. Well, it turns out Sasuke found a hidden scroll in Orochimaru's library and, unaware of the potential consequences, tried it out. The jutsu had complex side effects and caused drastic changes. In short, he's no longer a man or a woman. He's something in between. What do you mean, sensei? Well, he has a feminine appearance, soft skin, and even a childlike voice. But his genitals are still male. Ino and I tried to find a way to reverse the changes to normal, but there's no way. Sakura couldn't hold it in any longer and started to cry. After half an hour, she calmed down. Sensei, can you help me face it? Are you sure you want to do this? 2. Ino was sitting in the Hokage's office. Minutes earlier, she had informed him that there would be a meeting between the forehead boy and the fox. She was thinking about the funny things that might happen. She could imagine the forehead boy's reaction when he saw Sasuke. There was a knock at the door. Hokage-sama, I'm Iruka. Get into. Ino was happy. It had been a long time since she'd seen her sensei, but something was bothering her. She didn't know what it was, but something was definitely wrong. He wasn't the cheerful, smiling sensei she knew anymore. Did you call me? Yes, Iruka. Are you referring to the academy? No. I have summoned you here because there is a special situation regarding some of your former students. Oh, Naruto's back? Will you allow him to continue being a shinobi? Iruka asked, suddenly smiling. This is not the demon brat, and to answer your question, he would no longer be a shinobi if he returned to this village. He would be arrested and interrogated for having left the village. But Tsunade-sama, you allowed him to go with Jiraiya-sensei. Yes, I let him go, but I didn't let him come back. And if I hadn't let him, he'd be a rogue ninja now. He should thank that pervert for it. So what's the point of having Namikaze heritage? Nothing. You can send someone to pack your father's belongings and money, and that's all. I see. So, if it's not him, then who is it? Iruka asked, again with a sad expression. Now I understand what your problem is. Well, I think I should inform Naruto-kun about that witch and her decision. I should tell him not to return to the village. Ah, I remember now. I have an appointment with Hiyashi-sama this afternoon. I hope the meeting doesn't drag on too long. It would be terrible to be late. Should I inform him about Naruto's situation? Yes. You can speak with the other clan members about it. Now that I think about it, when Naruto finds a good place and asks us to leave Konoha, I'll be the last one to do so. I want to see that witch. He'd be in shock for months to learn that the entire Nara clan, Inuzuka, Mitarashi, with Anko-sensei being the last of her clan, and Aburame, along with more than half of the Hyuga clan, left the village. Upon hearing her former sensei, her train of thought was interrupted. I see. So you want me here to help him with his mental problems? Exactly, and not just Sasuke, but Sakura too. A few minutes later, all of Konoha heard a banshee screaming, cursing, and yelling. Ino couldn't help but smile ironically. The girl was completely out of control. By Kemi, Shisho, you're the best, and you should fix my Sasuke-kun. He's the last Uchiha. And you, Iruka, what a loudmouth. You have nothing to say. And you, Ino-bunta, why are you smiling like that? Are you happy because you think you can have Sasuke? And I know you're gay. Damn that snake. Damn everyone. Damn you, Sasuke-kun. Why didn't you read about the jutsu before using it? Did you think turning into a girl would save you from the fangirls? And suddenly she burst into tears. I waited for you every day, trying my hardest to be good to you when you came back, and now what? You're not the same Sasuke I know anymore. By Kemi. Do you think I care that you look like a girl? Why did you run away from me? I loved you, Sasuke. and I will love you forever. Now that you're back, I'll find a way to reverse the side effects and then— Sakura, you big mouth. You're unbearable. Hokage-sama, I have something to tell you. But I want this harpy out of the room before we talk. Sakura fell to the ground. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. It can't be. Yes, there has to be something. I see, I remember Ino talking about him before. Could it be something between her and Sasuke-kun? I'll see. With that, she left the room, leaving the others talking. Tsunade was looking at Sasuke. Are you blushing? And why? She asked, still holding him. She was stunned. Is he looking at Iruka? And why is he blushing? What is this feeling? Why do I feel hot when I look at Iruka? Could it be? Ahem, Sasuke, what problem did you want to talk about? Well, it turns out someone infiltrated my compound. You see, there was a secret section where my clan kept their secret jutsu, and the other day I went there to see if I could get some information from them. When I entered, the room was completely empty. That means one thing: someone stole all of my clan's secret scrolls. And I'm sure it was Itachi, because no one else knew about this hidden place. Are you sure? Didn't you tell others in the past? Well, I talked about this place once, and it was with the drug addict. And I don't think he could have infiltrated the complex with all the security he had. Don't be so sure. I was part of a team with great skills in infiltration and intelligence gathering. I see, so you think it was Naruto? I'm not sure. It was either him or Itachi, and there's no one else. Well, I can't do anything about it, but I'll inform the Yonbu to be on alert. And with that, they left the room, leaving the old witch deep in thought. Could it be Itachi? And if he did enter the village, how could he come and go without anyone noticing? And why did he come? After all, he was at the compound and had plenty of time to learn everything from those scrolls before the massacre. Oh, Kami, I'm too old for this stuff. Ino waited in the forest, deep within Area 44. The day before, Anko had informed her that the Hyuga clan chief would be meeting her there. Now she pondered the possible meaning of Naruto's message. Let's see. Naruto asked me to tell him it's time to start preparations for their departure. What does this mean? Are they leaving the village to go after Naruto-kun? Or does it refer to something else? If so, does it have something to do with the Kyuubi? Are they planning to separate from the tailed beast? Wouldn't they kill it? Now that I think about it, why would they want to separate from their Q-chan? Well, if that's not the case, it means they have some kind of agreement with Hiyashi-sama and that the clan will be leaving Konoha. And if that's the case, how will Hiyashi-sama convince the clan council to do such a thing? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hello Ino-san. Anko-san told me you had something to tell me, but was all that fuss really necessary? Oh, hello Hiyashi-sama. Well, it's a message from a friend, and yes, he needs reassurance. You'll understand when you hear it. I see. So, what's the message, and who is this friend? Let's see. He asked me to tell you that it's time to begin the necessary process for departure. I'm not sure what this message means, but I think you can already guess who it's from. Indeed. Now, could you help me and inform your father that I need to speak with him urgently? Hello. Can I ask you something? Yeah. Is it your tenant or your clan? It has nothing to do with your friend. I see. Then I'll tell you the place when you're ready. What place? The place where our friend is waiting for you. Well, you can ask Professor Anko. She knows the place. Thank you, Ino-san. If you have no more messages, I'll take my leave. Tell your father I need to speak with him as soon as possible and that I'd prefer to see him at your house. Yes. Goodbye, Hiyashi-sama. A few minutes later, Hiyashi, sitting in his office, was deep in thought. I'm too old for this sort of thing. How am I supposed to do this without the council and the main family finding out? By Kami, if Minato were alive. With that, he rang a bell, and a member of the branch family entered the room. Call Hinata. 2 minutes later, Hinata entered the room. Hiyashi stared intently into her eyes. She seems less shy and more self-confident. I wonder if the reason is the person I think she is. Hinata, I want you to inform Naru-san, Aburame, and the heads of the Inuzuka clans that I want to meet with them this afternoon at Yamanaka-san's house. And make sure that no one from the clan finds out. Not even Neji too dismissed. To say Ino was anxious was an understatement. She was dying inside, her heart pounding. She knew there would be an important meeting at her house, and the topic was her Naruto-kun and the message he had sent them. So the game will begin soon. But will it go as planned? Dividing some of Konoha's most powerful clans won't be easy, and that witch will do everything in her power to stop him. Oh, Kami, please help Naruto-kun. I can't wait to see it. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. She glanced in the mirror one last time to make sure everything was alright. When she opened the door, she saw Hyuga Hiyashi and Nara Shikaku. Hello. Welcome. The father is in his office. Thank you, Ino-san, the two clan leaders said as they entered the house. As Ino closed the door, she saw something that chilled her blood. There, on a rooftop, was her worst nightmare, a one-eyed ninja reading his orange book. She only hoped the shinobi hadn't noticed her guests, but knowing him well, she was absolutely certain he was fully aware that two people had entered his house. I need to tell Dad about this. With that thought, she headed to her father's office. She knocked on the door and went inside. Father, there's something I think you should know immediately. What is that, Ino? As I was closing the door, I saw Hatake Kakashi on one of the nearby rooftops, and I'm sure he saw our guests. That's all? Yes, but shouldn't I inform the Hokage? Don't worry about that. In fact, I forgot to tell you that he will be participating in this meeting. Pretty well, go and wait for our next guests too. And there they arrived. Inuzu Kitsume and Aburame Shibi, followed later by Hatake Kakashi. Things are about to get more interesting, Ino thought as she left the office and headed to her room to reflect on what was about to happen. In the office, the five clan leaders were deep in thought. The message was extremely important and required careful planning. But something was troubling Tsume. Can I ask everyone something? Yes, Tsume-san. What's wrong? Hiyashi asked. What's Kakashi doing here? I thought he had nothing to do with this meeting. Can I answer that myself? Go on, Shikaku replied. Well, there's a lot about me that none of you know. The one thing you all know for sure is that the fourth Hokage was my sensei. But there's more. I was near him when he was preparing to face the Nine Tails. Minutes before reaching the arena, he asked me to look after his son. He told me he wasn't sure about the villagers and was worried about his son's well-being. A year later, I was the masked Anbu, the dog, assigned by the third Hokage to protect Naruto. I had hoped to have him on my Junon team, but after our hero's speech before the team assignments, the third Hokage decided to put him under Anko's care. I agreed with this decision, as I knew of her connection to her hero since they found her after Orochimaru's betrayal. So I kept my distance and watched over him. But that doesn't mean I've forgotten my promise to Minato-sensei. Well, that explains a lot. But what will you do when the time comes? Tsume asked again. I've suffered so much. My father committed suicide because no one in this village appreciated his act of saving his comrades. My sensei died from the Kyuubi's attack, and even now I don't believe the reason. The third Hokage was like a father to me after my biological father died. He died saving this village from one of its own shinobi. And now I work for a heartless alcoholic who's always hungover and drunk on the job. I can't take it anymore. I have so many reasons to leave this damn village. Okay. Now that we know you're on our side, we should think of a plan to leave. I don't think Tsunade will make it easy for us, Shibi said. Absolutely not. If necessary, he'll kill. But if our hero says we should prepare, it means he has a plan. I just hope it works. All we need to do is warn our clans to prepare. It's easy for us, since Aburame doesn't have strong ties to the village. But for you, Hiyashi, knowing the former members of your council, it won't be so simple. And you, Tsume? And you, Nara? Well, it won't be difficult for Inuzuka. We have the same problems as your clan. In this village, we don't like to associate with people who keep animals nearby, so we don't have many ties either. My clan doesn't like trouble. It will be difficult to explain, but we are intelligent and logical like you, Shibi-san. So I'm sure that after I inform them that some of the most powerful clans are headed for the same fate, they will agree to join you. Well, Yamanaka isn't a large clan after all, and we're loyal to Minato-sama. We owed him a great debt, and helping his hero will certainly repay it. I had hoped to be able to say things like this. But, as you rightly pointed out, The Hyuga clan has many internal problems. I'm sure the branch families will be delighted to know they can live freely without the caged bird seal, but the main family and council members are my biggest problem, and that's one of the reasons I asked everyone to come here. I see. Well, we'll find a way to keep it a secret or some way that won't cause too many problems. There's something else I want to ask. Is there anyone else we could take with us? Does anyone have any ideas? Shibi asked thoughtfully. I have a few people in mind. Like I said, I looked after our hero and I know some of his friends, so I think Hiruka will be happy to leave, as will Kurenai. As for Hayate, well, I should talk to him. After all, he knows about Naruto's plans. We can't talk to Guy or Suma. They're too loyal to the title of Hokage to think clearly. There's also a Nanbu woman I know who's in love with our hero. Her code name was Kat, and she was my teammate when he was a kid. She saved his life more times than I ever did. Her real name is Yugao. And finally, there's that ramen restaurant our boy seems to really like. I can talk to the owner, Kakashi said, running through Naruto's entire life in less than a minute. Well said, Kakashi. I agree about Anko, Kurenai, and Iruka. As for Hayate, let me talk to him. And as for Yugao, you can talk to her, Tsume-san, Shikaku said. What about Asuma and Guy? It would be great if we could convince them, Tsume said. I agree with Kakashi-san about those two. After all, Asuma's only power is his affinity with the wind, and Guy is just a taijutsu specialist with a strange mental state, Shibi said. Not to mention his sunset genjutsu, which even I couldn't break, said Yamanaka Ninoiki. Oh, Kami, please never mention that devilish thing. Hiyashi replied, causing everyone in the room to laugh. Sasuke was walking through the streets, absorbed in his thoughts, and that's why he forgot to use the transformation. What's happening to me? I'm not gay, so why do I feel this way about Iruka? And I'm sure Iruka isn't gay. That damn snake. I think the change goes beyond appearances. But Tsunade told me my genitals are still male, so could it be something spiritual? And if so, what should I do? Come on. I have to focus on my goal. I hate facing Itachi like this, but if no one can change him, there's no way around it. Suddenly, a thunderous voice made Sasuke jump in fright. What a lovely, youthful beauty. I hope you don't mind sharing the table with me. The man standing before Sasuke, dressed entirely in green, whom Sasuke remembered perfectly from the Chunin exams, was searching for a way out. But whatever he did, he knew the Chunin was an elite warrior, so he would find him. Olagai-sensei. Oh, what a flame of youth I have. So you know me? Yes. Yes. But, no buts. Come, I know the best place to share with a woman as beautiful as you. But, I already said it. I know you might be shy, but there won't be anything rude. After all, I'm a gentleman. Please, I have work to do and it's urgent. Ha, I know this game very well, my little flower. Come here. With that, he grabbed Sasuke's hand and forced her to follow him. Sasuke was in hell, but there was no way to avoid it without revealing his true identity to that man. Anko was tired. She just wished she could leave that village soon and be near her Naruto-kun. She was looking for someone to share dinner with and knew where to find Kurenai. So, when she entered the dango shop, she was happy to see not only Kurenai but Hana as well. She went over to their table, sat down, and ordered her dango. Oh, Anko, what a lovely reunion. It's been so long since I've seen you, said Hana. Hi Hana-chan. Well, I've been really busy lately. That darn Hokage forced me to take on every mission I could. She probably did it to keep me away from the village. How are you? How's life in Inuzuka? Calm and serene as always. Well, calm if I can forget Kiba's barking about Akamaru. Oh, by the way, Mom told me about some material today. And what is that? He's talking about our hero's message, Kurenai replied. I see. Well, what are you going to do? What will we do? Of course we'll follow him. The same will happen with Nara, Aburame, Hitake, and Yamanaka. I see. I've been thinking about it lately. At first I wasn't sure. But now that I think back, I missed him terribly. And you, Kurenai-chan? I don't know. After all, I was in a relationship with Asuma, but everyone knows the problems we had. But that doesn't mean I can just leave him and end my relationship. Maybe if he comes with us, I'll follow him. Mom was talking about the people who will be coming and the people who shouldn't know anything about it. I'm sorry, but it seems all the clan leaders think the same way. He shouldn't know anything about the case. Ah. And why is that? Well, they say your man is so loyal to the name of Hokage that he doesn't think about who does the job. And that's why everyone agreed that he shouldn't come with us and should tell the one woman we don't want to inform. I know him better than anyone, but I can't resist. You're right about his unwavering loyalty to the title of Hokage. Well, I have a lot of issues with him, but I can't even imagine parting ways. I see, but I can't leave you, Kira-chan. You're the only friend I have besides Hana. Me too, Anko-chan. Well, let's leave things as they are for now. We'll see what happens when the time comes. Just as Hana was about to answer, a thunderous voice informed everyone who it was. What a youthful night. Hello everyone. I have some very nice company and I want to introduce her to you all. Damn it. That was all Sasuke could think. Oh, and who is this beauty you're talking about, guy? Hana asked. Anko, wanting to know who that person was, turned around and almost spat out her food when she saw Sasuke holding hands with the green beast of Konoha. Ah, I see. How are you, Sasuke? Anko said musically. Sasuke? What the hell? Sasuke/Sasuke. Oh, so you know my young adult love? Come on, you just visited me a few minutes ago. Oh, I can see the flame of youth in your face, my flower. I am an adult and I know exactly what I want. Are you sure about this, guy? Anko asked. Yes, Anko-chan, sure we will. Yes, it would be hell, Sasuke murmured softly. Yes, it would be a hellish love, my beautiful spring flower. Anko, Kurenai, and Hana left the place knowing they couldn't stand that shit in front of their eyes any longer. Hey everyone, I have an idea. What is that, Anko-chan? It's a beautiful night, why don't we go for a walk in the woods surrounding the village? Yes, why not? And we can have fun, Hana replied. Yes, and we can talk about our students. Well, former students for you, Anko-chan, Kurenai said. No problem. That was the only response they got from Anko. In a dark cave stood 5 figures. If you looked closely, you could see that they didn't have real bodies. They were like holographic images. Report, said the man with round eyes. I lost track of Nibi and Kyubi. The last time I saw them was in Mizu, but since then no one has seen them and no one knows where they are, said a figure with accessories that looked like vegetables around its body. According to rumors, they left the village with the former Mizukage, said a figure carrying a large sword over his shoulder. Itachi, we have to find them. You have the Sharingan, so you can hypnotize people to get information. From now on, you'll be looking for those two. I think they're traveling together, so if you find a trace of one of them, we can find both of them. Hey Pain-sama. And the others? We can't begin the process until we find Nibi. We need to capture her shortly after capturing Shikako, or we'll lose our balance. And that would be bad, said a female voice. So we'll stop until we find Nibi? Asked the man who looked like a plant. Exactly, said the first person now known as Pain. I'll start in Konoha and follow you from there. Kisame, let's go, said the Sharingan boy known as Itachi. Yes, said the man who carried the sword, now known as Kisame. In another country, there was a place filled with ruins. This place was known as the Land of the Sky. Long ago, there was a war between this country and Konoha lost to one man. A blonde-haired man who moved with the yellow light known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, the 4th Hokage. But this place was no longer deserted. Around the ruins, people trained in shinobi arts. They had one goal, to reclaim their country. There were numerous camps arranged in a circle around a large central one. At the main camp, the main leader planned his moves with his commanders. Good. I believe we have waited a long time, and soon we will begin a new war. This time, Konoha will learn that they cannot raise an entire country without suffering the consequences, the leader said. But we need to start somewhere else. We need to gather all the materials we need. And we have to kill the priestess in the land of demons. That could cause problems later on. And what about the Great Uzumaki clan? I know they were wiped out, but there are rumors that 2 or 3 people survived. If that's true, they'll be a real nuisance. We can't allow them to rejoin Konoha. Well, it's decided. We'll attack the land of demons soon, and will have two objectives, to kill the priestess and to capture or eliminate the remaining Uzumaki. In a seedy bar, a woman in her 30s sat alone, listening to a murmur around her. It was the owner of the place. A woman with long red hair, with a sad face that showed she had lived more than anyone else. "Hello Kushi-chan. It's a busy night." "Oh, hello. Yes. And I'm glad." "Tell me something. Didn't you ever want to travel the world? It must be boring sitting here your whole life listening to drunk people." "Ha. I've seen more than you can imagine. And you're wrong. Listening to these drunk people gives me more information than anyone can get just walking around. It's like traveling to all the elemental countries in one night and gathering all the information." "Is that so?" "Of course. For example, that couple in the corner are talking about how the last Mizukage fled the village after they decided to kill her. They said the Mizukage ran away with another girl who was the most powerful shinobi there." Interesting. Do you think they might come here to hide?" "Well, it's a possibility. After all, this country has no shinobi and doesn't belong to any elemental nation. It's neutral towards all of them. What better place for women like that to hide?" "Hey! I think you're right. Well, I've come to pay for my drink. Good night." As the person left the bar, two new customers entered. Everyone fell silent upon seeing them. Suddenly, a glass shattered into 1,000 pieces. One of the customers was an elderly man with long, white hair, and the other, well, let's just say no woman would complain about sleeping with him. They approached the bartender, known as Kushi. "Hello. We need a room. Do you have one available?" The old man said, staring intently into the woman's eyes. "There's something about her that seems familiar. I couldn't say where, but I think I've seen it before." "Well, we'll see." Kushi said. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Frozen and terrified. "Excuse me, is there a problem? Can I help you?" said the blonde man. "Did you forget me? Have I changed that much?" "Ha ha, Minato-kun," Kushi whispered. "Pretty? Damn it. Excuse me, ma'am, can we talk in private?" said the white-haired man. They entered a room and Kushi closed the door behind her. She couldn't help it, she was nervous. "Now that we're alone, can you explain what you said?" asked the white-haired man. "Hey, not even you recognized me, huh? Uro-sanin? Uro-sanin? Oh, come on, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm not that old. And it's only been 13 years." "Sensei? What the hell? The only one who called me Uro-sanin and Jiraiya-sensei was the 4th Hokage. By the way, why did you call my apprentice Minato, and how did you meet him?" "I was there, Jiraiya-sama. I was there when Minato-kun fought the fox. I was there watching my beloved die. But I don't understand what you're talking about. This person is undoubtedly Minato. Dotobayo? Dotobayo? Shit," said the blonde man. "It seems you remembered me, Minato-kun. By the way, what happened to your lovely blue eyes?" "No way. Well, I think you mistook me for my father. In fact, even Uro-sanin made the same mistake." And, your father?" "Yes. You see, I am Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Son of Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash of Konoha, the 4th Hokage." "Oh," Kami was all Kushi uttered before collapsing to the ground. "What's happened now, sensei?" "Hey Uro-sani. Naruto." "That? Oh, Kami. I'm too old for this." She didn't jump from tree to tree on her way to the training area. She didn't want to lose her mental agility because of her work as a doctor. On the way, she heard a thunderous voice. "Ha, now my beauty will admit that I'm fashionable." "Guy-sensei, why does he talk about her all the time?" "Oh, Lee, you should see her. She's a real beauty." "I don't want to see her, Guy-sensei. In fact, I think your flame of youth is dimming because of her." "Lee, you shouldn't speak Phil thoughts. You can't judge people before you see them." "Guy-sensei, no matter what you say, I don't like what's happening." "And why?" "It's not fair that you have a love bot and I'm completely alone." "Leeward." "Guy-sensei." "Leeward." "Guy-sensei." "Leeward." "Guy-sensei." Ino turned her head hurriedly, knowing perfectly well what would happen after repeating that mantra every time. "Well, it looks like Guy's found a girlfriend. And I have to admit, that outfit suits him better than that damn green spandex. But still, he looks more like a businessman than a shinobi. Seriously, Who is this girl who could possibly change Guy's mind about his clothes? With that in mind, Ino ran towards training area 44, waiting for her old sensei. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed past her and she heard a voice. "I see you've lost your edge, blondie. You should deflect that kunai." "Oh, Anko sensei. I was thinking about what I saw earlier." "And what is that?" "Hee hee, it's funny. I saw Guy sensei changing into more formal clothes and he was talking to Lee about his beautiful girlfriend." Ha 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 ha. Anko was rolling on the floor. After a few minutes, she clutched her stomach, trying to compose herself. When she looked at Ino, she saw that the girl was looking at her with an inquisitive expression. "Oh, you don't know who the girl is?" "No." Saasu Uujai 5. "Oh, Kemi." And with that Ino burst into laughter. Sasuke was afraid. His ninja future was in danger. He didn't care at all what had happened with Guy before and after the restaurant. Truthfully, he'd liked him. The guy was fun. But the main problem was what had happened at the restaurant. Anko hadn't helped him at all and had gone out of her way to annoy him and have fun herself. To make matters worse, it seemed that the Inuzuka girl was just as bad as Anko when it came to pranks. So he made a decision. He needed to talk to Tsunade. After a few minutes, he went into the office. "Hokage-sama." "Oh, hello. How can I help you?" "Well, I was thinking about my condition. There should be some way to fix it. As I already told you, the jutsu is very complex. What if I try again? It will simply reverse everything, so you will be a man who looks like a man but has female genitalia." "What can I do then? I can't go on living like this." "Oh, by the way, I heard about your date with Guy." "Foolishness. Did you really tell him the truth?" "He didn't give me the opportunity to do it." "What will you do then?" "I'm not sure." "Okay. Here's what I think, to heal you, we need some kind of healing seal, not the one Orochimaru gave you, but one that's safe to use. I'm not sure if we'll be able to find one, but I'll look for it." "What's the point?" "Well, if you have another chakra-based seal, you can use the jutsu again and it will prevent your genitals from inverting like they did before." "I see. And a mission? Do you have one for me?" "Not until we've solved your problem." "And any news about Itachi?" "You're welcome." Later that day, Tsunade was thinking about Sasuke's condition. Suddenly, she remembered something. "Shizune." "What's wrong?" "Tsunade-sama." "Call Asuma for me." 2. Later, Asuma, sitting in the room, waited for the Hokage to speak. "Asuma, do you know anything about a secret place in your clan's compound?" "What do you think, Hokage-sama?" "Well, when I was young I heard that there was a secret section there and the sensei told me that he had some secret scrolls there." "And what about those scrolls?" "I remember that he was talking about seals mating and that the scrolls were about that type of seal." "Yes. They're about mating seals. But those seals were very ancient. And they were used a long time ago, when there were more Jinchuriki. Actually, the seals were for their mates, and they granted them some special ability. I'm not sure about that, but they're very complex." "Well, bring me those scrolls. I'll take a look at them. Perhaps I'll find something useful." 2. Jiraiya, sitting in a chair, looked at the red-haired woman in front of him. "How do I explain this to Naruto?" "Oh, Kemi. I haven't seen or heard from her in years. I have so many questions." "Well, we have plenty of time to ask them. First, I need some information about this country." Her thoughts were interrupted by Kushi's groan. After a few minutes, she woke up and looked into the eyes of an old friend. "Uro-sanin, is that really Naruto? My Naruto-kun?" 2. "Oh, Kemi. He's a grown man. But something's not right. He should be about 13, but he looks 18 or 20. What happened to him?" I think he can explain it better than I can. But first I want to ask him a few questions about this country and about some of its recent years." Naruto sat on the rooftop, meditating. Raindrops trickled down his face, soaking his clothes. But he didn't mind. He enjoyed the rain from time to time. Rainy days helped him relax. "Hello, furry little ball." A furry ball? Hee hee, I liked it sensual. "I didn't know you found him attractive." Why not? "Well, we can talk about this later, but right now I think we have more important things to discuss." "Like what?" "The woman you saw earlier. I think I know who she is." "Follow your mother." "Pretty?" "Hey, you don't need to scream in your mind. I'm sorry." "Are you sure?" "Yes. She acts just like you and uses that word, Dadabayo. I don't know anyone else who uses that letter. That's not enough. Tell me, what do you know about the land of whirlpools? Nothing. Well, I don't like what I have to say, but a long time ago, there were many demons in this world. None of them were tailed beasts, but they were still demons. The village hidden in the whirlpools was one of the oldest villages in this world. Do you know why it's called the land of demons? It's because of its past. Long ago, when there were thousands of demons, the people of this land found a way to capture them and seal them inside humans. In fact, it was the Uzumaki clan who discovered it. Well, 20 years ago, I attacked the village because I thought its inhabitants were more powerful than they should be. I was wrong, of course, but at the time, I thought it was the best decision I could make. I attacked the village and killed every member of the Uzumaki clan. Sorry, kid, I'm the reason you don't have a family, and believe me, that infuriates me. Well, I killed almost all of them. I remember perfectly the only person I ever hesitated to kill in my entire life, a small, adorable, red-haired girl who looked me in the eyes and screamed. She looked at me and asked why I was killing her family. I wanted to kill her, but when I looked into her eyes, I saw a pure soul who had never committed a sin in her life. Something stirred within me. I'm not sure what it was, but I hesitated to kill her. When I saw that woman in the bar, I knew immediately who she was. The only person who stopped me from killing. The last Uzumaki. Uzumaki Kushina. Exactly. You know what? If you had told me this a year ago I would have hated you, but after what you did for me and your help, and after all the conversations I had with you, I can't hate you that much. Thanks, beautiful. By the way, I should tell you about her special ability. Special skill? Well, keep in mind that they found a way to seal demons. In fact, the god of the six paths was an Uzumaki on his mother's side. The special power they possessed was called the companion seal. It's one of the few types of seals that can't be found anywhere else. Mating seal? What is its power? What benefit does it offer the user? Let's just say that Team Snake Seal was the weakest type of mate mark. Oh. Now I think you should go inside and confront your mother. Shion was dreaming. He knew it was another dream. But something seemed familiar. He looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he saw those black birds from the previous dream. He looked more closely and saw a human with iron wings. Ninja! What do you want from us? Suddenly, a man fired something toward the ground, and it exploded. More and more men arrived, and more explosions followed. One of the men was flying toward her and knew he was witnessing her death. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed, and smoke enveloped everything. All he could see was a huge, dark silhouette in the smoke, and the only voice he heard was a single word. Rasengan. Kushina was talking to Jiraiya. They'd been talking for almost an hour, and she was furious with Tsunade and her behavior toward her son. She couldn't understand why that old hag had done something like that. But, despite everything, she was glad that Naruto had gotten out of that situation and had matured. There were some funny moments. In fact, she acted like a little girl when she heard that Naruto wanted to found a new shinobi country and overreacted when she learned about Naruto's female friends and that he would have a harem. Of course, no mother wants her son to be shared, but there was nothing she could do. She knew perfectly well that he was the last Namikaze and that he needed to marry more than one woman to preserve his legacy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Kushina said. H. Hola, Kasan. Come here, Naruto. Let me see you. Let me hold you in my arms. Let me smell you. Oh, Kami, how long I've dreamed of this. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. Seeing Naruto jump up to his mother and them both crying, he left the room, leaving them alone for a moment. Sakura was on duty at the hospital. She was feeling down. Not only was working at the hospital under Ino's supervision driving her crazy, but to make matters worse, she hadn't seen Sasuke-kun in several days. In fact, they hadn't seen him since their meeting at Tsunade's office. Her thoughts were interrupted by a booming voice. "Oh, Kami, not him, please, not him." "Hello Sakura-chan. What a young beauty. You should see your young face in the mirror when you wear those doctor's clothes." "Hi, Lee. Can I help you?" Sakura asked, turning around. She suddenly froze when she saw Lee in a new outfit, even more hideous than that damn spandex. He looked like a foreign cowboy. Instead of a gun, he was carrying a kunai sheath. "Sakura-chan, Would you like to go on a date with me? Pretty? I know you loved Sasuke-san in the past, but I think you should forget him. After all, it's not like he's going back to the village. Well, why don't you agree with me? Why don't you appreciate my love? By Kami, what do you know about Sasuke and me? And to answer your question, I can't have a relationship with a loudmouth like you. Now go away and let me focus on my work. But, outside, Ino was at her father's flower shop when a Chunin entered and informed her that Tsunade needed her immediately. She teleported to Tsunade's office. Upon entering, she saw Asuma with a furious Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, did you want to see me? Oh, Ino. Well, I asked Asuma to go to her clan compound and bring me some secret scrolls, but it seems we're late again. What do you mean, sensei? Ino, there was a secret place in my clan's compound, and there were several scrolls there about pair seals, but when I went in yesterday, it was completely empty. The only scroll I found was the one I gave to the Hokage. I don't know what happened to the others. I see. Now then, what is this scroll? Tsunade-sama. Look, it appears to be part of what Orochimaru used to develop his course seal. Actually, it's not the original scroll he was looking for, it's written by Orochimaru and it's incomplete, so I think there must be another copy or the other half of the scroll somewhere in Orochimaru's possession. What should we do? Would you send someone to look after your files, sensei? Yes. Asuma, you're fired. Shizune. Yes, Hokage-sama, said Shizune, entering the room just as Asuma was leaving. Bring Kakashi, Yamato, and Sasuke here. 2. Ino, take the parchment and read it, look for any possibility of understanding what he was doing. 2. Sasuke, leaping from tree to tree, looked back, where two Junin were following her towards one of Snake's hiding places. Why? What's he planning? What's the point of the course seal now? And why Kakashi and Yamato? It's not like we're going to be attacked after his death. Well, at least not in these hideouts. The only place I need to be on the lookout for is near the north, where Karen is in charge of the hideout. Oh well, I'll think about the problem when we get there. After all, having two Chunin with special abilities only benefits me. Hey, Sasuke, how much longer? Asked the one-eyed Junin. About an hour. Suigetsu was bored. He'd lost count of the days he'd been trapped in that enormous water gun. He'd longed for someone to come and free him after that bastard died, but after almost a year, he'd given up hope. He stared at the wall in front of him, daydreaming about the forest that stretched beyond it. Karen was furious, chaos reigned in the cells once more. News of Orochimaru's death had reached this place about a year ago, but there was no proof. So she hadn't left, hoping to see the Sannin again and ask him for a favor. But what to do now? She knew Orochimaru visited this hideout every 3 months. She should have seen him at least 3 times, which hadn't happened. Perhaps the rumors were true, and the snake Sannin was dead. Should she abandon the hideout? But what if Sasuke wanted to visit this place? She'd heard he lived in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, and it was rumored he was the most handsome and possessed the Sharingan. He would pursue her to have his child, and nothing would change that. Itachi was amazed by the amount of information he had gathered in Konoha, but some pieces were still missing. Apparently, there was a gossip in the village who worked at a flower shop owned by the Yamanaka clan. He remembered the shop where he used to buy flowers for Rin. It had been a long time, but he hoped the place was still the same. So he started walking down a street toward the flower shop. He had concealed his chakra, reduced it to the level of a Genin, and used a powerful genjutsu to keep himself safe from the Anbu. Ino was amazed by that bastard's ingenious work. He was a genius, no doubt. A diabolical genius. She remembered every word of the parchment the witch had given her. But many parts were missing. She couldn't decipher what it was for. That was the most important thing she wanted to know. Her thoughts were interrupted by the tinkling of the bell on the door, announcing someone's arrival at the shop. Hello, can I help you? Oh, yes. I want some flowers, but I don't know which ones to choose. He has Genin level chakra, but it must be very well hidden. A boy his age should have at least Chunin level chakra. And why is he surrounded by genjutsu? Sir, I don't think it's a good idea to enter someone else's house with a genjutsu on you. What do you mean? And please, don't think you can fool me by lowering your chakra to the level of a Chunin. Now, will you introduce yourself, Or should I inform the Anbu? Do you think you have enough time to tell them, child? Well, I won't hurt you, but I won't tell you who I am. Okay? Fair? Well, I'm here to gather information about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. And why should I tell you? Because if I want to, I can force you. You seem to have a lot of self-confidence. Don't force me to go beyond a simple conversation. You're a good girl and I don't want to hurt you. No way. Well, let's see what you'll do with a little knowledge of my chakra level. How about cage level, huh? Are you kidding? But suddenly Ino froze, with a murderous look, and realized that this person was no joke. Who are you? Let's just say he's a friend of the third Hokage and perhaps a future friend of Uzumaki. I don't trust you. Not until you tell me who you are. You shouldn't know my identity if you want to live. Hee. Well, I hope you know how to keep secrets, or you'll practically be dead. With that, Itachi left the henge on Uchiha. Exactly. But I thought they were all dead. The only ones left are Sasuke and us. You see. Now, are you going to cooperate or not? What do you want to do with Naruto-kun? Nothing at all. As I said, I can be your friend in the future. But you're an Akatsuki. Remember when I told you I was friends with the third Hokage? Let's just say I have a role in Akatsuki that he assigned me. A spy? You can call him. But I know Tsunade didn't know any of this. I pay no attention to that old alcoholic witch of the Sannin. My loyalty belongs to another Sannin. Orochimaru. I hate snakes. And you love toads? Of course. Well, I can't be sure until I have some information about it. If I had a summoning contract, I'd ask Jiraiya-sama immediately. Let me guess, you don't have one? That's the problem. Okay, we can come to an agreement. I'll give you my clan's summoning contract and you can sign it. Then you tell me about Naruto-kun and we'll start from there. What do you think? Can I sign the summons contract? But, after all, aren't they your summonses? And how will I know they won't lie to me? The loyalty of a summoned creature belongs to its summoner, and no one else. In other words, if you summon an animal and ask it to kill you, it will try. And I can summon it again and ask it to kill you, and it will try again. It's not that it enjoys it, but if you give it a good reason, it will be loyal to its summoner no matter what. I see. What kind of contract do you have? Crow. They're good summons for both attack and defense, and you can use them to fly. I think they're as good as toads for gathering information. And how can I sign the contract? With that, Itachi performed some hand seals and summoned a crow carrying a scroll in its beak. Itachi took the scroll and presented it to Ino to sign in blood, demonstrating the necessary hand seals to her. Ino summoned an adult crow on her first attempt. She was amazed and asked it to go after Jiraiya, the toad summoner, and deliver the letter she had written. Minutes later, a toad appeared and handed him another letter. The pervert told me he's surprised you can summon now, but asked if he could talk to the red-eyed guy privately later, said the orange toad. What is your name? Gamikachi. By the way, the boss asked me to tell you that he misses you all and that you'll be with him soon if everything goes according to plan. Gamikachi, tell Jiraiya-sama that I'll speak with him if I find out where he and Naruto are. Tell him there are many important things he needs to know. Hey! Jana. With that, the toad vanished in a flash, and Ino opened the parchment and smiled at her beloved's handwriting. The letter was simple. Uro-sanin says you can trust him. Well, we can't talk here. We'll meet at training area 44 at sunset. Okay. See you then. Naruto couldn't stand it any longer. When he saw Uro-sanin perform a combined attack with his summons, he hadn't imagined it would be so difficult. He needed to synchronize with his personal toad summons, Gamikachi and Gamatatsu, and the task was hell. Well, at least after an hour he could understand the movements and knew it was only a matter of time before he was fully synchronized with his summons. Ino waited for Itachi. Night was almost falling, and she didn't have much time. After he left, Ino told her father everything that had happened and was surprised to see him lost in thought. Well, at least until Naru-sama spoke to him. Now she knew that Uchiha Itachi was a complete mystery. Important details about him were missing, and she couldn't decipher them. She remembered that, after the Uchiha clan massacre, the third Hokage was sad, and everyone knew that, after the massacre, his political relationship with the civilian council wasn't very cordial, but no one knew the reason. Everyone believed that the third Hokage was saddened by his stance of allowing Sasuke to have everything he wanted. Well, at least there were some shinobi who didn't think that way. Her father and Naru-sama were examples of them, but neither spoke of their thoughts. The only thing she knew was that, after the massacre, her father had told her to be careful of someone named Anzo, but he hadn't explained why. His thoughts were interrupted by Itachi's voice. "I'm glad you're here. Does that mean you trust me?" "Hello, Itachi-san. Well, at first I wasn't sure, but after talking with my father and Narasama, they told me I should look beyond appearances. I'm not sure what that means, but I think they want me to talk to you before making a judgment." It seems there are still some wise men left in this terrible town, after all. "What do you mean, Itachi-san?" "You don't need to worry. Let's just say I had no choice but to accept what I had done to my clan, and I was forced to betray the village. Well, at least I didn't betray the third Hokage or my friends." "I see. Well, if you don't want to talk, believe me, it's for your safety." "I see. Okay, what do you want to know about Naruto-kun and Sasuke?" "Everyone, where are they? What are their plans for the future? How is their mental health? Why did Tsunade force Naruto to leave the village? And, by the way, what's the truth behind that rumor about Sasuke's health problems?" Let's see, first let's start with Sasuke-chan. "Sasuke-chan? Who is this girl?" "Ah, that's what I call your ex-brother. He's still my silly little brother." "If Sasuke can even be considered a man." "So the rumors about their mixed gender are true?" "Yeah." "Poor little fool. Where could he be now?" I think the bitch ordered him to go to one of the snake's hiding places to find a secret scroll." "I suppose you call the Hokage a bitch?" "Do you have a problem with that?" "Not at all. I feel nothing for this village or anyone here, except for a few friends, and Tsunade isn't one of them." "Okay. Now, about Naruto." And Ino told her everything she knew about Naruto, his plan, and his possible whereabouts. "Do you know exactly where you plan to develop your town?" "I'm not sure, Itachi-san. The last time I received a message from you, you were talking about a faraway country and writing strange things about a lustful people and their heritage." Whirlpool, land of demons." "I think so." "I see. Thank you, Ino-chan. Tell your father that from now on, he's one of my trusted people, just like anyone who's on Naruto's side. Now I have to go." "Before you leave, you should know that Hatake Kakashi is on our side, but your brother mustn't know anything, absolutely nothing." "Indeed. He's too naive to understand these things. Thank you for everything. If you need to contact me, use a raven summoning. They'll know how to let me know too." And with that, Itachi dissolved into a whirlpool of black crows. Naruto was tired but happy. He had finally managed to perform a combined attack using his wind element and Gamatatsu's water element. He didn't have a name for the attack, but who cared? "Well, tomorrow I have to do the same with Gamakachi's fire element. Let's see, what's next on the list? Ah, I see, finding someone to teach me Kenjutsu." "Hey, I have something extra for you." "What is that, Q-chan?" Inverted question mark. "Do you remember the information about Gentle Fist?" "Are you referring to the Hyuga fighting style?" "Yeah, and I think you can modify it and use it." "Pretty? Let me explain. Remember they use chakra? Good, what if you do the same? You'll use the Gentle Fist, but what if instead of using normal chakra you used elemental chakra? Wind, for example?" "Is it possible?" "Use your photographic memory to recall what you have learned about Sarutobi Asuma and his weapon specialty." "Let's see. Ah, I see, she can channel elemental chakra into them, making them sharper, longer, and more resistant to direct attacks." "Now then, what would happen if we applied the same concept to the Gentle Fist? For example, let's say you strike your opponent with your index and middle fingers, enveloped in wind chakra. Not only will the wound be deep, but, using your Dojutsu, seeing the Tenketsu, when you strike them with your wind chakra covered fingers, well, you won't just close them. I'll do them permanent damage." "Wow." "Exactly. Now do you understand the power of this attack? Your poor opponent will never know what happened to him, but he'll be practically dead." "But I have no one to teach me the Gentle Fist." "Send a summons to Hiyashi-sama and ask him for a training scroll on the Gentle Fist. Tell him what you have in mind." "Good idea, Q-chan. I owe you one more." "Why not pay your debt with some good sex?" "Q-chan, you know better than I do that it wouldn't be something physical." Inverted question mark. "And what's wrong with that? Besides, I can teach you the most powerful thing in this world, intimacy." "Can you wait a little longer?" "If you promise me that you will do it, Then I can wait for all eternity. I promise you, Q-chan. It was morning, but time didn't matter to Itachi. He was lost in thought, reminiscing about the past. Naive little brother. He thought he could take me on. What foolishness. He'll never kill me unless I let him. He never understood why I showed him those images over and over again. If only he could imagine it. I could be the most powerful Uchiha and possess the Mangekyo Sharingan without needing to kill anyone, but his naivete blinded him. I hope I can open his eyes. Well, at least I can. I'm sure Kakashi-san is more astute and will seize the opportunity. But I can't easily deceive him, or the others will discover it was all a ruse. After all, they have Tsunade to help him recover from the side effects. But I need to inform him about what's happening when I trap him in the Tsukuyomi. Naive little brother, this is your last chance, I hope you take advantage of it. Sasuke ran through the empty quarters. It was the last hideout Orochimaru had used before dying, and he was sure that Orochimaru kept all his secrets there. After all, he wasn't a man who could trust just anyone. He opened a door, and Kakashi and Yamato entered, followed by Sasuke. We're in the library, Kakashi-san. I see, good work Sasuke-kun. Now we should look for the scroll. I'm sure it's in a safe place. I know the security of this library and I have read all the scrolls. There was nothing of the sort among them. At least you can show Kakashi-senpai around. It's behind those red scrolls at the back of the library. Kakashi found the place, opened the closet door, and looked inside. There were some scrolls, but nothing special. He drew his Hetaiate and activated his Sharingan. Kakashi-san, why do you have the Sharingan? You're not an Uchiha, are you? No. It's a gift from Obito. He gave me his eye before he died. I see. And why did you open it now? I'm not sure, something inside me tells me I should look beyond the obvious. Do you see something special, senpai? Okay, there's a hidden seal on the back wall, it looks like a blood seal, so we need a blood sample from Orochimaru. Now, how are we going to get it if he's dead? I think I had a blood sample of yours at the lab. Wait here, I'll be right back. Be careful, Sasuke. Itachi stood at the entrance. He could sense Sasuke's chakra. There were 2 other chakra signatures, and he knew exactly who they belonged to. Yamato wasn't in my plans. What should I do now? It might cause problems. Well, I guess I have no other choice. Having said that, he entered the corridor. Soon he found himself behind a door and knew that, upon opening it, all hell would break loose. Sasuke was in the lab. He searched all the cabinets, but he couldn't find what he was looking for. He knew it had to be somewhere in the lab. It looks like it will take some time. Well, we're not in a hurry. Kakashi heard the door open and close. Did you find it, Sasuke? It's been so long, Kakashi-san, Itachi said in his old, icy voice. Itachi. What a surprise. Senpai. Stay away, Yamato. He's on another level. Kakashi-san, I'm not here to fight. So what do you want? To talk to you and maybe my silly little brother. Scapella. Suddenly, Itachi was standing in front of Kakashi, staring intently into his eyes and whispering a word to him. Tsukuyomi. And so, Kakashi found himself trapped in a genjutsu. The sky was blood red, and a moon hung high above. He was tied to a cross, and Itachi stood before him, a sword in his hand. Kakashi-san. This is my genjutsu. Don't try to break it because you can. Well, I used it to secure our conversation. What do you want? Let's just say I'm going to give you a present. After all, Ino-chan told me you're on Naruto's side. Is that true? What will happen if it's correct? Tell me, Kakashi, why do you think I showed my little brother all those terrible pictures? For my own amusement? For God's sake, you should know me better than anyone. So what was that for? Kakashi, what's so special about the Sharingan? He can copy any jutsu. Exactly. But is his power limited to jutsus? What do you mean? He can copy anything, Kakashi, anything. And you have the Sharingan and I have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Wait. Are you saying that a normal Sharingan can copy the Mangekyo just by looking at it? Exactly. All you need is to watch your loved one die before your eyes. You saw Obito die, if I'm not mistaken? Now, do you understand why I showed Sasuke all those images? You know, the only known way to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan was to kill your best friend, but I found an easier way. You can copy it if you've seen your best friend die. We're all shinobi, and we've all seen a friend or two die. With Sasuke, I took the opportunity to show him the death of his loved one. I hoped he would obtain the Sharingan and that, by using it when I faced him with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would copy it. But, you foolish little brother. I only wanted revenge. Now I'll break this genjutsu and give you a few seconds to copy my Mangekyo Sharingan as a gift from an old friend, but I can't be lenient with you, or Tsunade and Yamato will realize it was a ruse. Ready? And with that, Kakashi found himself back in the room with Itachi standing before him. Without wasting a second, he activated his Sharingan, and for an instant, his father and Obito's death flashed before his eyes. He heard Itachi's voice. "You're better than I thought, Kakashi-san. Say hello to my old friends when you get back." And again he broke the genjutsu. "Now, you should know that here, space and time belong to me, and I can torture anyone for 72 hours. But it will do you more harm than necessary. I'll use it for 24 hours, which should be enough for our purpose. Remember that you copied the Mangekyo Sharingan, but you're not an Uchiha, so it will consume too much chakra. Use it wisely. Oh, and don't tell anyone you have it." And with that, the torture began. Finally, Sasuke found what he was looking for. Taking the glass, he returned to the library. Upon opening the door, he froze, seeing Itachi standing before Kakashi, who was kneeling. Everything froze, only an electrical buzzing could be heard, and Itachi knew perfectly well who or what was behind him. "Hello, silly little brother Itachi. I hated you. The hatred I feel and my pain could kill thousands of you." With that, Sasuke rushed toward his brother, the Sharingan spinning wildly in his eyes. There was an explosion, and when the noise subsided, his wrist was in Itachi's hand. Itachi kneed him, sending him flying across the room and instantly grabbing the glass. "I think you need it, Yamato-san. But I have some business to attend to here." And in a second, she was standing in front of Sasuke, grabbing him by the neck. "Wow, you even surpassed Tsunade. You silly little sister, seriously, did you really need those enormous attributes to find me? What have you done to yourself? Have you ever looked beneath the surface?" "I will kill you, Itachi." "And why do you think you can do it?" "Let me guess, because I told you so. Well, I take it back. But still, you have things to do in your life, Sasuke. Don't forget that. You are the last Uchiha, and you must restore our clan, cleanse its name of its past sins, and start a new life in Konoha. I know what I told you that night. But there are two ways to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. I won't tell you the other one, you have to discover it for yourself, and now is your only chance." Sasuke was perplexed. What does this mean? Another way? And one last chance? Damn it, he's playing me. But I won't let him. And with his Sharingan, he began to spin again. Did he figure it out? Well, little brother, let's see, you're smarter than I thought. And with that, Itachi gazed deeply into his brother's eyes with the Mangekyo Sharingan, but what he saw broke his heart. "Foolish little brother, are you still thinking about revenge? Well, then I have no other choice. Tsukuyomi." And so, Sasuke found himself in the clan compound. Everything was covered in blood. During the next 72 hours, you will witness the death of your loved ones. Perhaps then you will understand the result of arrogance and oppression. The scene repeated itself more and more before Sasuke's eyes. He knew he couldn't stop it. Why did you do it? Damn it, answer me, why did you do it? Do you really want to know? Then prepare to hear the one thing you never wanted to hear until the day you die. Did you know that our father planned to assassinate the third Hokage? Did you know that the third Hokage knew about it, but fought against the council to prevent the extermination of the entire Uchiha clan? Did you know that there was another secret Anbu division called Root? Did you know that this division was under Danzo's command? Did you know that Danzo was in agreement with the civilian council on this matter and that they kept it secret from both the Shinobi Council and the third Hokage until the very end? Did you know that I was told these were orders from the third Hokage and the council? Did you know that our father ordered Shisui to kill me in the hopes of obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan? Did you know that they planned to use Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan against the third Hokage? What do you know about the infamous Sasuke of our clan? Nothing. Well, the massacre was ordered by Danzo, and the third Hokage knew nothing about what was happening that night. Danzo ordered me to kill everyone. They were all supposed to return to Root after that, but I couldn't bring myself to kill you. My little brother. And that's why I couldn't return to Root, because Danzo's orders were absolute, and no one could make personal decisions about it, something I did because of you. My foolish brother, I told you all that hoping it would make you strong enough to overcome your own mistakes in shinobi life. But it seems I was wrong. You're beyond help. Well, at least now you know our almighty clan and its ugly, disgusting face. I hope you can now see the end of the road of arrogance. Now sit back and enjoy the show. Itachi was devastated. His last hope, his brother's last chance, was nothing more than another torment for his small, foolish boy. In the end, there was nothing more he could do. His only consolation was having had the opportunity to inform his brother about their clan. He hoped this information would save his brother's future and quell his arrogance. So what now? Okay, Pain tasked me with tracking Naruto down and finding him. And then what? What if I find him? Should I tell Pain? I still don't know what they intend to do with those tailed beasts. And I'm sure there's someone else behind all this. If I assume Pain's objective is the real one, why is he keeping the tailed beast's chakra? He definitely has other plans. I think I won't tell him about Naruto until I know what his true objective is. And with that, he jumped into the sea to find a ship bound for the land of the demons. Kushina sat behind the bar, dreaming about her future with her son. Her thoughts were interrupted by the only thing she had in life. Kasan, do you have time? Forever, Naruto-kun. What's wrong? You see, I have a beautiful sword, but I have no one to teach me how to use it. Can I see it? With that, Naruto opened the scroll and drew his sword. He gave it to his mother and watched as her face reflected a range of emotions in less than a minute. Naruto. Kusanagi, the one and only true one. So the pervert wasn't joking when he said you killed the snake. He never lies, Mom. He's a pervert, God knows he's a super pervert, but he never tells lies. I see. Well, I'm a master swordsman. In fact, I was the one who trained the best swordsman in Konoha. Wow. Now we'll train every afternoon for about an hour, and I'm sure that in 3 to 5 months you'll be the best, even better than those from Konoha. Thank you, Mom. Hey! I see a nice family reunion. The old pervert said as he walked into the bar. Hey, Uro-sanin, where were you? Oh, I was doing research. Uro-sanin, are you dead? Dadabayo? Kushina. Wait, it's not what you think. I was looking for the priestess. Priestess? What do you mean? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Naruto dreams of founding his shinobi village in this country. Right now, this country doesn't have one, but to found one he would need the approval of the local high priestess. I think you know the laws of this country better than I do. I see. Well, this country has very restrictive laws regarding priestesses. There will only be one at a time. It will be difficult to find her because they keep her location secret. And if her location is known, security is usually extremely tight. In other words, seeing her will be a real hassle. Kasan, however difficult it may be, we have to find her. Well, I'm the last Uzumaki in these lands. Using my heritage might help find the girl. Let me handle this matter for you, my son. That'll be great. Now, Uro-sanin, when should I start training in the sage arts? Let's see. If I remember correctly, you told Gamabunna that you would begin once you resolved your problems on this earth. So finding the priestess will be your first priority. 2. About a week had passed. Kushina would leave the bar in the mornings to gather information about the region's leader. She would return at lunchtime and rest for a while. Then, she would train her son in Kenjutsu. And at nightfall, she would return to her job as a waitress. For Naruto, it was one of the best times of his life. He would begin his training in the morning and continue it well into the night. His only worry was the work he had to do in the village while he was away, but he wanted to do it after learning some Kenjutsu. For Jiraiya, it was paradise. He had nothing to do. So, being a complete pervert, he went to the hot springs every day to spy on the girls and write and draw about their beauty. It was one of those nights, and Naruto was training when Jiraiya and Kushina spoke in the room. Naruto was practicing one of the most difficult techniques he had learned so far, the crescent moon technique. You have to do it faster if you want it to turn out well, Naruto-kun, said a figure dressed in black, covered in red clouds, with 2 Sharingan eyes staring intently into his eyes. Akatsuki? Sharingan? Itachi? Hello Naruto-kun. Don't worry. I'm not here to fight. I just want to talk to you and Jiraiya-sama. I don't trust you. I know. But maybe you should trust your Anbu friend, huh? Weasel? Oh Kami, are you the Weasel, brother? I'm glad you remembered me. Well, if I'd wanted to hurt you, I could have done it when you were a crybaby. Why would I wait until you became a full-fledged shinobi? How did you know I'm Naruto? I've changed a lot. Yes, you're right. But those blue eyes and that blonde hair, with your tenacity and training to the point of exhaustion, I don't know anyone like you. What do you want? I think I already told you. I want to talk to you and Jiraiya-sama at the same time. Follow me. They both entered the bar and headed towards Jiraiya. Uro-sanin, we have a surprise guest. Akatsuki? Ah, I see. How's everything, Itachi-kun? Any news? Wait. Uro-sanin, didn't you say that Akatsuki is our enemy? Yes. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Itachi was my spy in the organization. Pretty? We can talk about it later. Now, Itachi, what brings you here? I have some information, but we need to talk privately. You can talk here. Kushi-chan isn't a foreigner. Alright. First things first. Pain asked me to track down Naruto and locate him. He knows you're with him and that you and Naruto helped the Nibi's Jinchuriki and the former Mizukage. I don't know why, but he's also looking for the former Mizukage. You should know they're on the move and will go after Shukaku as soon as they find Nibi. I won't tell them I found you here. In fact, Zetsu has been following me the whole time, so escaping was a nightmare. Poor guy, he's tracking one of my clones in the mist now. I see. Is there anything else? Maybe it's important for Naruto-kun. I saw Kakashi-san a few days ago. He was with Sasuke and Tenzo at one of Orochimaru's hideouts. What do they want in the place of the serpent? Kushina asked as she entered the conversation. Kushi-chan, with all due respect, I don't know you, so I can't trust you any more than I already do. Oh, Itachi-kun, you know me better than you think. What do you mean? So, did you know any red-haired Kanoiki in Konoha? The only one I knew is dead. And who told the story? Sandaime. After Kyuubi dies, Itachi's eyes suddenly widened in shock. It seems you remembered me. By no means. Hey. Itachi-san, allow me to introduce her, Uzumaki Kushina, my Kasan. Kushina-sensei, Itachi whispered. Itachi, will you tell us what happened? I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei. Well, it seems Tsunade ordered you to find a scroll, something about course seals. I gave Kakashi a gift, the Mangekyo Sharingan. I tried to help my naive little brother, but there's no hope for him. And why is it important to me? Naruto asked, lost in thought. Well, I spoke with Ino-chan before I left Konoha, and she told me there was a meeting between the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, and Kakashi clans about you and who your ally will be. It seems you have Kakashi on your side. After all, he was your childhood Anbu dog. I just hope he can convince Yugao the cat to join you. Great. Thank you, Itachi-kun. Will you be on my side when the time comes? We'll see, Naruto. We'll see.